2014 Hearthstone World Champion!
For one whole year will call himself the best.
Kaka will be your 2015 Hearthstone World Champion.
Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion.
Tom 60229 is the 2017 Hearthstone World Champion.
And Hunter Ace becomes your new Hearthstone World Champion. Lion becomes the first woman to reach the pinnacle, your 2019 BlizzCon champion.
Glory from Japan is your 2020 Hearthstone World Champion.
There, Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
World Champion of Hearthstone could be the best player of all time.
Through 2023 for Pocket Train and the most deserving of Hearthstone World Champions.
To Yan Ming, our 2024 Hearthstone World Champion. This is why we cast Hearthstone.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone World Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the show is Sottle, and we've got a fantastic long weekend for you of the top tier Hearthstone we expect from this event. Sottle, we're here again. I cannot wait to get started.
It's Thursday, Raven. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. We've got 4 days of Hearthstone World Championship set up in front of us. I'm in the mood to cast some Hearthstone. How could we not be? As a wise man said towards the end of that recap, this is why we cast Hearthstone. And just looking at some of those moments, Pavel holding his trophy for far too long, Tom surrounded by confetti at the correct and appropriate time, I will have you know. Some of those legendary Hearthstone World Championship moments, and we are here this weekend, this long weekend, to make another one.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the format. Let's just dive straight in and see what these players have to battle through and what they've actually been through to get here as well, Sottle, because there's a wide range of qualifiers we have here, all the way from qualifying from championships to all the way to the very recent last chance qualifier as well, where we can see Chonsu made it through with that one single spot that was left up for grabs.
Yeah, what a cherry on top Chonsu ended up being to this field, because we already had a great field coming together. We have the chance of a repeat world champion with Pocket Train. We have some fantastic players joining us from China, including perhaps, arguably, I might make this case at some point, the greatest Hearthstone player of all time, Zhao Ti, for another run at the World Championship. But then I think Chonsu bringing home that last chance qualifier really just added that final little sprinkle of magic on top for what is a fantastic field for Worlds.
And of course, we are going to be playing through Conquest Best of 5. We have the groups already locked, loaded, and ready to go over the next few days. And then we'll have that final on the Sunday as well. But looking at the prize pool, this is what we've said throughout the whole year and what we say most years, Sottle, where, yeah, the players that qualify don't just win the prize in for the event they've played in, but getting a spot at Worlds is worth an amount in itself. And for that winner, $100,000. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because there's two cliches that have been well built up over the years in Hearthstone casting. One is that, oh, this prize pool isn't just this prize pool, it gets you that ticket to Worlds, and your bottom line goes up exponentially when you get there. But then we get to Worlds, and we pull out it's not really about the prize pool, though, is it? It's about being world champion. That's what this event is about. It's true.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Just giving you the schedule, what we have coming up. As we said, this is a 4-day event. It's going to be a good one. Where Thursday to Saturday, we're going to sort of work through the group stages. We have all the initial sort of sets of matches in the first 2 days for those groups. And then on Saturday, we get the elimination and decider matches. So basically, a lot of things are going to be sort of finally decided on the Saturday to lead into that top 8 on Sunday, where we will, of course, crown our new world champion. And Sottle, look at these groups.
Yeah, the distribution here is immense. You look at Group A, Pocket Train, Definition, Tansoku, Zhao Ti. Like, Definition is kind of the underdog, I guess, in that group, and is a great player, you know, has a fantastic record, which we'll get into. Spoilers, he's going to be in our opening match, so we'll talk about him a great deal in the coming. Then you scan across, you know, Gabby and Gyu in the same group, Chonsu, Yanming, Insane all in the same group, Maxibon, Fury Hunter is 2 representatives in the same group for Group D as well. Like, there's just a incredibly stacked group of players across the field. You might be noticing some eagle-eyed viewers might be picking up on the fact that there are no America's representatives. There were no guaranteed spots per region, so the cream just kind of rose, and this is where we are. And speaking of the cream rising to the top, this is who all of us have picked, and you can see some maybe unfamiliar names, some blast from the past names, but also a couple of unfamiliar names joining the casting roster. We will have some guest casters coming in throughout the weekend. We're going big this year for Worlds. 4 days, 8 people joining the talent roster. We're going to have TJ on here as well, talking about next year's program. We're announcing it in advance, people. Do you understand how crazy that is after the last couple of years? But yeah, why don't you take us through some of these caster predictions, Raven?
Yeah, well, I'll start with mine. I've liked Chonsu for a long time. I think he's a fantastic player, and I just think in the last chance tournament very recently, he just looked cool, calm, collected. He played very well, and he looked pretty relaxed for what is a high-pressure scenario. And as we well know, we've been doing this for a long time now, Sottle. It doesn't get any more high pressure than Worlds, and I think because of, you know, this group stage, then into top 8, and then really you want to win the whole thing. I think we've seen players. The stress level get to some players historically, right, in previous years. And I think Chonsu, I don't know, recently just really impressed me with how just relaxed he was. And he was playing at who knows what o'clock at that point in that finals, and he still looked great. So that's something I think is really, really strong.
It is indeed, and you can take a look now at, when I said we're going big, we're making improvements. We're pushing Hearthstone esports forward. We also have brought in this Twitch extension, which you can see if you are watching on Twitch. You should be able to see a little button on your screen to activate this extension. It'll give you all sorts of new ways to interact with the game board. You can mouse over things if you're not sure what something is. See all sorts of little extra deck tracker style icons that you can find additional information about, and also some extra tools to help you follow along the tournament. As you're seeing here, you can see match history and all of this for the groups and the players that are currently playing. So we hope should enhance your viewing experience enormously for this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. As you can probably tell, you know, the team has been putting in a lot of work into making this one of the best worlds yet, and we hope you definitely enjoy using the extension if you are on Twitch. So yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out as soon as we're done on our first casting shift. I guess I want to like press all the buttons, of course, and investigate. But it's definitely going to be a really nice addition for viewers. So, you know, by all means, let us know what you think of it. But yeah, we've got our first match coming up soon as well, and as I said, there's going to be tons of matches coming up over the course of the next 4 days, so make sure to stay tuned, stay up to date with the brackets. But what is our first match going to be, Sottle?
So we are going to be bringing you Zhao T versus Definition as our opener. Zhao T, as you saw there, was the most popular pick on the caster's prediction. I mean, largely because I picked him, and so many other people just copy what I pick all the time, mostly Lorinda, who famously just copies whatever I pick. But Zhao T, an incredibly well-regarded player, and possibly maybe a little bit surprising to some of you who don't necessarily follow along with the China scene, or just think, well, you know, this guy's never won a world championship or whatever. But point being, he's been there or thereabouts the entire time, since, you know, 2015, 2016, when he first became known to us on the Western side of things, when the China scene started to get a lot more integrated. He's just a player with an enormous level of respect from everyone who knows what they're talking about, really. I told this story a lot in the year where it happened, but there was a year where everyone was debating whether it was Just Saiyan or Hunter Ace, who was the best player in the world. And so to try and stoke up some drama, the Hearthstone esports team interviewed them both and asked them both that question: who's the best player in the world? Hoping that it would stir up some drama between the two of them that we can turn into profit for the broadcast. They both just said Zhao T, and the whole thing fell flat. So, you know, that's the level of respect that this guy has among some of his peers. You can see here, 4th time at Worlds, never a winner, but incredible level of consistency. And a 4-time Gold Open champion in China, which, if you're not familiar, these tournaments do go through various little format iterations over the years, but they're essentially giant open tournaments on the scale of some of the largest open Swiss Masters tours we have ever had in the Western scene. and he's won 4 of them, which is incredible. You know, you may have heard me bang the drum about Bly's winning 2 in a row, right? But this guy's won 4 of those over the lifetime of his career, which is incredible. He is a phenomenal player, and for me, the favorite to take down this whole tournament.
Yeah, and his opponent is going to be Definition. Maybe on the other end of this, I mean, we've seen Definition play a lot over his time, but he actually qualified through the points earning, right? So less so in terms of winning any given tournament, but qualifying through just the hard grind, basically. So definitely no pushover, however much you may be going to hear some talking up of Shouty over the next few days, especially from Sottle, of course, and anyone else who picked him as a prediction. But Definition, no pushover whatsoever. Just a player who just seems to be, again, as you probably will notice, something I respect a lot, but just extremely just solid player, right? I feel like just good decision making the time and just gets those wins when needed. So it's something I definitely like to see, but it will be an uphill climb, I think, against Shouty. It's probably not the player you would have chosen to play against in your first match.
No, but I think, you know, you do need to give a shout out to the idea that we see a lot of this, and eras move on, dynasties fall, right? And we've seen as formats iterate, sometimes you'll see a player who's like a modern grinder come up against like a Tice, right? That kind of player who's like a legend of the game. And in our heads, we look at it and go, they're the underdog. When in fact, they're like the hungry, motivated grinder that's playing right now, right? Like they've got through this system by just grinding the heck out of ladder, qualifying through whatever tournament they need to qualify. Like they're in the trenches, they're forged in fire. The problem is when you come up against a China representative, they've never had any time off at any point. Really.
Right, that's what they do.
outside of some mitigating circumstances, but even then they found a way. They've had these tournaments going, even when, you know, our scene became a little lighter, they were still grinding. The year where China took down their world championship, I think they were by far and away the most dominant region because of that. And so Xiaoti is a player that I am expecting to make a huge impact on this tournament. But who knows? Maybe the caster curse hits real hard, right? And the player who is the caster's favorite for this tournament is just going to crash out early. But wait, remains to be seen.
Yeah, we will see, but what we can see now are what the classes the players have as well as their bans. So we've got Rogue been removed from Definition, and that was Warrior from Shouty, as we are going to dive straight in. Guess what? We can still see the bans. How about that? With the Rogue gone, as you can see on the top of your screen there, and then the Warrior gone from Shouty. So we're going to be kicking off very quick with Rogue from Shouty going up against the Hunter from Definition.
Yeah, so just to grab onto that quickly, covering the difference between the lineups, it is the matter of a Shaman on one side and a DK on the other side, and that one difference is what's then impacting the bans. Xiaoti feeling like he has that extra good deck to be able to continue to drop wave after wave of threats against Warrior and really dominate that kind of matchup. So he's leaving the Warrior up, banning out the Rogue, which is quicker and can go under his decks like his Shaman. Whereas Definition, on the other hand, not having that Shaman, fears the Warrior just a little bit more, and that's why you're seeing that banned away from Xiaoti.
Yeah, I'm getting off to a, maybe not the overall best start in the world with just Crystal Tusk available for Shouty, but Definition's hand on the other side is ticking a lot of boxes, Sottle, as Hunter, I feel, is the most, I guess, most played, most dominant overall deck over the last, I don't know, X amount of time. It's just super popular, super strong, and yeah, this is kind of what you're looking for if you're Definition right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we caught a key cards graphic coming into this one, but it would be a lot of Definition's hand, honestly, based on the opening of this one.
Yeah, being able to get that Exarch off nice and early, and then still build on it with flexible choices now with the Parallax Cannon and Xavius, of course, as well. Here, though, Shouty's got a little bit more work to do, but again, having the Tusk is not bad at all for this early game. Just get some cycle going.
Yeah, the problem is that Platasaur draw has actually made the Shadow Step a fairly interesting card. So now Crystal Tusk does have downsides, so Shouty is just going to think it through. I do still think playing on curve here makes the most sense. But this is the World Championship, as we said. I think Raven very astutely pointed out earlier, sometimes these major tournaments aren't a matter of who plays the best or who has the best lineup. It's who keeps their mind in order and throws the least under the pressure, right? So I think very, very important to set the tone in the early turns. Make sure you are playing at a nice, slow, considered pace and thinking through all of the options available to you.
Oh wow, she got Shadow Step effectively back now. Does have the platypus to be able to Shadow Step that now. So kind of got the best of both worlds there, really, Sottle, after that choice to go with the weapon. And this is the sort of turn where you just think, so it begins, right, with Rogue. They start doing this and you're like, oh no, if you're on the other side of it anyway.
Little bit of a nasty one from Platasaur. I do think one of the things you have to start to get to terms with quickly with this deck is that the downside of Platasaur should be ignored as much as possible when you get into these situations, right? There is a lot of fear. Similar to old tracking before the rework, right? A lot of players didn't quite understand why tracking was a good card when it discarded 2 of your cards. But the opportunity to thin through your deck and find better options was just way bigger upside even before they redesigned the way it worked. But I do think here, the prepping out the EMG and just allowing the Webweaver to bite the dust is the right choice here for Zhao Ti. He will have to trust his deck from here, as the old expression goes, though, to pick up some card draw now.
Yeah, and just Definition getting Excite now down so early is just going to be nice. Again, of course, you want that hero power if you're playing the Discover Hunter. Guess what? Of course you do. It has Discover in it. But even just having the body down against these early Rogue pushes is going to be very nice. He can choose whether he wants to sort of get rid of that card in Zhao Ti's hand or whether to just trade down some of this damage. The Phoenix is always something you have to be aware of for Shadow Step targets and potentially proccing at Web Weavers. So we'll have to see what those choices are going to be. But for now, it's going to be that hero power.
It does also give him the option to just throw out a, let's say, mediocre Sylvanas for the sake of using a word, just to be able to sweep all this up. And this, I mean, Sylvanas is a key card in this Hunter in every matchup. In this matchup in particular, it is the GOAT. This is the card that you want in your hand over everything else, because every Rogue at some point in the early game is going to make a board that looks a lot like what you just saw there against you, right? Like, that just happens. And Hunter doesn't necessarily have other great tools to be able to tempo swing back against that. So they need to be able to grab the clear with Sylvanas, and it's one of the only real tools in the deck to be able to do that. So massive pickup from Definition. I think you see Zhao Ti's mood has crashed almost immediately here based on that clear.
And for me, though, the MVP of this matchup so far for Definition is Parrot Sanctuary, right? Like, it's turn 3, like 3 mana for Definition, and look at what's on the board and look at what he's been able to achieve already in this game. And because he already has the Discover Hero power, his hand is still good. It's not like this is any kind of all-in defensive play, right? This is just Definition playing the game. So this is definitely going to be a tough one for Zhao Ti to fight back on. Now, Rogue has the capability to do so, of course, because Rogue can do quite wondrous things when it wants to. But Zhao Ti does have to sort of manage this bit of a disaster opening, to be honest.
Yeah, and as I said, the all-in play on the previous turn, Webweaver getting discarded, plus the prep EMG, was going to have to rely on card draw being picked up. Blood Mage kind of fits the bill, but not the ideal tool that you're going to want. So he's going to need to hit a decent chain of draws here to be able to explode back into the game.
This is interesting because I'd naturally lean to Verisa, but because Sylvanas has been played, do we need the +1/+1 in this matchup, or at least at this point in the matchup, I would say. That, like,
Agreed.
Definition's so far ahead that, again, I think, like, yeah, Glacial Shard feels just like a more useful tool right now.
Yeah, I think with Verisa, if you get it early enough to have that Keleseth effect on the game, it can be very powerful if you play it on curve, but to a certain point, the other 2 sisters are in the deck as Sylvanas enablers, honestly. Like, Sylvanas is so incredibly strong that once that card is used, if you like, then the other sisters do go down in value a little bit. Even though the way they're designed, they should get better as each sister is played before them. But honestly, Sylvanas ends up being so powerful in so many matchups that not being able to buff her anymore kind of devalues the other 2 cards.
I'm going to see what the choices are here for Zhao Ti. Kurtrus is interesting, just getting bodies on the board.
Yeah, it's kind of good because he's used a whole tusk and a dagger now, so it is reasonably buffed. Rakara can help you scam a couple of wins sometimes if you're playing against a deck that plays huge minions and just isn't prepared for it, right? Like, doesn't think about the potential of you having it in your hand. You can scam a couple out, but not really the case against Hunter, I would say. Zyrella not really offering a great deal. You do, of course, have to think about the hero powers on top of all of this as well, but I do think that Kurtrus just ends up being the choice here.
Yeah, because this is going to be swing number 4, right? So, not too bad.
Just going back to the point on the Discover as well, interesting that even after ruling out the Varisa, the pick was actually super interesting as well, because, you know, I've been talking for the last 3 turns about how Zhao Ti needs a decent chain of card draw to stay in this game. Definition, I think, with a great spot, just says Glacial Shard the Blood Mage. Just deny that one card draw for 1 turn. Really going to stop my opponent from doing anything snowbally by limiting to 1 card draw a turn for the next couple of turns. Really, really smart play, I think, from Definition.
Yeah, and this is like the power play, right? This is a bit of an overwhelming force turn for Definition. So now, fine, get rid of the Thalanos off the board, remove the spell damage. But now, because of the extra taunts and the weapon being equipped, is looking pretty good. And there is that Mixologist in hand to be able to maybe generate a damage focus potion, right? To maybe just push the fine a little bit, because Zhao Ti is on 12 health right now.
Yep. We'll be picking up a little bit of armor from this Kurtrus, which I'm presuming is going to come down this turn.
Yeah, with no card draw, there's not even really a great option to try and cycle into something, you know, like a big rogue turn, right? So, yeah, just going to have to be Kurtrus.
Another factor that I'm sure Zhao Ti was considering is just how perfectly these bats do line up into the aliens.
Yeah.
You have not seen any of so far this game. They're always going to start coming down at some point throughout the course of a Hunter game, especially when they have that Niall hero power rolling. At some point, you're just going to see that alien encounters in your Discover pool, and you're going to have discovered so many times that it costs 0, so you're going to be picking it up. So Zhao Ti back, stable, in control of the board for the first time, really, since that big EMG push that he had a few turns ago that was cleared up very, very easily by the Sylvanas. Stabilized the health a little bit with the 5 armor, which is a really, really big deal.
Here comes the Mixologist, though. There's deal 3 damage, if they want it. Oh, deal 2, deal 3. I believe. Which should be pretty nice to be able to clear up these bats.
Yeah, the absolute dream pickup in this scenario.
Yeah, getting to push the damage, getting to swing with the weapon again, and just aiming that weapon face, just keeping the pressure high.
Finally, an Eat the Imp picks up for Zhao Ti. Something to actually start some explosive miracle-type turns with the card draw.
Oh, Web Weaver as well.
Don't think the Wisp draws, though. No, it does not. The Phoenix does.
And there is a Shadow Step, right?
Wisp is in play for the Imp, though. There's the Cultist map. There's the second Wisp. Now the Maulers. These are all the cards you would have loved to have been seeing in the early game. He'll start juicing those asteroids, and he will get the EMG down to 0 with an extra card draw as well from the Wisp. Would love to hit a couple of asteroids here just to take away the chip damage. Want some taunt from the EMG, ideally, and then maybe we've got a game on our hands.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's something. That works. Wisp as well, just remove the 2-1. I'll try and remove the 2-1.
Now Wisp, asteroid to minion.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, here comes Rangari Scout here from Definition, though, so That
Oh,
is going to
second
be
scout off the top, which means
two
the spell
potions?
is in the pupil. Yeah, the spell's in the pupil. Which means that is just straight up 9 sending face. The AoE damage will take out the taunt. And the face damage from the weapon will clear it all up. We'll give it a little time to catch up on the animations, but trust me, that's what happened. Just believe me.
Sottle the Oracle knows what's going to happen before it does. But yeah, looking mighty good here for Definition. Going to be able to, I was going to say easily take game 1. Things definitely went very well for him with those early game decisions as well. But Shouty was just giving us a glimpse of the ability Rogue can have to pop off, right? But that's basically the deck, right? It does those big turns, maybe sometimes bigger than that, but still pretty impressive that there was a chance for Shouty, considering how poorly the early game went and how sort of dominating Definition's early game was. There was a glimmer of hope, but yeah, when you set yourself up with the scouts and, as you sort of mentioned, sort of the perfect potion in that moment, yeah, the game's just over. So Definition taking an early lead 1-0 with the Hunter. However, we probably expect to see a lot of Hunter wins over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I do. Hunter's obviously fantastic. There's a lot of these two lineups in this tournament, really, with the variation between Shaman and DK in there. Lots of Death Knight, lots of Control Warrior, lots of Hunter. I do think those good decks lineup, like the top 4 decks lineup, is maybe cannibalizing Hunter a little bit just because of the amount of Quest Warrior that you have. But then obviously, as we're seeing in this series, you can respect the Warrior enough to ban it out, and then your Hunter is a little bit freer. So it remains to be seen how exactly the little mini metagame of the tournament is going to play out, but that's certainly a huge first win for Definition, because I think, you know, I talked about trusting your deck. Cycle Rogue is very much a trust your deck kind of deck, where Zhao Ti went all in with that prep EMG play, and then did draw kind of dead for a couple of turns. Definition had huge agency in that because of the freezing the Blood Mage play, right? Which makes a big difference. Otherwise, everything that we saw happens one turn faster, and suddenly we've got a much different game on our hands. But you also have to imagine the world where the turn after that all-in EMG play from Zhao Ti happens, he draws the Imp straight away. He draws Cultist Map straight away, right? Like he draws something that gives him multiple draws in the same turn, and then you can start spiraling and snowballing. That's just the gamble that you have to take with that deck sometimes, and sometimes it pans out, sometimes it doesn't. I don't think Zhao Ti did anything necessarily wrong there, but I just think a strong performance from Definition, a good draw from Definition, and really strong decisions like that Glacial Shard over the Sister in the Discover box. Real clutch decisions from Definition in key moments, and a great first game to kick us off.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I think a lot of players do enjoy about that Hunter list as well, is that because of its focus on Discover and all the different options. Right? And we see some of those Discover choices being instrumental in Definition taking game number 1. But let's jump in to our game number 2. Definition on the top on the Death Knight now, going up against Shouty, who's jumped over to his Hunter.
Yeah, Zhao Ti saying, you know what? That Hunter deck looks all right. Fancy a bit of that.
Might go for that, yeah. Now, there is the early Varisa as an option in this mulligan for Shouty, along with that Rangari Scout and the encounters. Is this something you find yourself keeping, or is it a little bit, potentially a bit too slow in this kind of matchup? Do you want to do other things?
In this matchup, I think it's okay. There are some matchups where you do just kind of have to go all in for the Sylvanas, but I think generally the mulligan for this deck is pretty simple. Cards that say 3 on them are generally pretty good to keep in the deck. They're all pretty powerful. But there are a few matchups where, you know, if you play against really fast aggro decks, you might have to go a little bit more all in with your mulligan and look specifically for Sylvanas to be able to survive the early game. But I do think a 3-mana Keleseth against a deck that's a little bit slow to ramp up and is going to be the controlling force in the matchup more often than not is a great keep.
Now.
Well, yeah, he did go for the keep. Does have that bird watching as well. It's like he's going to just drop the Glacial Shard, just get something down to start challenging some of the early minions, and also just try and put some level of damage against Definition. With no spells in hand yet, and no more discovers as well. Is this? Do you look towards the mixologist for this one over the tide pool?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about it. It's a tough call, honestly, because tide pool pupils never really stay bad for long in this deck. However, you don't really have much additional discover in your hand, so you would
That's
be
it's the
again,
hand.
Yeah, you would be again trusting your deck to carry on. Mixologist, you might even be looking for draw a card potentially if you go that way. Wow, I was going the even slower route with the Ysera. Just making sure we got all the greedy boys coming out to play. But just to finish that thought, I did still kind of fancy... I was thinking the Pupil, personally, as the greedy option there, right? I did not extend the greed to the Ysera.
Right.
Purely because you have a turn 3, you have a turn 4. Even if you draw a buffed minion in the times after that, you have a turn 5 with the location potentially. If you pick 5, you probably have a turn 6 with even some buffed minions that you've drawn off your Keleseth. So you don't need to find much from your deck to fill out your turns. But I guess Zhao Ti is extending that logic even further and going, I'm fine. I've got plays forever with the way this hand is going to pan out. So I'm just going to take the Ysera.
Yeah, instead of looking at the 1, 2, and 3, it's like, well, I've already got one 9-drop, and what if I had another 9-drop?
I mean, that is when you have a 3-drop and an Elise in your hand. That does set you up until turn 6 if you want to do it that way, right? You can choose to just play it out in that method. So I don't think
the curve's kind of getting there. The Minion Hunter, I think this is called.
Is what
I remember this place well.
But yeah, look at how this is actually going to pan out, and the early options available for Death Knight. Like, this Death Knight's early game is generally a bit more defensive or setting up for late game, right? It's not like it's really going to aggro you down a lot of the time, so especially with these options from Zhao Ti, so I do like it.
The first of many Elise custom locations I'm sure we will be seeing throughout this tournament.
Job's done.
And guess what, chap? We have the technology! Oh, it's here! 5/5 copied, Raptors with Rush, pretty good option for this
and
matchup.
if your opponent's playing minions, this is generally the classic location, right? Like probably one of the most common combinations you're after. This Blob of Tar is a pesky minion to deal with, though. The Raptors are going to help out with the worst of it.
It's not quite Sludge Belcher from back in the day, but it's certainly in that neighborhood.
My will shall lead us to
Very good answer to it, though, right? This location.
Zhao Ti just considering how these trades want to happen. Okay, gonna keep the Elise healthy.
Yeah, it was just a quick one, wasn't it? Between 1 damage on the 2. What's the 2/1 now versus getting the Elise damage? But I think I like keeping the 1 a bit healthier. The other one isn't really gonna do too much. It can be hero powered down, for example, or leeched, but is that really gonna be a biggest problem?
Yep. Does play around Coin Husk perfectly by, taking 1 extra damage on a 2 health minion and keeping a 5 health minion healthy, right? Like if he'd done it the other way, kept a 2 health minion, that still would get shot by the leeches. And he'd just have a 3/4 here instead of a 3/5. So small optimization.
Tidepool could now be considered a better option because there is already a Mixologist in hand that can even be played this turn, so could start at least trying to put the potion in there. But you can see the sort of a wild difference between this Hunter deck having the early access to Discover versus not, right? Mainly through the Niall. And the Zhao Ti just has to play in a different way because you just don't have all of these, like, oh, I'll just pick a card I want every turn and draw it.
Okay, he's offered Neri and Grifter. Well, so For the combo win condition that you sometimes look for against the Death Knight, if you don't get big boards early, those are the 3 key aspects that you're looking at right there. 6 damage from the Grifter. Get it in the Typool Pupil for multiple copies. Use the Niri to double it up. Massive, massive damage output. Can't take all 3 of them. Just decides to go with the Pupil as the most flexible option, as you were saying, with that Mixologist potion already loaded up and ready to go. And guess what? Once again, Raven, I didn't quite see what that was. I didn't quite see what it was. Oh, it's that!
What
Oh
could
my
it be?
goodness! It's like we're living in the future.
Okay, well, here comes Xavier's. Nothing screaming at me here, to be honest.
No, I did just dump some corpses on the Pterodax on the previous turn, so Exarch Maladar not quite as powerful as it could be.
Giant's
Stitch
playable now? This
Giant's always great, yeah, but the Dark Gift it has, not really very synergistic with the Giant. You kind of want the size of the minion, that's what you're kind of in there for.
Yeah.
It's just a generic cheap 8/8. Can I interest you in closing your eyes and playing an Incendious?
Yes. Especially with that location.
Yep.
Looks pretty nice to me. Again, the Raptors just coming in clutch. Now there's a double Incendious to buff what's in the deck. It's going to be very, very nice indeed. And one of the ways that Shouty can close this game out, or at least help, whilst not having that strong Discover opening early, because suddenly the Ziliax, Ysera, there's Bob, and there is now the Tide Pool, the Potion, and Exarch Nile in hand. Shouty can really quickly piece this together.
Shouty is in his bag right now. There is some thinking occurring, because step 1, what are the trades, right? You could make an argument for trading the leeches, you could make an argument for trading the 3/3, you could make an argument for trading the 4/4 and 1 leech. But then if you really want to get in your bag, how about the trades don't happen at all because it gives my opponent corpses and buffs their deck in a way that isn't necessarily powerful? So I think, yeah, taking the full time there to think that through, but then still ending up on what I would say was the obvious plan A trades of just taking out the husk and one of the leeches. But I do think you have to consider, what am I doing to Exarch Maladar? What am I doing to Corpse Explosion if I make all of these trades happen? Because you always have to remember, leeches can't necessarily kill themselves.
Yeah, wow, these Incendious are kind of chilling, aren't they? Like, at least the big one is, which is very scary. Normally, even if it was a single Incendious, if you can't kill it the turn after your opponent plays it, you're feeling pretty bad. But the fact there's already a double buff, and it looks like there's going to be at least a 3rd buff, is very scary for definition indeed.
Moving.
Oh, well, that's going to help. Okay, well,
yeah, weirdly, this is...
Yeah, well, now.
Okay, okay. Unless Definition dies, I was going to say, weirdly, this is kind of good news for Definition, because those don't get buffed again by the Incendious that is hanging around on the board.
Well, the first one was fine. The second one, questionable. Third one, oh no. And then it stops for some reason. It's okay, I guess. Oh, Rengari.
Does just find Shaladrasil as well, which, with the Ysera hand he has, might represent game-winning damage a little quicker than Ranieri Scout does.
Yeah, we can put some of that into the Tide Pool as well, right? So it's all...
Right.
There's just a couple of routes. I think the Tide Pool has... Is it all 3 or two spells left? Oh no, they didn't play the potion.
Yeah, I think it was discovered on 6, and then Incendious was played on 7, right? It was discovered on 6, and Mixologist was played on that same turn to take the potion, and then they just played Incendious on 7. So yeah, I don't think it's got anything in it.
Well, they end up going with Mixologist for just another potion. And we're seeing we don't have to show the card there as it's done it for us as Zhao Ti plays the deal 3, give the health to the minions on board, and again makes this Incendius progressively more difficult to deal with.
9 corpses, so this looks like trade in a ghoul for 10 corpses, drop the Exarch, pray to Lord Fireack.
Sometimes it's what you've got to do. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, fine.
We're gonna need some clears here, though, Fireack, if you can help us out. Nope.
Oh, I was looking at if there's a way, like, press discover first, see if you get a spell, and then you have the tide pool option with the second potion, and then obviously play it and go again, see if that gets you anywhere. But actually, just Bob Freeze face.
If you're not gonna win the game immediately, Bob Freeze is just so
Peel the
disgusting
shields.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think peel the shields and then just send it all face, double procking any of the... There's 2 eruptions left in the deck. So procking some more of them.
So there is a tiny bit of cards in an order being done here from Zhao Ti because there were some lethal outs available. I'm not even necessarily sure whether the lethal outs are worth checking. But it is, for example, what we've led towards here, right? Which is Hero Power, Grifter, maybe you get Steel. And then you have a Wind Fury 5/5, which is 10 more damage going face here, which is huge, right? I feel like Bob Freeze is winning the game all the time. Oh, Zhao Ti is going for it, though.
Wait, how much is that then? 2 for 2. Yeah, one mana off, right?
Is 1 mana off?
Yeah.
He now has to free. Wait. I think cards in an order has happened.
Yeah, that got interesting, I'm going to say. What has happened here?
What has happened here? Genuine question. Oh, no. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. Oh, Zhao Ti. I gassed you up so much. The CN glaze was real, and you've blown it all up in my face.
Not the rope-a-dope. It was brutal because, again, we were talking about it. But Bob Freeze, especially with the setup that was available, there was 1 potion played, another deal 3 potion in hand, which can proc the pupil for the turn, the turn after, whenever. And then obviously you can almost cherry pick cards from the deck with the hero power. Bob Freeze, there's was there 2 spaces left on the board for definition, I think, after that freeze. So it's like, what's he really going to do? And then you're still pushing damage. The double Incendious buff, there's still 2 eruptions that could have been discovered or drawn next turn to add to that damage as well, which would have been 2 more procced. I feel like, yes, if you can go for lethal plays and they're likely, by all means do it. But Bob just felt hyper safe, and I just feel bad for Zhao Ti now because what looked like hitting the rope whilst trying to go a few different directions at the same time did not pay off in the worst possible way.
That's exactly it. Going in a few directions at the same time, because the ordering got into a bit of a mess there, right? Because if he was thinking Bob Freeze, I always win the game, he did the right thing first, which is press the location so you can get the raptors out of the way first, then you get the Bob down, right? And then you've got your board space. However, he then went, hang on, lethal outs. I should look for lethal outs first, of which there were many, right? You can press the button, hit an eruption does the damage, the eruption draws you a card, which is then lethal. But the main one being Grifter. Then when he discovered the Grifter, he stops and thinks, and he's like, okay, now I have to really think about these lethal outs and whether they're worth going for. And I think in the limited time, I might have this wrong because I don't have the board state back in front of me. I think only Steel was lethal, but I think Zhao Ti maybe thought 6 damage was lethal. But because there was only 1 spell in the pupil, he's 1 mana off from being able to play 2 spells, then play the pupil, then get the 6 damage back. I think that's accurate. I apologize if it isn't. So then, me talking through that now, my rope's already exploded as I'm explaining it to you. Zhao Ti's trying to work that all out at the time. Indefensible. I'm not trying to defend the guy. Like, you have to be playing at a level beyond that if you're going to be winning the World Championship. I'm just trying to explain, like, what goes through a player's mind when that kind of catastrophe happens.
It's also scary as well when you make other choices. Again, the location into Bob, fine. But if one of your choices is like the hero power to discover, that generally, almost all the time, that's a click that thing first, right? Because then that opens the doors to what your turn can look like, because you've kind of done the unknown bit, right? To an extent, if you're even thinking about doing it.
So I just said the same thing. There's a certain switch in my brain. Because you've said it, I've just realized the flaw in that plan is... because also what his Raptors did was hit the Divine Shields, right? So you could argue that's the right order, because he goes Raptors into Divine Shields, then he clicks the thing, and then if he hits an Eruption, that's doing 4 actual damage to the minions there, as opposed to peeling off the Divine Shields. And then that gives him more options as to how the turn plays out. If he hits the second Eruption, if he uses a Mixologist Potion to clear, any of that kind of stuff. So arguably, maybe that was the right order at the start of the turn. The problem comes in the middle, where I think he just completely lost track of what the eventual line was, what to do with the Grifter, for example. But yeah, regardless, he's got to put that to the back of his mind now, and he's queuing up the Rogue again that he already has 1 loss on. I do think it's a smart decision to just take some time away from the Hunter. I think his Rogue game was played absolutely fine. He just didn't really get the rub of the green with it. Reset, try and get a 1 on the scoreboard and try and rebuild the series from here. But he is in a huge mess now, Raven.
Yeah, 100%, because Definition just in such a good position here, because you've got all the time in the world, and I think as well, there's a certain element of maybe a confidence boost seeing your opponent, what you would assume was kind of whiff, just the turn, right? There's maybe a certain element of, oh, okay, I'm 2-0 up, and my opponent just messed up a turn, right? For want of a better way to say it. So maybe that's just, okay, I'm feeling pretty good about taking this first match. So yeah, definitely.
And we didn't really get to talk about it because there's so much to cover, but I don't know if you caught Definition's reaction as he was like throwing out the damage to win the game. He was just shaking his head, like not in disbelief, but like no, can't play like that. This is the World Championship. And like that's a great attitude, honestly. If he's gonna keep that energy, and you called this out as we were doing his little intro to this series, that he has seemed one of those people that's just come along and not really been flapped by the stakes, by the platform that he has to play on, by the cameras, by the thousands of people watching. He's just jamming cards and feeling very happy about himself.
Yeah, one of the if you're gonna qualify to the World Championship on points, you've probably done this a lot, right? Of like just get into that groove of just jamming the game.
But that's the point, right? How many times have we seen the ladder god then have to adapt to tournament play, and it takes them a little while to get into that comfort zone, right? Of playing with a camera in front of them, knowing people are watching them, having to like affect their schedule to do interviews or whatever else it is that they're doing through the cadence of a tournament, right? Because crawling out of bed, pulling some sweatpants on and jamming 100 games of Hearthstone is one thing. Doing it in a tournament environment is something very different. I think Definition has adapted to it very, very well. While we were yapping, the key development is that Zhao Ti dodged a dirty rat by not having any minions in his hand, and then immediately ripped the Dubious Purchase, which is another card, by the way, that I never even mentioned in the previous Rogue game in terms of top decks that can draw you multiple cards immediately. So yeah, Zhao Ti with the trust your deck strat going a little bit better for him this time around.
Yeah, also just a small thing to note in case people are wondering, they're maybe not seeing the matchups too often, but of course the quest not being played and was mulliganed away, right? Obviously been redrawn, but so you don't play the quest in every single matchup. And as we saw earlier when we saw the Rogue play, Rogue wants to be a bit aggressive, wants to draw a lot of cards, put a lot of stuff on the board. So I think if Definition survives 10 turns against Rogue, it's kind of a winning game anyway, right? So not really needing to have that quest. Would rather have the extra card in the mulligan.
That's a great way of putting it, yeah, because Rogue, not a deck that can go forever. There's a couple of really weird outs where you can generate huge value engines, but Really, if you're able to survive the minions and then survive the asteroid and eruption damage, you win the game. There is no need for you to stack your deck with these 10 additional win conditions. Your quest is to survive 10 turns, whether you have a card that says it on or not. So, yeah, go ahead.
Like that was it was copying I mean, I do have it in front of me, but it's copy and discover a spell, which can be pretty useful honestly with the warrior, just being able to access some additional removal, card draw, armor gain, things like that. Pretty nice overall.
Purely just because I'm going to click it every time we have the option.
Yeah, that's why I've not been clicking it, because I know you're enjoying this a lot.
I am.
So I was
I'm
like, you know
having a
what,
good
I'll let
time.
Sol have his fun today.
That's right.
But yeah, not the Raptors, which again you would want versus Rogue very generally, but not a bad consolation prize.
But also the important thing is that it's conditional because of the 5/5 copy. You have to make the 5/5 copy to activate it, which makes it a little bit problematic in spots like this.
Clock's ticking.
So the consideration here is whether you want to preload it or whether we're spending our mana on drawing a few extra cards with the shield block. He is just going to load it up though. No target to create the copy, so just has to pass the turn.
Yeah. Approximately 8 million cards in Shouty's hand, which is very scary on top of leaving minions alive on board here. So this definitely could feel like a bit of a tricky spot for definition.
Yeah, 14 cards remaining, which is a large number. None of those are cards when drawn damage effects. But 20 is not a big target here.
Yeah. Especially with Incendius just already in hand. We've now seen the Meteors, of course, as well. And double Shadow Step, the Asteroids, sorry. Double Shadow Step as well. So Shouty really has just options upon options, right? Which is one of the benefits of this Rogue deck. You can really sort of build your way to victory with these kinds of players.
Platasaur and a Blood Mage. Blood Mage always a small feels bad from the Platasaur draw. He's going to choose the Shadow Step to keep hold of it. I don't think Blood Mage is going to be massively relevant in this game state, but every little helps when you are queuing up this damage. Probably step and hold, I imagine, here on the Mauler because of the Twisted Web Weaver and Blood Mage in hand. Yep, yeah. Going to make the push for lethal on the following turn.
It's going to be unleashed now for definition. Very nice little combo, being able to just build those and then get all of this damage back out again. It does get the copy as well. And what have we got? Oh, welcome home. But yeah, shield block available. Yeah.
A card that makes
super
everyone
rare,
feel
though.
welcome. Yeah, really rare.
Planetary decimation! Planetary decimation!
Okay, Burn was in the
no
plat.
big deal, yeah. Xiaoti's got some counting to do. Only 2 asteroids in the deck currently. Can land the Blood Mage, still has another Mauler. Does, I believe, still have another Mauler in the deck as well. Yes, indeed.
Now, in this position for Shouty, is this a you've got to do it all in one turn scenario, or can he sort of go for it and still be able to win out over the course of a couple of turns? Or is Warrior a bit too good at stabilizing?
So I think on the previous turn, Zhao Ti set up a situation that said, okay, if my opponent does not have a very good turn here, I kill them with Web Weaver, Blood Mage, card draw, whatever else. Since there was a very good turn from definition, Zhao Ti probably appreciates the idea that he has to reset and maybe look towards a longer-term game plan with Incendius to get there, because his only damage right now is asteroids. There's 6 health of minions on the board. His opponent's at 29. That's 35 functional damage that he has to do with asteroids. That's too much for what he has prepared at the moment. So I think Zhao Ti now knows he cannot go all in this turn. He has to be looking to create a board where he can just slam Incendius on 7 and then move forward from there. Try and preserve as much damage from after that Incendius as possible, because you want those eruptions to clear the board for you so the minions don't start soaking asteroids.
Yeah, and this is going to be a bit tricky because with double minion on board here for definition now, and just looking in the hand, the shield block in there for some more card draw as well as for Gloria too. There's just a lot of access to more tools for definition, and this board is kind of preemptively already dealt with if he wants it to be, right?
Yep.
I would imagine this is just a For Glory open, right? Start with that, just draw 2 cards before you do anything else. It's a little bit cheaper than the shield block, even though of course you will want the armor. Is that into another one? Oof, okay.
Definition choosing to just go Bob Freeze is
Yeah.
super interesting, pushing the damage. It does, of course, limit the board space for Xiaoti to be able to do any of those big Miracle-style turns with the Web Weaver, but you could also just kill the Web Weaver, and then the Web Weaver's not there anymore, and then that also limits the ability to do that. Plus, I think you have to appreciate that your opponent is just looking to play Incendious here. Like, that's what they probably want to do with their turn the most.
Do you think that's why he froze, though? Because it's like, well, you're not going to proc Web Weaver with Incendious.
Yeah.
If you do anything else, well, I've got loads of health on the board of minions, and I've got what? 32 health. So I think Definition probably thought, well, Shati's just realistically can't kill me this turn. If I freeze and they play Incendious, fine, then he can move on from it, and he's not drawing any additional cards. There are, of course, the Shadow Stepped cards in hand that he is aware of, but maybe Definition's just like, okay, if you start doing all the card draw, then you're not going to do all the explosions for Incendious, so maybe this was just a good heads-up play.
I think that's all very fair, yeah, and I think the one thing I'd add on top of that is that he also gets to say, well, I pushed 8 this turn and 12 next turn if you do that, so...
It's looking to be like push and brawl. Again, I wonder if he even needs brawl. He has shield slam in hand.
Yeah, he just gains 20 instead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just slam the Incendious, so that's not stacking, right? And just push the rest of the damage to face. Still got the copy and discover a spell as well.
I like it a lot.
Oh no, it's gonna end up trading. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised the shield slam wasn't just thrown out.
All forms of life will be.
Oh!
You interested in more armor?
Yes, please.
Now with Incendious gone. I mean, you know the rogue maths more than I do, no doubt, but it seems like a lot of health, Sol, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 62, 59 plus 3 on board. That is, that's a large number. He's got 10 damage from Eruptions, which he wants to get done first, just because it removes the minions. He has, we can go back 2 remaining cards. But I believe the steps are used. Yeah, the steps are used. So he has 2 more Maulers to go in there on top of 2 asteroids with the Blood Mage. Still not really adding up to the number he needs. So it's looking like some kind of Maestro Miracle might be necessary.
I was just about to say, do we need to start talking about Maestro at this point? It might well be the case. Yeah, Shouty just gonna load it all in and say, let's go. It's the emptiest the board's gonna be, right? Definition, at least on camera, seems very comfortable with this turn.
You can start to see the panic spreading across Xiaoti's face.
Did everything even get played?
Too many cards.
It did. Okay.
I think
cool,
so.
Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yep.
I will say, I'm
now
just a slight worry after the other game. That's all. Just
that
a
one
slight
remaining
worry.
card, yep, is an asteroid hiding in the deck, so he didn't even get the full draw. He needed this board to stick, be able to push, and I think this is further heads up from Definition on the previous turn. Might have been 2 turns ago, actually, where he just went armor gain into and held the brawls, right? I think recognizing that if he just gained enough armor, Zhao Ti was going to have to stick a board to win the game, and then by not playing the brawls on those smaller boards and just ignoring it for 1 turn, using the Bob for a 2nd turn, he preserves the brawls in hand and is able to play the game out quite comfortably by clearing these final desperate pushes that Zhao Ti is going to want to go for.
And I don't think any of these are doing it, are they?
Choices.
Not when you're
No, I
expecting
mean-
more armor gain from Definition, right? That's the problem. We could talk about plans, but it's not like Definition's going to pass the next 10 turns or anything, right? So I think that's the problem. There's still the Shield Slam in hand for Definition. Still got a Brawl as well, if needed. So Definition's still quite flexible on ways to deal with cards. Even this Maestra could just go away right now. I've just lost visuals of the hand for a second. We'll try and get that back ASAP. But was that a misorder then? Or did I just miss?
No, it
see
wasn't.
the turn?
It wasn't playable the other way, right? You had to discount.
Oh, sorry.
The Phoenix
Yes, of course.
to
The
play
Phoenix
it.
wasn't right. Yeah.
Yeah. I did think the same thing.
Yeah, I
but
just
then
had a moment
realised-
there, but yeah, there it is. Big Dragon hits the board. Definition's gonna win 3-0 for Definition and Shouty. What a matchup to kick off the day, Sottle. I was not expecting it at all.
And Definition continues to pass the vibe check. His expression has not changed. 3-0ing a player that I just called one of the best in the world, possibly in the discussion for greatest of all time. Easy 3-0, and you have to say, as well, in the interest of all fairness, deservedly so. The better player won. Zhao Ti absolutely punted away that game in the middle, and it broke the series in half. Completely allowed Definition to just coast through with favorable matchups, right? And when your lineups are so similar as these two are, with only 1 change in between them, when you get in a position where you have a favored matchup and you get into the favored position and then you toss it away like Zhao Ti did, that is going to damage your matchup matrix in such a devastating way that you're probably not going to be able to recover from that. And it's exactly what ended up happening. 3-0 for Definition. He's going to have to advance, and Zhao Ti now has a long old wait ahead of him to try and figure out if he can get out of this one.
Yep, Definition putting himself in the absolute possible best scenario for his future in this World Championship. But that was only our first matchup of the day, and we've got plenty more coming up. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone.
大家好，我是小 T。今年我是上半年积分第1，然后进了那个夏季赛，然后夏季赛里面是打了一个4强，然后通过夏季赛进入到了年终总决赛。上半年的话打了一个夏季赛，还打了个精英挑战赛。下半年的话拿了一个黄金赛的冠军，再往后就打到了这个年终总预选，然后打进4强进了总决赛。目标肯定是冠军啊，不然感觉去参加这个比赛也没有多大意义。外国选手都挺了解的吧，甚至有就是一起准备比赛的朋友。然后这次他们那个外服的阵容，我觉得也是很强大的，都是一些就耳熟能详的名字吧，大家可能关注竞技炉石很多也都认识。还好吧，我觉得就打到现在，其实赛场上心态可能会稍微好一点。但我其实也不是很了解现在就是年轻选手是什么样的一个心态吧，因为像就是末路烟明，其实他去年也是经验也不是很多的一个选手，但他在世界赛上发挥也是非常沉稳，心态也非常好，所以我觉得也不好说，可能年轻选手也说不定心态也更好一些。 就谢谢支持我的粉丝吧，然后想感谢一下，就是世界最后那个国服的年终预选赛里陪我一起准备和练牌的朋友，然后感谢跟我一起准备的爱暴风雨、天命还有 Gabby，然后感谢跟我一起练牌的有小王、发哥，然后菜喵还有咸菜，感谢一下他们对我的帮助，才让我成功的打入了总决赛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships 2025. And unfortunately, this year we don't have any America's representatives, so we thought we'd better do something about that and bring on the one who came the closest overall, Banterface. Great to have you here, Banter. How is it?
Happy to be here.
Thing, I guess.
I managed to make it somehow. Maybe not the way I had first intended, but very excited to be casting this weekend. We've got an incredible group of players and a lot of really good matches ahead of us, so I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, I think we have a lot to talk about in the match that is just coming up. But let's just go back to that last match very briefly. Xiaoti, didn't expect to see that from him. You cast the whole Chinese tournament on your own. Like, he played fantastically over there.
Yeah, I'm a big Xiaoti fan. That one hurt a little bit. I do believe, as the casters were saying previously, I think he's one of the best players in the world. It happens, though. I mean, I've been on this stage before. It is stressful, even if you've done it several times like Xiaoti has. The nerves can get to you occasionally, and people are going to slip up. We are human after all, so sad to see, but it's not entirely unexpected to have something like that occur.
Yeah, going into this one today, we're going to have Pocket Train and Tan Soko next up. I think this is the match that the top players will be watching the most closely, especially Fury Hunter. Pocket and Fury train together, right? And so you tell us a little bit about their lineup and about Pocket Train.
Yeah, so they did work together on their lineup. It's definitely one of the more inventive ones in the field overall. I'd say probably the most unique out of all the players. So I'm sure that Fury will be watching closely and hoping that it is able to perform the way that they've expected. And of course, Pocket has a lot of big expectations going into the tournament, at least from a viewer point of view. I imagine a lot of people have got packs riding on him, and he's one of the most popular players in the tournament. So people will be hoping that his lineup is able to do what it wants to do.
And I know you want to talk about this. We're seeing now Pocket Train and Tansoku's past matchups in, big tournaments. It is Tansoku's first World Championship. Pocket Train is a former World Champion. But yeah, they met several times over the last few years in Masters Tours, I believe you were saying, Banter.
They have, yeah. I believe, is it 5 times now or is it 6?
This will be the 6th.
This will be the 6th. Okay, yeah. And so in the previous 5 encounters they had, Pocket was sure to mention that he is 4-1 against Tansoku. So he's got a good history against him. We'll see if he's able to add to that tally, or if maybe Tansoku can pull one back this time.
Yeah, and is that a thing when you play against somebody? Like, I know it is a thing on ladder where you sort of say it jokingly, but if you play against somebody, they just beat you over and over again. Does that get you ahead at all?
I think from a tournament perspective, I'd say I would hope not. It can be a little bit intimidating for sure when you face a really good player. I mean, I'm sure Tansoku knows how good Pocket is, but on the other side as well, Pocket, despite beating him, a handful of times so far, he's also very much aware that Tansoku is a very capable Hearthstone player, so he won't be underestimating him.
Yeah, but will we be underestimating this lineup? Tansoku has 4 of the 5 sort of regular-looking decks. We will, of course, talk about that as well. But Pocket Train, Fury Hunter, they have brought this Druid deck, this Dragon Warrior deck, and the reaction from the community has been negative towards this lineup. I'm not so negative on it. I think it looks all right. I play the decks. They seem fine. What's the professional take from you, the analyst here at the World Championships?
So I like that they're taking a risk with it, because I would say a lot of players brought pretty similar lineups and sort of went a little on the safe side. Quest Warrior very heavily represented as the warrior of choice. I think Pocket and Fury took a different approach where they're saying, okay, we're expecting a certain field. And I think they really hit the field that they wanted to. And so... Yeah. We'll see if it ends up paying off, if the matchups work the way that they expect. I hope it does for their sake, but there is a little bit of concern about, I'd say the Warrior in particular, maybe the Druid too, just because they are the only 2 people in the entire field to bring those decks.
Something I've found that's difficult, in particular with the Warrior, but also with the Druid, in terms of assessing how good it is. It is a Dragon Warrior, for those who haven't somehow seen this news. Is the Dragon Warrior, when it loses, it goes turn 1, don't do anything, turn 2, my minion blew up, oh, I can't make a board, I lose. And it looks absolutely pathetic. Like, the games it loses, it just loses horribly. It doesn't matter how you lose, you win or you lose. They're just hoping it's going to be 55%, not 45%. But it's really hard to judge, right, when that deck just either looks unbeatable or pathetic, depending on an individual draw each time.
Yep, absolutely. It is one of those decks that's a bit feast or famine, where if you don't hit that early curve, you might end up seeing it struggle. Pocket did make the point to me yesterday. I was sitting in on some of their practice sessions. He said that it actually can go a bit longer in some of the grindy matchups. There are some cards included in it, like the Chrono Lord to maybe remove a big board, let's say a couple of Giants from Death Knight. So it can still win a longer game, especially with this Elise build that him and Fury Hunter are running. But in general, you kind of want to snowball with that deck and try to win pretty early on.
And here we're seeing on the screen at the bottom now the bans. This is kind of my issue. I think the tournament at the start, I picked Xiao T. Pocket Train would have been my second pick for this tournament because I like this lineup. But he has to ban Shaman. And we saw again in the Chinese qualifiers, which is the most recent thing we've had to see, Shaman was the deck that was underperforming. So it must feel a little bit bad having to ban out the deck that maybe isn't the most powerful.
Yeah, it might not be ideal, but at the same time, I think that just judging by their lineup, it looks like it was built with that ban in mind because several of their decks are pretty weak against it. So I think it's a reasonable strategy to go for, but definitely one of the only lineups that I think would be expecting to ban Shaman.
And they've lost the first sort of eye check, which is, do one of my two silly decks get banned? No, they're both up. We're going to get to see them both. You're going to have to play them, boys.
Yep. I mean, I think it is kind of expected with the decks they have that DK is maybe among the more real ones, but it looks like we're going to be hopping into the game.
Yeah, and we're getting the test straight away. We've got the Druid into the Hunter. If they can't get this, I'm going to keep saying they because it is Pocket and Fury with the identical cards. Fury doesn't play until Group B, so in tomorrow afternoon sometime. But if they can't get it done against Hunter with this Druid, then maybe the lineup's not great. Obviously, it's one game sample size decides everything. That's how talking about World Championships works. And Tansuka with a decent opener, although not the best available. You take it.
Well, speaking of the best available, Pocket has just picked up a pretty key card for this deck. Picks up the Amir Drasil with an Innervate in hand as well. Definitely what you want to be doing with the Druid.
Yeah, I think sometimes I ran quite a lot of games of this in the end. I was not intending to, and I thought I'd better. Sometimes you just don't draw a location or location generator, you fall apart. Your defensive measures are quite low in the Druid early on. In this build in particular, there's no rising waves or anything like that hanging about. So yeah, need to hit those early locations and yeah, generate that mana, draw those cards.
Yep, and Tansoku is, he does have a decision here of which of the sisters to play between Illyria and Verisa. He decides to go for Illyria first. Sometimes you will see players do it the other way around for more discovers, especially with encounters in hand, but I think he's probably feeling that the extra buffs from Verisa will be a little more handy.
Yeah, you do have to get through some overwhelming taunts pretty early on in this deck sometimes, so probably worth it. Obviously, the Brute, 6 health immediately. Sometimes it has 12 health if it's doubled early. So yeah, you want some chunky minions to get through those things is probably his thinking.
Yep. And Tansoku probably looking for a Nael at this point. Obviously something that you want to find pretty early just to get all that card draw going. Doesn't quite find it though. Picks up a Bird Watching to maybe pick it up later though.
Time to keep an eye on these minions for me, Drasil, which I can never say. Sorry, Celestial, I still can't say it. He's tried to teach me, I can't do it. Sometimes these minions become really cluttery if you're not careful. It doesn't matter now. But later on, you do need a lot of sort of board space, and sometimes you get these minions that sort of have death rattles that bring minions back to life, and we see it now already, actually, with the Flutterwing? The one, whatever it's called, anyway.
Paltry Flutterwing, I believe.
Yeah.
It actually might be a little bit annoying for Druid in general to generate that card because you do sometimes have board space issues. Luckily, it's pretty early on in the game, so I don't think that will end up mattering. But Tansoku does not only pick up a Nael, it is a large Nael. It is a 7/7.
Yeah, the payoff from playing the Sisters in the order he did, that this 7/7 will be able to just break straight through Brutes very easily. And Pocket is going to have to go into defensive measures.
Yep, he
does have the Nomelia at least.
Yeah, he does, and he also does bump into the Nael, putting it to 6 HP, which is a very relevant breakpoint in case he ends up needing to play Nomelia next turn, which I'd say it's pretty likely that he will have to.
Yeah. I'm just stuck with I found the ebb and flows in this deck to be fairly weird as well. Obviously, they're fantastic in terms of their stats, but deal 3, gain 5 if you've played a minion is very restrictive on when you get to play them. And also, deal 3 is a funny number in this meta when a lot of minions have either 4 or 2 health.
Yep, and important to point out from Tansoku, really nice positioning on the previous turn to put Nael to the left of the Verisa because he's very likely going to play Alien Encounters on the following turn, being this turn, and those always are going to summon on the right, meaning that now Nomelia will not actually clear won't clear the Nael. I think Pocket chuckled a bit there because of his positioning with the Flame Tongue Totem, but I don't think I guess he could maybe adjust it a bit, but not a big deal in any case.
not a big deal, but also the sort of thing that Pocket Train does pride himself on. I saw him in one practice game at one point not press Hero Power on Shaman so as not to make a Ceaseless better, that sort of thing. You know, he takes a lot of pride in things that don't matter being right.
He does indeed. Meanwhile, Tansoku, he's got access to more taunts. Now, interesting thing about this matchup is you might not want to go super wide on board with a bunch of taunts because, as you pointed out earlier, Druid plays 2 copies of Brute, meaning that if you go too wide, suddenly your opponent summons a 0-mana taunt. It can get a little bit weird. So we might see him manage the board space a bit. I think at this point, he's pretty fine, especially with that Supreme Dinomancy available to actually make them even bigger threats. 2 4s, maybe not too scary. 4 attack for a full board, going to be a lot more pressure. Really hard for Pocket to be able to clean all this up.
Yeah, Tansuku readjusting himself in the seat there with a sort of whole, yeah, I'm comfortable now, this is good, it's going well. With it being his first Worlds, obviously he's played so many big tournaments. He's won Masters Tour events before. He knows what he's doing. But as we just saw from Xiao Ti, you know, you never know quite who the pressure's going to hit on the day.
Yep.
And he seems very comfortable so far.
And
he certainly do.
Pocket is able to at least stay alive on board, clean up the board nicely here. Of course, he's still maybe a little bit behind in the total context of the game. But at least this turn, he's not immediately exploding, and he has his 3rd click available for the following turn to try and actually swing the game.
Just counting here, 15 needed. How's our Grifters looking with double Arcane Shot in hand? Do you fancy it?
Yeah, I mean, so is Steel lethal as well?
I think so.
It's steel and damage being lethal here. I think pretty likely we will see him just go for the Grifta. Either of those would be either exact or 1 over lethal.
Bigger problem for Pocket. I mean, next turn is you can copy Armor Drizzle and get 6 armor, 6 mana. Everything starts to swing around next turn for Pocket. So going for it here does make a lot of sense.
And he does hit deal 6. And that will be game 1 done. Just double checking his math. Always good to do that.
Even better to do it before you take the card, but yeah, okay. I'll go for it.
I think it's one of those spots where you kind of know, but you just want to triple check at that point. Definitely.
1-0, the Hunter goes through. I think we're going to be saying those words a lot over the next couple of days with lots of Hunters. Some will be banned, although I think Subtle was making the point earlier that the Hunter's a little bit more targeted than it was originally now. The decks have slowly evolved to have to deal with it. Is that true, do you think?
Yeah, maybe in some respects. I think some lineups will definitely be aiming to just ban it. I think it largely depends on which of the 4th deck people choose to run, because the Shaman lineups, not sure you can really tech that deck too much to be comfortable in the Hunter matchup. So I think a lot of the lineups with Shaman may lean towards banning Hunter, while the ones that went without the Shaman, those might be a little more open to leaving it up.
That makes sense as well. Although again, Tassoko here choose. I mean, this is not a traditional lineup for Pocket, so everything works out differently, of course. No Hunters are banned, so getting to the luxury, I want to say, of banning the Death Knight. Which
yeah, I mean,
I suspect will be in every match.
Pocket's Hunter is banned. It just was a self-ban because he did not bring the deck. Yeah. Which he may have some regrets about. We'd have to ask him. Obviously, it's an incredibly strong deck. We saw that game, what it is capable of. Not an entirely crazy game from it either. It's just what the deck does. You pick up locations, pick up Niall, pick up some of the sisters, and you can do some really powerful stuff.
Yeah, I think the problem is, the thing people have to deal with when they're playing against Hunter is how good it is when it doesn't draw Niall, because it's still really powerful usually. We saw, I mean, forgetting the ending of the game, don't want to keep bringing it up, but the rest of the game with Xiao Ti, no Niall for multiple turns, and he still had a really monstrous looking board. You know, Insidious is hammering away, everything was still going pretty well without a Niall for the longest time in that game. So, yeah. When it has a Niall, you kind of write it off and move on with your life.
All right, and we are going to the second test of the series, which is the Dragon Warrior test. Going to see if that one can get through for Pocket, unlike the Druid.
Yeah, I think looking around what people have been saying about this lineup, this is the deck more people have an issue with. People look at the Driven, they shrug and they go, don't like it, but I get it. A lot of people look at this Dragon Warrior and say, don't like this deck at all. But this morning I was watching Me Smile streaming, and he went 15-6 with this deck at top 10 legend. So, you know, it's a playable Hearthstone deck, is this Warrior.
It certainly is. It's got some really strong draws. We see a couple of the cards that can kind of make a nice little snowball happen for Pocket with the Stone Carvers. Doesn't quite have a 1-drop. He is on the coin though, so could potentially, well, will very likely end up going coin 2-drop into another 2-drop.
Yeah, I think that's where he's going to be. Not a whole lot of defense going on from Tansoku's side.
Yep.
Proportions look
Dreadhound Handler, not really the ideal turn against a Stone Carver on the board, especially with your opponent coining one out. Now all of a sudden it's like, what do you really do? Because you play it, they're of course just going to bump in. And if a second Stone Carver comes down at that point, Tansoku may actually just die on like turn 5. So very awkward spot for him.
My rule is eternal.
You don't want to just not play it, but what's his curve here? Like, you love this curve normally. You've got a nice handler into your Baron, into your Xavius. All of those things are just Stone Carver bait right now.
They are, and I'm not sure that you're allowed to play it at this point, because if you do, again, he's just going to bump in his 1/4 and you're in big trouble, so he does just end up going hero power. Of course, they'll want to trade it in, and Pocket now has a slightly less good turn, but he can still just play the second one. He also has the option of striking his own minion to get the buffs rolling. Problem with that is it puts it down to 3 HP, so probably not too interested.
Well, you didn't want to play anything last turn. What do you want to do this turn? Like, now what are you going to do?
And you can see the shake of the head from Tansoku. It's like, it really is just such an incredibly awkward spot, because you're essentially getting punished for playing any minions, but I'm just not sure you can afford to play it. The board gets too big. You're not close enough to removal. I think you just have to pass again, and then you end up playing a 4/4 on the next turn at the very least. Hope that your opponent doesn't pick up a location to proc these 1/4s and move on from there.
Why did I tell my friends this deck was bad that I'm playing against? I can't play my cards. Help. Interesting now. Obviously the play was pretty straightforward before, but now Pocket has a lot of decisions to make about how he wants to push the most damage. This seems the most damage to me that he's doing.
Yep. Just gonna play both his minions. Doesn't have another dragon for the whelp, but at the end of the day, it's still a 2/1. Just make the biggest board possible, because DK doesn't really have a way to remove a board like this. And importantly, he's also stopped Tansoku from being able to play something like Dreadhound Handler, so he doesn't even have to worry about a corpse explosion in the near future.
Right. Yeah. It's looking good for Tansoku at the moment in this. Also, having no corpses has like that knock-on effect, right? No Maladar to worry about either for now, at least.
Mm-hmm. Does get some interesting options from the Xavius. Elise, normally a very, very key card. The problem for him is that it's probably just too slow at this point to really be super impactful. If he was able to play it this turn, that might be a different story. Try to pick up some Raptors, maybe. I think on turn 5, it's going to be a little too slow. He does end up picking it up anyway, but just significantly worse than if he had it this turn.
Yeah, I mean, just to see what he does with it. Will he take a 1 or will he take a 5? Like,
I think he has to take a 1 and try to go for something like Spell Discover. But also worth noting that Pocket does indeed shoot his own minion to finally get these Stone Carvers actually buffing. They've already done their job in a sense of stopping Tansoku from being able to play to his own game plan. But now they're also just becoming a massive threat because he's officially got one of his minions damaged. So this minion becomes pretty much unkillable if it's able to scale anymore.
Officially has 1 damage. Imagine just strolling in here, declaring things damaged or not, as if he's the official voice. Okay, we got this.
And man, just every turn looks so awkward for Tansoku just due to the Stone Carver curve, where I mean, I think you may have to go for a 1 and try to hit like Spell Discover off of Elise. Okay, he's gonna end up just killing off one Carver. Of course, the other one will remain there. And this is the thing that's like a little bit weird. I thought maybe he would pick up a Husk on the previous turn.
Yeah.
I remember this place well.
It was a big Husk as well, right? It was like a 3/9 or something.
It was, yeah. It had Taunt as well. So I thought he might opt for that one, but I think the top deck changed for him. I think he picked up the Infested Breath, which actually let him deal with the Stone Carver, so he ends up just taking this. And then Pocket, on the other hand, will go for 1, again, just trying to spend all his mana. I would think maybe I'm trying to figure out what he was looking for here, because, I guess he just wanted Copy. Yeah, he wanted Copy to copy the Stone Carver, but he did not hit it, so he did shake his head a bit. I think the options he got were fine, like Spell Discover, Raptor, not bad here, just maybe not what he wanted.
He played it too fast, didn't get the chance to show off the new toy and things.
Yeah, we'll have to save it for next one.
Yeah. So for all the stuff he's been doing, he has only done 8 damage, but the board is becoming absolutely overwhelming now.
It is, and again, DK doesn't have access to a ton of removal. Pocket may be hoping to not see a Corpse Explosion in the near future. Tansoku does not have access to that, which Pocket will probably be happy to find out. So instead, he's got to just try and find a way to deal with the board with, a couple minions, a little bit of draw. He can play the Sanguine, try to pick up a Corpse Explosion or maybe a Maladar for the next turn or two.
Yeah, talking of Maladar, Tansoku is on 7 corpses. 9's the magic number for Ziliax. So.
Yep, and I think that will give Pocket a pretty interesting decision this turn on how much he wants to trade. I think it's quite possible we'll see him kill one of these leeches, but not the other one, to try and play around the Maladar into a 9-drop. Something that can come up pretty often, but of course you are leaving yourself a bit weaker against stuff like Corpse Explosion. Or, sorry, Husk, rather, if you do that.
Yeah, and also obviously there's the ticking annoyance of the leech if you don't get rid of it, but not getting Ziliax seems very important at this exact moment in time.
It does indeed. Maybe not the best options. Picks up Yasandra, which had Divine Shield Wind Fury. Potentially okay for refill. He does also have a pretty good hand. He has Guard Duty available. Narrowlex maybe for turn 8. And also just picked up a Bloodlust from Zephyrus. So if this board sticks, it will simply be lethal. He does actually trade both leeches, though.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Does the Pocket not sure? Yeah, he's crossing his fingers that it's not there.
Yeah.
Right, he decided to kill it to keep the 2-1 alive. The 2-1 represents 5 damage with the Bloodlust. It's a lot of damage represented.
Yep, and I think it is reasonable to make the trade, because if he doesn't make the trade on the 1 leech, then the risk is your opponent just plays Husk here, and then they end up being alive against your Bloodlust because they kill an extra 2-1 off and they gain some extra HP. So definitely not like a mistake to give him the 9 corpses, just something that was worth thinking about.
Yeah, and if he does go, I was just looking at this while you were sort of talking it through. If he does go Maladar Ziliax here, Pocket has a bunch of good trades with the Bloodlust anyway and still retains a little bit of board, so it's not a total disaster. He doesn't want it to happen, obviously, because he's got lethal on the board, but yeah, the worst case there was you end up trading some stuff away, remake another board, or remake another minion at least, off you go again. But yeah.
And Tansoku just gonna try and draw a bit, plays the blob, and without having specifically counted it, this sure looks like lethal to me. He's got a lot of minions on board. I'm sure he's done the counting, but even picks up a strike to make the math a little bit easier. And the Dragon Warrior will get through.
Yeah, and it looked pretty straightforward as well. But again, that's what this deck does. I think we're going to see quite a bit of this over the next couple of days, again with Fury and Pocket both playing it. And we're going to see games like this that look like they're unlosable, and we'll see some that look like they're unwinnable at some point, most likely as well. But for those of you who poo-pooed the deck, that's what it's capable of. Not just the early damage that it can put in your face, but the restriction it put on the DK, then not being able to play any of its cards until turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of I would say a bit of a weird way for the game to pan out, where often when you see a Stone Carver win a game, it's growing. It becomes a 5/5 on turn 2 with a location on 1, and it just hits you in the face repeatedly. In this case, it kind of reminded me of like a watch post from the past, where it wasn't really pushing damage. I mean, it pushed 3 damage over the first 4 turns or whatever, but your opponent just can't play cards, because the instant they play a card, they end up making your minion deal exponentially more damage as the game goes on, especially just the combo of 2 of them. Like if you only had 1 Stone Carver, maybe a different story. Infested Breath and a handler ends up clearing it up, but with both of them on the board, it just became too much for DK to get through.
Yeah, I hate it when I can't play cards. I mean, that's usually self-inflicted, but yeah, find a difficult time when I can't get my cards on the board. So that's the warrior out of the way. I think Pocket Train will be quite relieved at that. How do you feel that the Shaman matches up into Tansoku's remaining 2 decks at least?
I think it does pretty all right, I would say. Probably both matchups against Cycle Rogue and DK. I would say against Cycle Rogue, maybe slightly favored, possibly around even. I don't love Shaman against Death Knight. I'm not a huge fan of the deck in general, but it can do some really strong things. So we'll see if he's able to pick up the kind of curve where you can make some big bell hops and apply some early pressure.
Yeah, and on the other side, obviously, we're going to see a lot of Cycle Rogue. I think it's regarded as not the strongest of the decks that a large percentage of people brought. So we're going to see it over and over again at the tournament, because it won't be banned very often. I don't feel, at least. I might have a totally different view to the players. It's been known. Yeah. But largely, get a couple of early good cards, draw through your deck, play Everything Must Go. If that doesn't work, play Incendiars and kill them that way instead with some meteorites.
And very strong opener for Tansoku here. He did just keep the Eat the Imp, always a card that you want to have available for the card draw, but he does mulligan into a Space Rock Collector, which is going to give him the potential to eat on turn 2. Of course, Pocket has the pop-up book to respond and deny that, which is quite nice for him.
Okay, I should look at Pocket's hand here, because how do you go about getting this Haggath? Having the coin makes this a weird little curve.
It is a very awkward curve. Ideally, he picks up a 3-drop. I mean, a Grofin is okay, where he's just going to get a bit more aggressive, go Turbulus first, which means the Grofins will be 2/2s. He's probably hoping that he's going to pick up a 2-mana card just to spend his mana. You really do not want to be toteming if you can help it.
Yeah. Yeah, the board space becomes a premium as well for Shaman, doesn't it? Like some of the totems, uniquely, I don't know, somebody might sometimes need, I don't know, a Wrath of Air totem or something better. I don't know.
I can't really imagine that ever being relevant. But I would say, especially in this matchup, it's like a totem is not actively bad for you, because it can soak up asteroid hits. Eventually, it maybe threatens more damage from Wish Upon a Star. It's just more the matter of spending 2 mana on effectively doing nothing is not part of his plan. Okay.
Not a big favourite to pick up something to do with that 2 mana though, so...
Yeah. Tansoku's hand is shaping up in a pretty interesting way. He picks up a Shadow Step, and he does already have a Web Weaver available. A little bit awkward here, though, in terms of the resources that you're using, because if you want to play the Phoenix for the extra tempo here, you essentially have to replay the Mauler, which would then mean your hand is a Web Weaver and 2 preps. So it's a bit hard to get the card draw going. On the other side of that is you do have more on board, and also the Phoenix goes into the pool for Web Weaver. So I think it was maybe reasonable to play it as well, but he does choose to hold off.
You could have threat out the Weaver, the Phoenix. That's how that works as well.
You could do that as well. Yeah, that is true.
It's a play that you can make.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's crazy at all.
Yeah, okay. Something I did learn playing this Rogue deck is that you don't need as many card draws as you think you do, ever. Like, if you've got that one draw extra, your deck draws so many things that the one extra draw usually starts a chain reaction going. Not always, but nothing's always, or the games would be easy, right?
Yeah, and speaking of that one extra draw, maybe the best possible top deck for Tansoku at this point, or at least one of them, where he picked up a Platasaur, and then, as you can see, just all the cards just start pouring out. Platy picked up a Cultist map. There is an EMG there. He has drawn a lot of cards this turn. I'm not sure exactly how many, but that looks like it must be playable at this point, maybe alongside a Wisp as well.
Yeah, he's thinking a long time, which means it might not be, but my gut says that he's drawn enough cards to play it this turn with the Platy, the card draws he's had.
Yeah, it is exactly playable. The only downside for him is he does only get one 4-drop. Oh my god, and he picks up a Rush minion to kill off the 3/3, so Pocket can't trade off the Web Weaver now.
Pocket is not amused, and Tansoku is amused. That explains that play. Yeah.
Yep, it certainly does. So there is just a Web Weaver on the board. On the bright side for Pocket, he's not going to be drawing many more cards. On the other hand, that minion that Tansoku generated does give him access to a Libram of Justice, which can let him clear up a pretty large board, like a couple of bellhops here.
Yeah.
And he is
got
just
the zero
having...
mana manager to go with it as well.
Yeah, he is having a grand old time. He is just laughing about the absurdity of generating a Urel off of the one EMG minion. So he's now able to just deal with so much more of the board. He's able to push damage, all of this that wouldn't really be possible without it.
Yeah, and the huge deal as well with the O managers now, the Incendius can come down a turn early, which against Shaman is a massive deal too. Because, the Shaman has very linear board development. So to be able to get an Incendius down with Thalnos in hand, a little bit of card draw will turn up most likely, and that could just be clear after clear, and that's a big deal.
Yeah, and Pocket is not going to be happy to see his opponent hovering the coin at this point. Kind of a pretty frequent thing whenever you're playing in Cycle Rogue. You see them holding their coin in their hand tightly on turn 6. Probably not a good sign, because you really don't want them to have access to this Incendius. It just lets them deal with the board so efficiently and continue to push face damage.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of the Rogue deck as more of a combo deck, which, to some degrees it is kind of a combo deck. But this early damage, this early tempo is often overlooked for how much it pushes. Sometimes you just win with a board of 2/2s and 3/2s, right? You don't even need all the asteroid silliness later on.
Yeah, and Pocket just doesn't have a great response here. Not really a ton of options, just plays the fouls to pick off the Web Weaver. Can hope that his opponent doesn't have much card draw, but of course at this point these eruptions are going to continue growing. He's able to get some tempo down maybe with some Phoenixes. I think the big question for Tansoku is, does he actually want to draw a lot of cards now, or does he want to maybe try and grow the eruptions a bit? Because you could technically try and draw like no cards, buff all of the eruptions in deck. But at the same time, if you do that, you're not spending mana on card draw at that point, which often you do want to be doing.
My question was a bit weird as well. Is like, I'm definitely wrong, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Do you play a Thalnos here with the 3 damage eruptions with it down, as your other eruptions are going to get buffed so big anyway? But you do need a Thalnos for the asteroids at some point.
Yeah, I think you'd probably prefer to hold on to them at this stage.
And here we go. Yeah, another big board. Still got some eruptions in the deck. Still got the asteroids to come. Thalnos in hand. Platy, Web Weaver, Crystal Tusk in hand. It's all looking incredibly good for Tansoku right now.
Yep, and beyond all of that, even just the board state alone, Pocket can hardly answer it. I mean, he can go something along the lines of like Avatar Form and Hagatha, but it just doesn't answer the Incendius. Your opponent's able to continue pushing that chip, and at this point, he really just needs to survive until Ziliax. That is how Pocket can win this game still, is stay alive, get the Ziliax down, and maybe your opponent, the eruptions kind of get drawn in an awkward order. So that will be his plan.
12 cards left for Tansoku. 3 eruptions left, I believe. Let me just double check that. Just give me a second.
Yep. He has 3 eruptions and 2 asteroids remaining, as well as a Mauler and a
That might
Shadow
just be
Step.
lethal.
Yeah, it very well could be. Probably will be at this point because these eruptions are just too big. As you can see, all the damage coming out, and still has access to plenty of card draw with the Phoenixes as well. These will each draw a card. Quite likely to end up.
Oh,
with
the Shadow Step.
Yep.
Yeah, he played the Thalnos sensing this was the lethal turn, obviously getting close to the turns where things start getting messy against you with the Shaman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I mean, it really all just came down to that early kind of swing turn where the Urel was picked up. He's able to clear off the board. Everything since then has just been Pocket playing from behind, which is essentially the exact opposite of what you want to be doing with Shaman. This deck really wants to be on the front foot, pushing chip damage in this matchup. Just wasn't quite able to do it based on that early EMG turn.
That leaves Tansoku with the Death Knight. Still very losable. Obviously, Pocket trained. I think the Druid deck personally is a bit favoured into the Death Knight. That might be somewhat of a controversial view. And the Shaman as well. You know, we'll see how that one turns out. But which one do you think is the better one for Pocket? Out of the 2 matchups, he's got to win them both, so it doesn't matter. But something to talk about.
Right. Yeah. And there's also some. Sometimes people will queue in a different way, where some players like to kind of get the bad matchup out of the way early. Some prefer to maybe try and get some momentum going with queuing a good matchup. Personally, I would probably prefer the Druid a bit here. Some Renovators can make things a bit awkward. I believe that Tansoku does run a Renovator in his Death Knight.
Yeah.
So that can maybe make the matchup a bit more difficult, but at the end of the day, I think the Druid does some really strong stuff. Not a deck that is super common, so we'll see if it shows up. But he ends up just going with the Shaman first.
Yeah, the very, very faint, weird thing, it's the sort of thing that Pocket thinks about, which is why I'm even bothering to mention it, is don't reveal how you'd play the Druid unless you have to. Like, you know, we'll play the magic we know first, so we don't show you anything we don't have to show you.
Yeah, fair point.
Just in case he has to do some trickery that no one knows about.
Sure. Pretty decent opener for Pocket. Has Grofin into Birdwatching. Will, of course, want to pick up some early tempo, maybe a Bellhop or a Hagath off that. Meanwhile, Tansoku has the Morbid Swarm, which I'm sure he'll be keeping. The rest of it, maybe a little more suspect. Kind of want to try and find a Lease, try to find Creature Madness. Does end up keeping the Blob, though, just for some early defense.
And picks up a Renovator, which will be traded away at some point.
Probably. I mean, there are some worlds where Pocket plays a Sanctuary on 2, and maybe if Tansoku picks up like another 3-drop, you could see it played, but overall, probably not super likely to get played. Ooh. Which one of these do you like?
Me? Oh no, don't ask me questions. I mean, Elise always springs to mind, but Turbulence on Curve in Shaman is probably my pick, just because we don't get too far behind on board. How stupid is that?
I don't think it's stupid. It's definitely an interesting decision. Elise is kind of one of those cards that it's like, okay, you want this, right? I think that if Pocket had access to a Bellhop or some other turn that spent his mana efficiently next turn, he would be more than happy to take the Elise.
Yeah.
In this case, because he just didn't have anything, ends up going for the Curve and will have the Turbulence. Of course, Tansoku is able to just Hero Power here. He can Hero Power kill off the Battlecry minion, which will reduce the effectiveness of the Turbulence a bit, but it is still a 5/4 on its own.
Yeah, I think early on against DK, with any deck, pretty much, you don't want to get too far behind. Like you say, kills off the Battlecry minion. Correct play. Wouldn't expect anything less from these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And
stop it getting the buff.
Now we do have this blob if we want to try and get rid of some of this pressure. The thing is, it is a bit awkward for Tansoku's Curve, right? He doesn't have access to another 4-drop right now, doesn't even have a 3-drop. Could end up picking one up off the top, and it is so good on board that I would expect him to play it here, and he will do so.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot for Pocket. Not a decision-wise, just it doesn't look great, but does pick up the Murloc, which is going to help so much in this spot.
Yep, with the first version being buffed by Turbulus and the Birdwatching buff, it goes to 4 attack, which is going to let him deal with this poison. It does mean that he isn't able to push the 5 damage, but he does preserve a pretty big board at this point.
Yeah, and Tensoko has no play currently. Now he has some sort of play.
Yeah, I think we'll see this Renovator get traded, and gonna hope to pick up maybe like a Chill Fallen Baron, Handler, or something like that. Still not much to do here.
Yeah, we can't waste our corpses on a Pterodux, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it not the best use of corpses, it's more just that you can't even kill an actual minion with it.
Yeah.
You'd just be killing a frog. I would be a little surprised to see him play it here, because it's not really gaining him that much extra health. I guess the concern, if he doesn't maybe, is that your opponent goes Frosty Decor and they keep pushing damage, but it does feel a little bit weird to me to play it in this spot. I'd be surprised if he did.
My rule is I have but little time.
It looks like
the corpse explosion looks too powerful.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely want to stack some corpses for that. It looks like he is going to play it, which I'm a little surprised to see. Of course, it is just a 4/3 on board with lifesteal, so it's not useless by any means. Your opponent might end up trading into it, but it does mean that your corpse count suffers quite a bit.
Yeah, it's gained him basically 8 health there and killed a minion, so... Of course, Pocket did have to trade into it for attacking to make sure the lifesteal didn't stick, so...
And is able to get these leeches down. Now, Pocket has essentially 2 plays. Either can weapon or could Nomelia just to clear off the leeches. That one doesn't seem super ideal to me. I imagine he will just equip the weapon and push some face damage. Of course, you do want to deal with the leeches, because the scary thing on turn 6 is Husk with a couple leeches on board. But he can just trade both of the 2/4s into leeches and start swinging face with the hammer.
Yeah, and still have an Nomelia for future alongside the hammer as well. So.
Yep, and Nomelia is pretty good against Husk, so if that is the turn that Tensoku takes, I think Pocket will be happy enough to just let the Nomelia go.
These are the turns, like when I play against Husk, I almost always think, oh my goodness, it's a Husk. Well, yeah, this is not going to be pleasant for Pocket, but it's not going to be too horrific either, the way he's built up the board.
Yep.
Leading into his turn 8, where he starts making massive things every turn.
Yep, and pretty close to lethal already with that Fowls pickup. Not quite, but he is able to just Nomelia this board down. And again, this is something that came up earlier. We talked about corpse count. Tensoku does not have 9 corpses, so no worries about Ziliax on this turn alongside a Maladar, which means Pocket can hope that he's able to just close out the game on the next turn.
Lots of choices here for Tensoku. In the ideal world, he'll have an 8/8 in play at the end of the turn, right? So.
Yeah, I'm not sure that... Is there a good enough play?
I don't think there is.
Yeah, like Grifta heal is quite likely what we're going to be looking for here. Steal is okay, but he's going to be looking for healing. He doesn't hit either one.
Oh.
These are absolutely not what he was looking for, and I think he's just gonna end up being dead. I mean, he can stay alive to the Fowls. If he kills both minions off and leaves himself at 13, he would be alive. To do that, you would have to do something along the lines of deal 6 to a 2/4 and then Handler, which is not a pretty play. Oh, he does pick up the second Pterodax, though. That is even better. He does. That is the best draw by far. Pocket not happy to see that. And a giant comes down alongside it as well.
Told you to get the giant down this turn. What do you know? It's unbelievable, actually.
Yeah,
these Growthins have done the name, right? They have grown.
They certainly have, yeah, and I mean that does at least make a large board. You can see Pocket a bit frustrated because that was at that point of the turn the only out from the card draw, and he had played a Handler or a Pterodax as well previously, so that does keep Tensoku alive, but he is still behind on board and doesn't necessarily have a great answer.
It's so weird. Like he was definitely looking for gain 12, but as it turned out, the card draw worked out as a better play for him. Despite obviously he needed a lot of luck for it to work, which is why he wasn't looking for that at the start of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Just showing on the top the right hand side. We'll use it more later on, but I wanted you to play with 53 ceaseless. Prove we can show you.
We have the technology. Beautiful.
We do. That'll matter in warrior matches a lot more.
Yeah, so this is the only play that Tansoku had available that deals with the large minion. Of course, I don't think that he's thrilled about doing this because, I mean, he knows about the Growfin on the other side. Pocket does choose not to go for Growfin, though, ends up just drawing with the Firehawk. Maybe looking for the other set of Bellhops, probably. But he doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Just gonna point these Fowl's face, try to set up some damage. Now would probably be around the time when you're kind of hoping they don't have Ziliax, right? Pocket does have his own Ziliax to respond to it, but he'd much prefer if he could just win the game, and if his opponent maybe isn't able to deal with this board, doesn't have taunts, then this Alakir could end up pushing the rest of the damage, because it is 10 damage on its own.
So I've been distracted by a member of Team 5. It's their fault that I'm now currently disabled. They're unable to talk at all. It's just gone. Right, carry on.
Yep.
Thanks, Celestial, for that.
So Tansoku's looks like he's gonna go ahead and open this Xavius. He does already kind of have a good turn in hand, or at least a decent turn with Blob plus Morbid Swarm, and there is a Ziliax available off of this, which I would be pretty surprised to see him pass up on, because that is really what he's looking for at this stage, I would say.
Right, I'm back with you.
All right, welcome back. So yeah, the Blob is going to make things pretty awkward for Pocket here. He's not quite able to push through. And now there is the worry of Ziliax, of course, from Tansoku, having seen him play Xavius on the previous turn.
So, at what point, if the Death Knight wins this, does it turn around? Because the Shaman has infinite big things for the next 4 or 5 turns. How's the stabilization look for the
I actually think we're nearly at that point already, I would say, because Tansoku has picked up the Ziliax. There's an extra 2/2 alongside it as well, which means it's even harder to get through. And now he's practically just winning on board, right? After this turn, he can trade 2 Ziliaxes. He value trades the 4/4 and the poison. Suddenly Pocket's left with just a 3/3. And sure, he has a couple of large minions in hand, but there's also a Ceaseless available. There's a Ceaseless, there's an Elise in his hand, so I would already say at this point, Tansoku's really not in a bad spot at all.
Yeah, and the Shaman over time will just run out of big things to do, right? As you can see, there's only 2 or 3 left in hand now, depending how you class the Alakir that has a lot to get through. Obviously, there's the reusing of the weapon, something I think we were all scared of when we first saw the card. It just doesn't really factor in apart from just occasionally, right?
Yeah, pretty tough to make that happen. And the reason why is because you end up with these kind of board states where, you know, your opponent starts playing Ziliax, they make some taunts, and Shaman doesn't have the most flexibility on these kind of boards, right? There's not really AoE in the deck. The closest thing you have to AoE is Avatar form, to be able to deal with a couple of smaller taunts maybe. But something like Alakir might end up running into taunts later, which is not what you really want to see.
Yeah, obviously Alakir, a card you don't really, I mean, it was fine, right? You can buff it with your Elise location stuff, it makes sense, but you're in there so you can play Elise. You don't particularly want it in your deck a lot of the time.
Right.
It's just there as a nice little closer, makes up the Elise. It's better than Shadowsteel, I think, although there may be Shadowsteel players. I haven't checked every list yet.
With that said, Pocket does still have a pretty decent board, right? These Ziliaxes were buffed, so they're a bigger threat than if they were just 6/5s or 7/6s. Ceaseless still costs 10. He can make it a bit cheaper while playing other cards, but if you can force, I would say from Pocket's point of view, if he can force out a Ceaseless here, then he might be in a potentially actually winning spot. Whereas if they're able to play a 0 mana Ceaseless, you're in big trouble. But having seen the 9 mana one, he gives it a bit of a nod. I think he's okay with that because he still has some board, right? He has these grow fins. Not sure how big the one in hand is. It is just an 8/8, which is not ideal, but it's still something.
Yeah, 8/8s into 10/10s is not traditionally good. He does also have draw 1 card if he really wants to risk it, if he thinks it's going all the way to the end. But yeah.
And a Muradin, which of course he did already use the first swing of the weapon, meaning that this one grows in size. This one would the Muradin is only 9 attack. Unfortunately, if it was 10, it would be quite a bit more comfortable here because you could go Muradin and then re-equip the weapon.
Yeah.
But still an okay turn, right? He gets to develop something, deal with the board.
Do you have to deal with the board? Can you make them deal with the board? Just leave the 10/10 there? Does that get really bad really fast?
No, I think you can leave the 10. You might kind of have to. Well, okay, so there is one big concern actually about leaving the 10. The concern there would be your Muradin does stick on board, which essentially he's saying no Shaladra. I think if your opponent's able to play Shaladra here, you're in big trouble because they can sap the Muradin and your weapon disappears. It is gone into the void, and I think at that point it would be incredibly hard to win. I think he's probably just feeling that he's not in a great spot, which is pretty accurate assessment at this point of the game, so he's not going to try and play around it.
Just want to remind people that this deck almost always only plays 1 Corpse Explosion, if you're wondering why he's not playing on the second one of those or anything like that. There's just not the space in this deck to play 2 of them. There's too many things eating up your corpses, etc.
But Tansoku is able to pick a 10-drop here because he still has this Maladar far left that's kind of just been waiting. Lets him cheat out this 10-mana location. Pocket not happy to see it at all because he's just able... I think, is it just lethal? It's just lethal, yeah. He doesn't even need to deal with the board. He could, but it's just lethal with this location. I think most 10s were going to be a problem, but Tansoku does get the job done.
Yeah, punches the air, of course he does. He's won the first match of his campaign this time around, but also he's beaten Pocket Train, who he had lost to 4 times out of 5 previously, and that must be a relief in its own right. And that brings the opening matches of Group A to a close, and I think that means that Shao T and Pocket Train will play each other on Saturday to see who is eliminated. That's going to be a long wait, Banter, for both of them.
It absolutely will be. I think most people would not have expected that to be the elimination match for this group. Or is it the elimination match, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, elimination, then decider. I think there you go.
Yeah. Tough one for both them to take, but I'm sure they'll both prepare for it, do the best that they can. I'm sure Pocket will be disappointed with that first set. I think he did mention that he feels a bit better against the other players in his group. He did say that Tansoku was probably the worst matchup for him, so I'm sure that he won't be feeling too defeated and still got a chance to bring it back on Saturday.
Yeah, on the other side of it, though, we are going to start to move forward in a moment with Tansoku and Definition. One of those people won't have to worry about all this Saturday nonsense. They'll go through straight to Sunday. Yes, we just have a quick look at how groups look. Top 2 go through, but we don't find out who the second one is until Saturday. We're going to play through to 1 person advancing in each group of A and B today. Same tomorrow with C and D, and then the decider matches will be played on the Saturday, which again is this long wait we've been talking about. And did you ever have to do that? Did you ever have the long wait?
I don't think I ever had a super long wait. The most I've really had to wait was for like 1 day. Definitely not 2 full days ever, I don't think. And but on the flip side, like you said, for Tansoku and Definition, gonna be a big relief for whoever's able to come out on top of that match, because you just get to chill. You get to watch some Hearthstone for a couple days. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe prepare the day before for top 8, but definitely gonna be nice for whoever is able to get the win on that one.
Well, it was great to have you finally on here, Banter. Hope to see you again later in the day. But we're going to go chill now, and we're going to set up the decider match for you. The winners match for you for this group. Definition Tansoku. See you in about 3 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day one of the 2025 Hearthstone World Championships. We are going to decide our first player to make it out of the groups on this fine afternoon where I'm from. I'm joined here with Edelweiss, who's been sitting on the sidelines for the first couple of matches. What have you made of the World Championships so far?
Definitely some unexpected twists and turns. We've seen my prediction and yours both go having to wait their turn for Elimination Day. So, bit of a rough start for us.
It's not gone well, no, and I do think that potentially sets up some warning flares for the lineup that Pocket Train and Fury has, which is kind of the big narrative thread of this tournament, right? Lots of similar lineups, and then Pocket and Fury has, depending on who you talk to, this big counter lineup that can give them an edge in the tournament, and that's absolutely how Pocket Train won the World Championship a couple of years ago when he did.
Right.
My problem, and why Pocket Train isn't necessarily my pick, is that I don't necessarily believe in that counter lineup as much as I have in some of Pocket's lineups in the past. However, I can't really brag at this point because I spent a good solid 2 or 3 minutes in the intro talking about how great Xiao Ti was, and then he threw horribly and has ended up in losers. So, yeah, maybe I don't know anything either. But we have a winner's match. We have 2 very successful players lined up who have won their opening series, and it's going to be Tansoku versus Definition. You were just talking to me off camera and said that you nearly went with Tansoku over Pocket Train. Why is that, Edelweiss?
I don't always keep like strict notes or happenings or everything. I just remember that when we last saw Tansoku on camera, I felt pretty good about his performance at that time.
Okay.
And I think he was my pick for that event, and performed pretty well. And I like to go with kind of a more I guess underrated pick sometimes. Ultimately did go with Pocket just because I think if everyone else had gone Pocket, and this is just the kind of caster I am, maybe it's the podcaster in me. If everyone else had gone Pocket, I would have been like, all right, well, Pocket has enough attention, maybe I'll pick someone else. But this time, none of us picked Pocket, so I had to.
Yeah, it would feel weird if a whole tournament passed with none of the casting crew picking Pocket Train, especially when there's just so many of us for this tournament, adding in a couple of extra special guests along the way. But Definition versus Tansoku is what we have coming up here. Both players have pretty similar lineups. We've got a warrior on one side and a shaman on the other, which you would expect to have some kind of impact on the ban strategies. I think the players who have shaman in there tend to be a little more forgiving towards the warriors, more likely to ban hunter just because the matchup spread kind of tilts that way once you add the shaman in there. So we will see if that pans out anytime soon. But certainly from what we've seen so far, the 2 real clean performers, not that I necessarily think Pocket Train really did anything wrong going into his series, but Tansoku and Definition in particular just look very comfortable with the stage and the position they find themselves in. Tansoku, you might expect that from because we've spent so much time talking about what a veteran he is. Just always around, format to format, competitive system to competitive system. Tansoku is there or thereabouts, making his big push now at the World Championships finally. Definition, much more of a newcomer, although on a real hot streak recently. But surprising me, at the very least, just how calm and collected he seemed throughout that whole process. And even confident enough to be a little bit mocking towards Xiao Ti, I think, on camera when that big throw happened for Xiao Ti. So Definition looking very comfortable in his own skin, which, as I was mentioning to Raven, can be the big decider when you get down to this World Championship level. Everyone here is a great player. You would expect people not to bring terrible lineups. There's no Plague DK to bait people into throwing this time around when it comes to the lineups. So you would expect the edges, the margins to be really, really small throughout the field. So sometimes it is just who keeps their head, and Definition in particular has really, really impressed me with that so far through the last few tournaments and through this first series.
Yeah, I think a tournament like this one, if you look at the lineups in particular, barring the outliers of Pocket and Fury, it's going to be just a game of small edges with these little differences in tech card choices from lineups, and yeah, ultimately with execution play, because so many of the classes archetypes are just exactly the same across the board. I think there's 12 of these DKs, there's 12 of the quest warriors, lots of shaman, 9 of the 10 rogues are cycle. I think there's just the one Protoss rogue. So much of it is going to play out in just pure execution, and of course the little bit of luck that's always present in a card game.
Also fascinating, actually, the way I broke it down earlier has not been the way the bans have panned out here, because Tansoku, with the Shaman version of this lineup, has banned the Warrior away from Definition, whereas Definition with the Warrior, in theory, even though it has ended up being banned, has gone ahead and banned the Hunter, which is not the way I would have predicted this one panning out, but it has been the reality, and I think that's already 2 bans out of the 3. That I think some people came out and said one thing was going to happen and the other thing happened. And then obviously there's a Pocket Train series where we're all kind of flying by the seat of our pants a little bit in terms of what the ban strategy is with that lineup, how each individual player is going to approach it. So the two between the quote-unquote normal lineups in the tournament, the ban strategies have differed wildly from series to series. We'll see how that develops, but Tansoko seems to be on banning Warrior from one of the most common lineups in the tournament. What do you make of it?
Well, it comes in kind of an odd spot, right? Because Warrior, I think, is one of those things that people in part play to deal with the hunters.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so now then having the hunter banned, you sort of just have to take a look at some of the rest of these matchups. I mean, I suppose we have seen previously, right, Warrior can certainly armor up out of range of a cycle rogue, but sometimes the cycle rogue also just gets their engine churning far faster than the Warrior can keep up with. So
yeah.
I don't know. It feels like not a miscalculation, but sort of something where Tansoku maybe wasn't expecting Hunter to be the ban from Definition if Warrior was his pick.
Yeah, and it does also become, if you are following your opponent, you see what they banned, you can then adapt your, obviously Definition has already played against a somewhat regular lineup in the first series, whereas Tansoku had to play against the wildcard train, so Tansoku can then potentially look at Definition's bans and say, well, I'm going to do this based off that. Because the dynamic between the bannable decks, the Hunters and the Warriors, they are very interlinked, as you're describing, because, the Hunter beats the Warrior, but then if the Warrior's banned, you've got nothing left to really go up against the Hunter, so do you then have to ban out the Hunter? It's a very multifaceted ban strategy, I think, overall. Have just got word, by the way, obviously, if you have been watching, Tansoku did play the previous series, just requested a few minutes to reset in between, as is his right. Don't know why I struggled to say that so many times, but I did. So yeah, we're just holding on, but now the bans are in. I'm assuming that means that Tansoku is sat back down and ready to go. So we should be rolling into some gameplay as soon as possible. But this is going to be the story of the majority of the tournament, is seeing these particular decks interact. I know Pocket Train and Fury feel like they do a little bit better against Definition style of lineup over Tansoku's style of lineup, but do you have any opinion on the two crashing into each other? Does the Shaman really offer up anything new and interesting in this one?
I mean, the Shaman, I feel like, is in this position where it defaults to very powerful plays without a lot of effort, if that makes sense, right? Like,
yeah.
It is a just more straightforward deck, and I think sometimes that can have great benefit because it means like you can sort of, not that you don't have to still execute well, but you can sort of reserve some of your thinking power, your processing power for when you're playing decks like the Cycle Rogue, and then on the part of the opponent, you still present powerful boards that they have to consider how to deal with, right? If you're putting a pair of 5/4s down on turn 3 as the Shaman, that is a powerful play that happens with some frequency as long as you birdwatching. So I feel like that's its edge, but the backdraw being that, or drawback rather, that straightforward play means your opponent knows what to anticipate on certain turns.
Yeah, and I think we certainly saw an amount of that in the Pocket Train matchup. And I think The thing with that Shaman is it becomes exacerbated when you have to play from behind, right? When you have to play with Shaman from behind against a very, very good player, they can predict against Shaman with extremely high accuracy the play that you want to make and deny it. And I think we kept seeing that from Tansoku, who clearly, has the experience on the Shaman himself, bringing it to the tournament, who was able to say, okay, well, you want to play Furious Fouls this turn, so I'm going to make a board that's awkward against it. Okay, you want to play... I know you have the Growth in your hand, because that's the one that is literally 100% telegraphed, so I'm going to make an awkward board against that. My 10-10s versus your 8-8s, and all this kind of stuff. So I do agree with you. It's a deck that does telegraph super hard, but it is also a deck where if it gets in front, the generic power of those curved out plays is just too much to deal with overall. Does look like we have our first decks locked in, at the very least, as we are waiting to start this one off. Definition's going to be on the Rogue. Tansoku is going to be on the Death Knight. And I was just, while you were talking, going back to look at the bans from that initial series that I cast, just to double check, where Definition did ban Warrior in the initial series against Zhao Ti. Where of course Zhao Ti has Hunter, Rogue, Shaman, and Warrior, with Tansoku having the Death Knight being the difference in that one. So I don't know how much that plays into the effect. No Warrior to ban from Tansoku's side, so he chose to take care of the Hunter. So I don't know whether Tansoku was looking at that, reading into it, choosing to take out the Warrior instead. But I do think that ban strategy is going to be something to keep an eye on as the tournament develops. But kicking things off, Cycle Rogue and DK looks like what we're going to be dealing with first. Do you have much experience in this matchup?
Well, I've played a lot of DK.
Okay.
It is one of my preferred classes because of the rune system. I think it's fun to build decks for, and this Death Knight has a lot of flexibility. Maintaining Fire Rack, even after the change right now, it just allows you to keep Elise without having to run something like Ceaseless. Though of course some of them do. Looks like that's actually a difference between their two decks. Definition has the Firak, and Tansoku does not, has Ceaseless instead. Additionally, with that Firak, Definition has the Neralex, whereas majority of players in this event have gone for Marin. I think with Firak being weaker,
yeah, that's right.
A lot of folks have just opted, Neralex cheesing out is not that important, and you do still have Exarch for cheating out big plays, and there it doesn't have to be a dragon. So yeah, that'll be a difference that I think can come up considerably, is like who has Marin or does not have Marin. But in terms of, you said Cycle Rogue, right?
Cycle Rogue against DK is going to be the first matchup.
It's just, I think DK doesn't have the capacity to just get out of range the way that a warrior does, right?
Yep.
And so those first 4 or 5 turns for the Cycle Rogue can be just so important to see if they have the explosive power to just sort of run over the DK. And on the DK side, you're looking for your little package of early game, right? Of leeches, Dreadhound Handler, Creature of Madness. Creature of Madness has done such a strange thing to deck building. I don't know if you feel the same.
Valera! In what way? Sorry, elaborate.
Yeah, so because it's a 2-drop that gives you a 3-drop, and usually a pretty powerful 3-drop. Now it's not like a hugely board impactful 2-drop, but it still is good against your Morbid Swarms or against, from the Shaman, their Murloc Growfins, right? Just having something down. But it creates this thing where certain decks will have not actually that many actual cards to play in the early game, but because of Creature of Madness, it creates this spike where it speaks for your 2-drop and your 3-drop.
Sure,
so you just don't have as many 3-drops.
Yeah, that's fair. We've seen a couple of cards like that in the past. The one that always comes to mind when people talk about that kind of stuff is Dark Peddler in Warlock, where it had the flexibility to be a 2-drop or a 3-drop because of the discovering a 1 on top of everything else. So I do think those cards are very, very interesting. And you see even decks like Hunter, right, massively overloaded in the 3-mana slot that, pulls away from that kind of card because they have so many plays already. But Edelweiss, we've made it. We're here. There is gameplay on our screen. And Definition has come out with a very juicy looking rogue opener. Double Space Rock Collector with a dubious purchase to discount alongside it is absolutely huge. But Tansoku did have the spiders early on, which you were mentioning, one of the absolute crucial cards to try and stop that early push.
Yeah, I mean, you really love to see leeches in particular, because those start ticking your health up and making Definition worry about, you know, it's only one a turn, but if it keeps happening every turn, that's kind of like how you can keep yourself safer from those rocks and everything.
Whoa! Someone pressed hero power in 2025 instead of spending mana. I did think for a while that if you did this when you had cards to spend mana on, Hearthstone just uninstalled itself on your computer, but apparently that's not the case.
I mean, he did see that, you know, there was no Creature of Madness, like it was just a hero power for Tansoku, and this one of Definitions gets to clear those 2 1/1s, just to avoid the further use. And as I was just mentioning, like there's not a lot of 3-drops. Yeah, and Tansoku actually just saying 3/3 is the most important thing right now, even more than trading for a different card.
I do not mind that at all, but Definition can't hang about too much here. I think one of the key parts of this matchup for me, honestly, is, you know, we talked about these early defensive tools that you can have as the DK, but I do think it's very important to push hard through those and try and get that board, you know, with a Web Weaver and maybe a 3/2 and 2/2/1s or something. Get that board out before turn 4. If you can EMG on top of all of that, fantastic. But you really want to start getting those things down before the corpses build up for Pterodax, and crucially before the corpse explodes effect, because that's the easiest way to get like 10 chip damage through. And if you get 10 chip damage through, some absolute craziness is going to happen with leeches in order to get out of range in terms of max health when you're still taking damage from minions. So I'm a little surprised with just how calm and collected Definition is playing this one so far. But he is going to have a swing turn fairly soon with that massively discounted dubious purchase.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, not going for the dubious purchase there, even though he could isolate the 3/3. But yeah, having what's the shorthand they're using for it? EMG. Everything must go.
Yep.
Yeah. Along with this weapon, right now he has the ability to guarantee, you know, 2 cards from the weapon, 3 from the dubious, you know, more from the cultist map, and get, you know, a pretty good amount of the way there for that early board.
I think the
the
problem.
one.
Oh, that is going to be huge, actually, depending on how these card draws line up. Dumping coins first. Looks like we might be going Lorinda strat here, which is throw coins out of your hand before you get confused in the middle of the turn. Yep. No, yeah, looking good. Looking good.
Ooh.
Gonna bet on the cultist map. Does hit the wisp. Okay.
Yep. But that actually still only lets you play one of them, right?
One. Yeah, didn't get there.
Yeah, just a mana short, right? With needed like a prep or something in there. I think it's, you know, really disappointing for Definition at this point. Like, I guess you take the dubious because it's just easier to play. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe because you haven't played first copies of very many things.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think Wisp actually ended up being the worst playable card you could find from the map there, because obviously, like you say, if you hit a prep, you are absolutely in business. You could just prep out the second map, guarantee both EMGs, make a massive board. Still gets the 4/4s, nothing to sniff at. But yeah, I think the problem people ran into with Everything Must Go is quite often when you get a card like that that's a long name that doesn't have like a really obvious noun that you can refer to it by, people will just use the first word as shorthand. But that really doesn't work. You can't say, oh, he's got everything in hand, he's going to play everything, right? Like that doesn't work. That's incredibly confusing. So yeah, we've got the initialism instead. That's what we've stuck with.
Well, now the prep comes into hand. And we'll see if it's able to, do enough work to get that second DMG played. Tansoku, not the most impressive having to play the Demolition Renovator, but I think once you have Elise, gone are the days, Soddle, of only picking 1-cost locations. I think this will be the event of 5-cost locations.
Yeah.
Because so frequently with the pace of these matches, it's just Elise is your 4, location is the 5, and then you go on to your 6.
I'm glad that there are people here to hold me accountable for the 1% of the time that I'm actually wrong. It's very important. Thank you.
Time's ticking.
Awkward turn, yeah. There's the Eat the Imp just doesn't have a really nice target to use the prep on, so he is just going to prep out the second doobie. Now does have a 0 mana card to drop the Eat the Imp on.
Yep. So it works out in the end.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, we'll take that.
Nice one to see, yeah.
7 cards remaining here for Definition. We'll take a little peek. Still does have the Incendious on there. Chooses to float on mana with the Platasaur. I imagine not wanting to eat up the Shadow Steps this turn because they are incredibly high value now for the lethal push, with Maulers and Double Web Weaver still remaining. So I imagine just choosing not to take the risk with the Platy.
The risk here is that... Oh, wait. Oh, that timing is very weird. So, the Phoenix... Wait, why was there another card drawn there? And Phoenix didn't go to hand first. Oh, for some reason I thought there were 2 Phoenix effects that were going to be triggering.
No,
sorry.
no. Just one. So Mauler picked up off the Platasaur. No Incendious in here yet, so this is all raw asteroid damage. Only 6 mana as well, because this has gone so fast with the prepped out EMGs, the prep map, sorry, the prepped out dubious purchases, the discounted dubious purchase, the prep map, hitting Wisp, and then hitting another prep. So he's got through the deck really, really quickly. It's one of those games where Incendious can actually look a tiny bit slow. The Definition here, having hit the Mauler off the Platasaur, is deciding to just commit now with the steps. Now is going to full hold for the Blood Mage on the following turn with another Web Weaver still remaining. Not ideal, I don't think. I think the Moonstone Mauler hit off the Platasaur just had Definition kind of confused here, because now he's in this spot where the Shadow Stepped Mauler is back in his hand with the Platasaur still on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an easy interaction to not not think of, right? You would figure that the tag would sort of be removed since you played it, and then it went backwards in zones.
My rule is eternal.
Awkward picks probably is just Frost Strike, yeah. Doesn't have a big enough discount on anything else.
Sarian is fine.
I have but little time.
Lot of 2 health minions, so. Gonna check for more information first. Trickster draws Corpse Explosion.
There that goes.
Yep. And, I mean, yeah, it just always has to be Incendious. If you can play Incendious on 7, you must.
Yes. Push the 4 as well. Yep. Very obvious attack in Definition's position, but still nice to see him making it. You cannot have any fear over this board state right now. You just need every single piece of face damage you can get just to mitigate. You can also see on the screen, if you're not taking note of all of our broadcast improvements here, you can see Tansoku's maximum health down there just above his mana crystals, 34.
Yeah, I was wondering if this might be the play where you dream something and then keep pushing face. Didn't get the Nightmare, though, which I think is a big deal.
It is, yeah. See how much damage is loaded up in Definition's deck. 7 of those 9 cards are cast on draw damage effects, which means he has a great chance of hitting one here, as he is 10 carding Definition.
Yep, bounce
So
the
he can.
4/4.
Too many cards.
There we go. All right, mitigates a small amount of damage. Not sure if
Yeah.
that ends up being enough though.
I think, like, among the available options, it was sort of the best way to go, right? Like, bouncing the Insidious doesn't matter as much because, I mean, 1, you give them potential to replay it. 2, Definition has to go off, so the raid becomes less relevant.
We do what the living cannot.
So I think Tansoku's just hoping, okay, we bounce the 4/4 and hope we can get a lethal next turn. Definition doesn't know that Tansoku didn't get Nightmare.
Yep, I think Tansoku is also just holding on to some hope here that maybe a key card, a step, or a mauler or something is buried at the bottom,
Yep.
and Definition just doesn't have the card draw to be able to get through the deck and empty everything. But Definition, I think, having it all lined up,
Yep. Yep.
should have more than enough damage here.
All right, where's this 2 damage going, though? Ah.
I know all the steps.
That's a good point, actually. If the Thurician had killed the Blood Mage, you'll lose it. Not only do you lose damage, you take an extra card draw along this stage, right?
Yeah.
Like, that actually could have swung the game. Wow, that's a potential out that I had not looked at. You see the way here, by the way, the draw step works. You don't complete the full chain with all the asteroids drawing, and then you take the fatigue damage afterwards, which would result in a tie if that were to happen with those exact health totals. You just die as soon as you get hit in the face with the asteroid that kills you. But if that Blood Mage had been hit, that is 1 extra card draw for Definition in that position, which could have ended up being lethal the other way to the card draw steps, because he would have also needed more card draw steps to kill Tansoku with the reduced damage. So a potential out there with the Thurician that I was not even looking at. But a huge first game, even with that slow play of the hero power on turn 2 from Definition. An absolute turbo draw through the deck, getting down to basically empty on the Incendious turn on turn 7, and just too much damage built up for Tansoku, who tried his best to find some outs, but I just don't think they were there.
I mean, I think he took the best line, right? Consider the scenario where rather than the minions from Shaladrasil, he gets Nightmare. Definition was at 4 at the end of that game, right? So, obviously, he would have that information of 5 less life, but it could have really created this awkward moment where Definition just can't afford to draw the cards that he needs to push the damage, because he would take too much in fatigue and die.
It would introduce an astronomical amount of thinking that you wouldn't want to do, because then you'd have to start thinking about, okay, I'll do all my Mauler first without drawing any cards, right? Then I'll play the Web Weaver, then a Wisp or a Phoenix or whatever that starts the draw chain, so that you get as few of those end of interaction draw steps where you take fatigue. You get as few of those as possible, because you have as few card draw iterations as possible. But that's so much thinking that you do not want to do in that position where you have the potential lethal lined up. It would introduce so many more failure points for Definition to run into, and honestly, it looked like there was a pretty high chance that could have happened if either the Nightmare or the Blood Mage shot had come out at the end. But as it stands, the timeline we live in, Definition did take the win, even through looking a little bit suspect. For the first time in this tournament, Tansoku is going to have to play from behind, but he's got his Morbid Swarm.
Yeah, and into coin 3/3. I mean, don't know if he'll go for that, but it looks pretty solid to me. And you take your draws when you can get them as a Death Knight, I think.
Yeah, the other option, of course, is just to say, yep, we'll have no more cheating of mana from you, my dear. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's around as a tech card because of the prevalence of Elise, but hey, when you've got a target right there.
Yeah, the prevalence of Elise and just a very specific rude gesture to Pocket Train and Fury in particular with their location druid as well.
They have got ways around it, but yeah.
They do, yep.
My instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
Yeah, fair enough. Was eyeing the Shaladrosel there, but of course, no discounts when it comes to this Windrunner sister, so makes it a lot less valuable as a Discover pick.
Nightmares are never forgotten.
I do sometimes have that problem with the, if she's the third sister in the chain and she's sat in my hand, sometimes I feel without any discount on the spells, I'm like, is it even worth playing this to like add 2 cards to my hand and like make my hand size awkward to manage, Like sometimes it can feel like that, there's so many powerful effects to cheat mana in the game now that sometimes when you have to play one that doesn't, you can feel like you're struggling a bit.
Yeah, it's just that one where it's like, could these maybe like discount by 1, right, or something? But not that the cards need.
And then they bring that
help.
into the game, and we're like, oh my god, this card is disgusting. Like this is the best card in Hearthstone now. Like why have they done this? Yeah. What idiot suggested this? Oh, that was me. Okay, fine.
Picks here are interesting in terms of effect. I like Dreadhound Handler the best, right? Like you just instant corpse count. But it can also be nice to just like make sure you have something like that for later on.
Yeah, in terms of the text in the bottom box, I really like Dreadhound Handler. In terms of the text in the top box, I really like Exarch. It's just such a powerful card to be able to, we were just talking about the potential to cheat mana in Hearthstone right now, and this is one of the strongest ways available in the game right now to do it.
Yeah, I think we may need to Corpse Explosion this, though.
I think we may too. And Definition making a play which suggests he has some level of experience on this deck, because when you first pick up Discover Hunter, you hold on to that Neri in your hand for dear life. It does not hit the board until you have lethal in your hand. But sometimes this is absolutely correct. Just make your opponent have to deal with it. If they can't, you win the game immediately. If they can, it's potentially disruptive to their turn and their long-term planning.
Although, in this case, it is more of a like, well, let's get stuff out of your hand, because, Definition hasn't got the follow-up.
No.
But this being gone means that it could potentially be much harder for the Insidious to get cleared on 7.
Drink with me, friend.
Does mean we are just going to have to see Brewmaster doing Brewmaster things. These have been rather hotly contested as inclusions in the deck over time. I think if you're playing the very, very aggressive slimmed down version of the deck, which is a lot more all-in on just chip damage plus burn spells, Brewmasters are much, much more common, just because the opportunity to have repeat Sylvanas is just so much extra damage to your super burn heavy version of the deck.
Yep.
But sometimes they do just sit in hand like this, and you end up, paying 5 mana to heal your Sylvanas, heal your sister by 3 and pick up an extra tracking. Like, it's not brilliant in terms of application of the useful Brewmaster.
Though, in this instance, tracking, a very good pickup.
Yes, absolutely.
Like this, just get the Stitch Giant down. Doesn't need to be free, just needs to be on board.
Everything is a melting point.
Definition slams his 7 and says go. I'm going to wonder if Tansoku is going to do the same in response.
Indeed.
He is. All right, close your eyes.
Yeah, takes the wand. Fair enough. I mean, Tansoku does have the advantage here of knowing that he's got Ziliax, right? So he can take some damage from eruptions and all these things, and then be able to heal it back up.
Bob is a fairly useful looking asset here, though, it has to be said, in terms of being able to switch the aggression.
Sure. Yeah. Just freeze, go face, and potentially brew the Bob, right?
8 combatants enter, and I take the crown.
I don't know how many of our viewers remember a certain shaman card that would it actually froze all minions, I think, but it got bigger when you played it, and of course the age of Triple Frost, Frostworm's Fury, the ability to make a minion and freeze the opponent's board is just very, very powerful.
Good hits, good discounts for Tansoku. Blob of Tar is huge in terms of providing some defense here.
I do wonder what mana cost of location Tansoku goes for, given that there's not really the corpses there yet for...
Oh.
Interesting. I was going to say, there's not the corpses there yet for a 10, but you can just wait on the Elise and play another Blob of Tar.
Just looking at the deck for Tansoku, he definitely left 4 mana open deliberately there for the Goblet, right? As well as -1 hand space by not playing the Sylvanas first. Although Sylvanas would have replaced with the location anyway, so it's actually the same hand size. Blob of Tar obviously ended up being a massive hit. I'm just looking at the deck list trying to figure out if there's anything else in there specifically that he would have wanted the multiple copies of. Not really, with 4 mana remaining, I don't think. Because even Pterodax wasn't playable, right? He only had 1 core.
Yep.
I could.
Oh, Steel is good. You can pick up, the death rattles from the Blob. But might just want the draw 3, right? Draw 3 is the one that is sort of the worst for your opponent to play most of the time, because discarding 2 cards is so scary. And yeah, I could use the cards.
There is, of course, opportunities with the eruptions.
Yep. Finally gets the Niall.
I found a sea urchin.
I was going to say, you just play the people and hit the draw 3 again.
No eruptions, though.
No final eruption, though. Okay, so we'll just have to trade through the minions. There's 1 eruption away from winning the game there, but still finds himself in an excellent position.
And Tansoku 1 corpse away from being able to Elise for a 10. Can squeeze in a hero power, though. That is all of Tansoku's turn. And I don't know if any 10 location can gain the 12 armor and clear enough of the board.
Right. You can look, or you can just take a 1 here to potentially make some impact. Maybe just small amount of armor gain, discover a spell, something like that, and still be able to Exarch out the Ziliax. Maybe that is enough to keep you alive.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
I was wondering if that would be the case. Yeah. Just the safest option, right? Gain a little bit of armor and gain the guaranteed lifesteal.
We should see it this turn, so I'm not going to check, but I'm a little confused as to what was taken. Discover a spell, +1 attack. Wow, fascinating. Turn down armor twice in that position. Was offered it on both options. I was confused seeing it come up the second time because it wasn't taken on the first attack.
Is not happy about missing something.
these could belong to a brand new species.
Almost, but not fully killing the Incendious certainly is a bit awkward. I mean, this board has to be dealt with from definition, but it leaves open the possibility of it getting brewed.
There we go. Okay, I was going to say, definition just has to hit eruption at some point during all of these discover hits, and he's absolutely fine. He missed it off the initial and then gets it off the hero power instead, and then that is going to be enough to take it home. 2-0 lead for definition, and I think a fair assessment to say neither of these players now in the winners match, with the stakes raised even further, looking quite as comfortable as they looked in their openers. A little bit of stress coming in, certainly a little bit of awkwardness in the rogue game for definition in the first game of the series, perhaps a little bit of awkwardness there for Tansoku as well in game 2 on the side with the Death Knight, but the result is definition is 2-0 up and is now a solitary Death Knight win away from making it out of his group on day 1, Thursday, of our World Championships in 2025. Just the Death Knight left to win with. You got to imagine he's feeling pretty fantastic with how this series has gone so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be up 2-0, one step away from just waiting till Sunday, right? You get to, that's the great thing about these 4 days is you just get to relax until that top 8. Tansoku, on the other hand, if he should fall here, there's been a bit of a ping-ponging between him and Pocket. Pocket beat him in the previous event in top 4, and then Tansoku beat him here. If Pocket wins the first elimination and Tansoku loses here, they will play yet again, for that second elimination on Saturday before the top 8.
Yeah, sometimes those rivalries are just written in the stars and you can't get away from them, and that does certainly seem to be one for the modern era. Although you could argue Tansoku has been around at a high level for so long. Surely he's played everyone 300 times in high level competition at this point, because he is a veteran of this stuff. Keeping hold of the Parrot Sanctuary, definition back to maximum vibe mode at the top as well. Just needing this Death Knight win to take him home, take him out of the groups, and he will be marching on to Championship Sunday with as good a chance as anyone else at that World Championship.
Yeah, looking at the hands here, definition has the Neralex and the Fireack, so ability to squeeze that out a little bit earlier. In some respects, it almost feels better, that combination, now that Fireack costs 10 instead of 9, because you're cheating out just a little bit more mana.
You're cheating out more mana to do a worse effect with the card. I'm not sure I'm going with you on this one.
Yeah. It casts less mana of spells, but in terms of the actual, it always just felt a little bit weird to me that you were running a 7 cost for what is effectively a 1 mana discount, right? It's a 9 mana card, and you get to play it on turn 8 with Neralex.
But I think that does also discount the extra body that you add to the board at the same time, right? Which can be very, very relevant.
So Pooh has got the 5/4s, a signature of the Shaman at this point.
The definition does have the Blob of Tar to deal with it. There is a pop-up book, which Tansoku held on to for one of the... Oh, hello, actually. Well, never mind.
Yeah, turn was looking awkward, but... it's one of your few ways of dealing with big things, but if a Blob of Tar is in the way... I do wonder a little bit about that Parrot Sanctuary key, just because picking up Hagatha is such a strong need for this Shaman deck oftentimes.
Two-mana Grifter is pretty appealing.
Yeah. Two-mana Grifter, I mean, Zephyrus isn't terrible to pick for, board clears, just because this Death Knight being a little more aggressively slanted than your average control deck, right? Having the ability to just get some off-the-wall board clears can be quite helpful. But
I just think so you have two corpses right now, right? You have 3 minions in play, so the ability to go Grifter plus an amulet, either steal or deal 6 potentially next turn, plus the Pterodax is such a big board swing in one turn. I think that's too hard to turn down.
Well, and crucially, like, about to be at 10.
Yeah.
You know, this is
real dead.
You know, not a great hand from the Shaman, but that singular play of bird watching into these 5/4s can just carry.
I wonder.
I remember this place well.
And it is a 5.
There's little time.
The snapping plants is extra nice for the Shaman because since it buffs your hero's attack, that pairs very nicely with a Wind Fury weapon.
Yes, it does.
And an Alakir, you know.
Yep. One of the best options you can get with the 5 mana, 5/5 copy, +2 attack.
Yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes you just look at the Alakir in your hand and you say, what if we pick options based on the fact that I know I have this?
Actually ends up picking up Sanguine, which works out really nicely here with the 4 and the 2 1s he had available for trades. Does clear up the problem.
This just lines up so perfectly.
Is not going to stop here.
I remember this
Push
place
7 more.
Well, and perfect timing, you know, it'll open up right on time for Alakir on 8. Yeah, you can clear 1 leech while pushing the other 5.
Once again, you gotta think about corpses every time you're pointing damage at a leech, but don't think there's any massive breakpoints here.
And I mean the Nerlex Fire Axe is just not gonna happen, right? Oh, I don't know.
I wonder.
I mean, so the reason is you're going into turn 6 and there's, you know, potential for Husk, right?
A Husk, yep.
Yeah. Which, you know, it is there. It does mean, right, that so 1 fewer leech. I guess in this case, having the Pterodax, it didn't matter, but without a Pterodax, right, it means that nothing gets cleared.
It does also mean if it was just Pterodax with no Husk, right, that you wouldn't be able to trade into the 3/5, and the remaining leech does the 1 extra damage to kill one of the Elise that way.
Yep.
Can be relevant.
Muradin is quite spicy, but probably unnecessary. It does still draw you a card.
It does, yeah. And honestly, the game is kind of resetting now, right? Like, Tansoku chose to give up a little bit of face damage. It looks potentially like he may have been okay to do so, but now the stabilization is coming from definition.
Is it, though? I mean, Tansoku has, what, 10 from the Alakir plus another 14 from the copy. Obviously, definition can't know that, but
Who could put a price on such power?
all right. Let's see how this trinket does.
Does get the steal.
Yep,
Okay.
that is nice. Like in other circumstances, like in the no Alakir scenario, this is where things start to look grim for Tansoku, because you lose access to your weapon, which is a thing that can seriously help you long game against, a deck like DK. But in this instance, he just has lethal from hand next turn.
Definition smartly loading up the leech.
Yep.
Just to try and get maximally out of range. Does get the copy here. 10 from one, 14 from the other. That is just going to get there.
And yeah,
Tansoku finds his way back into the series. As you said, just too much damage stacking up from Tansoku there at the end. But I do still like the pickup of the king, because I'm not sure what big defensive plays were possible from Definition that turn. Obviously, he ended up going with the counterplay distraction, right? But I think that's almost Tansoku's thinking there is, well, if I put another big Wind Fury threat in play now, my opponent has to respond to that in some way. And then you saw there, even if they have the best possible response, not even just Grifter, discounted Grifter that only cost 2 mana into steal, into play other cards as well. I still have lethal built up after that. The turns that I don't have lethal set up against is where I do something passive and then they can, some method cheating out some Ziliax. I'm not sure it was possible with the corpse count or anything, but some wall of taunts coming out, something that was impossible to deal with. So just keep your opponent on the back foot as much as possible. I think it was great recognition from Tansoku, and he finds himself back in the series now with a win for the Shaman on the board.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think the thing to do in that position when you sort of know you have this huge amount of from-hand damage is just try and make it as awkward as possible for the opponent so that they can't pull anything sneaky to like heal out of range or any of that, right? If Definition felt the freedom to go for like a 12 heal, off the Grifta, that could have been bad for Tansoku. And so just saying okay, I'm going to present this really juicy thing that must be dealt with. And even if you have the best answer possible for it, you need to also heal for a considerable amount.
Morbid Swarm kept from Tansoku as we're going to go into the Death Knight mirror. Definition 4 Moles does find a Dreadhound handler, so they both have a little bit of corpse generation early on. You were talking about this a little bit earlier on. What do we have in terms of differences between these two deck lists at all? Just give us a little refresher.
Yeah, I mean, big difference. Definition does not have the Demolition Renovator, right? It has Zephyrus in that slot instead, so that could be used for more clear, more face damage. I feel like people don't usually pick the big cards option, but it's there. Whereas Tansoku has Marin and just says, you know what, no Fire Rack, right? Ceaseless instead of the Fire Rack, and then Marin instead of the Narrowlex. So, Definition I think has ability to be a little bit more explosive, right? With, going like Narrowlax Ysera or Narrowlax Fire Rack, and like pulling out potentially lots of damage from Zephyrus depending on the situation. But Tansoku has more ability to go long, right, with the Marin.
I think that's fair, yeah. But yeah, cards that spend mana, not really the choice that's ever picked from Zephyrus, you're right. Although, in case we are about to teach someone something that they didn't know, which is partly what we're here for, does have Ice Block in that pool. So sometimes...
True.
Sometimes, if you have no other outs and you didn't know that, I may just win you a game of Hearthstone that you were going to lose otherwise. You're welcome.
It is funny to have cards that potentially spend a lot of mana includes the Ice Block.
Yeah. Well, it helps you spend 10 more mana the next turn. It makes
that's
perfect
true.
sense.
It's very true.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe even 15 with the Yseras. They both have Ysera, so 20.
That's a great point. Yeah.
If this game goes to 20 mana, I will be sad.
I remember this place well.
If this game goes to 20 mana and then Definition wins it by taking Ice Block off cards that spend mana, I'll be delighted.
Tansoku picks up the Raptors, I assume. They are quite premium for a Death Knight as they ramp up that corpse count.
Yes, indeed.
5/5 copy, of course, you know, always powerful, but the disadvantage is you cannot click the location unless you have a minion to target, so.
That's right.
Yeah, first mover's advantage here for Definition, and it's looking quite strong. I mean, I think this just forces out the corpse explosion. Definition answers with leeches, and, you know, then Tansoku finally gets to play his location.
Yeah, just in case you missed it in the shuffle, that is Tansoku's location. Wait, no, it isn't.
That was Definition's location.
Hold on. Okay. We're live bug testing. It seems to get confused when you have two of them at the same time. Because the one I have on my screen is the right one, but it's not showing the right one on screen. Interesting.
Also interesting is this pick here. Oh, Welcome Home is quite astonishing here. That is the newest card, a gift card that folks got access to in celebration of some kind of housing being added to Warcraft. Is that right?
Oh, don't ask me. I am 100% the wrong person to answer questions about World of Warcraft.
Well, at any rate, coming in clutch here as a free pick for Tansoku, gets to use a second instance of the location there, get even more rushers. I was thinking that this play otherwise was looking a little bit scuffed, just because of all the death rattles and reborns in the Dreadhound handler. But this actually cleared up a fair amount more of it than expected. However, it does look like the corpse explosion is still going to need to get used, so... And, not good enough, right? Because the scary thing about copy against a Death Knight is always that you could copy the hero power. So copy Savage Roar is effectively a guaranteed 10 damage at any point.
I think Tansoku is doing that same maths that you just explained.
Death calls.
Desperately trying to find a play that gets around it, but I think is deciding that the best chance is that Definition just doesn't see it.
And there it is. So,
there is a hero power. There is a copy. Savage Roar coming in as well for 12 damage.
Right,
Definition.
Well, yeah, the hero as well.
The hero as well. Definition looking a little bit content, I think. A little bit less content overall with that series. Saw a little shake of the head at the end there. There was a shake of the head in the middle of the last series, but it was at the way Zhao Ti was playing. I think that one might have been directed a little bit more in the mirror for Definition, because there were some questionable moments in the series for sure. But he can now put all of that aside. He's got 2 full days to reflect on anything that he wants to tighten up, because he has made it out of this group in winners, and he is going all the way through to the final day to fight for that World Championship. Tansoku will have to reset, and there is potentially, depending on the result of the series that we have coming up on Saturday, there is potentially another chapter in the storybook rivalry of Tansoku and Pocket Train on these high-level tournaments. What do you make of the series we just watched before we march on with our day, Edelweiss?
Yeah, I think, as you said, you know, a little bit shakier moments here and there. I wonder how things might have been a little bit different if the corpse explosion turn and the location turn for Tansoku had been swapped on those last couple of turns. But no matter what, it's hard to deal with a Roar copy location from a Death Knight. And, you know, we'll have our nitpicks, but these are all excellent players, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the Pocket Shao-T elimination match, not only in terms of the players, but in terms of our picks.
And in terms of the lineups as well, because Pocket Train and Fury, like Fury will be looking on and going, this lineup needs to start doing some work, and he is going to have to enter the fray before Pocket Train has that additional opportunity with that counter lineup that the two of them cooked up together. But we still have plenty more action to go. We are going to move on through the groups. Definition has made it out of Group A in winners and is your first member of our top 8 at the World Championships in 2025. But we have a long, long way to go before we fully decide what that top 8 bracket is going to look like. We're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with plenty more Hearthstone.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting our next match set up, but before we do have a quick interview with a very special guest. So let's see if he is ready for us. I believe we do have TJ Sanders waiting in the wings. I hope. Any second, I promise. He's going to be talking about the new esports announcement that has actually just gone up on the blog right now. So make sure to check it out if you haven't yet, if you want further details. But now, better late than never, I guess. TJ, good friend, welcome. Before we dive into everything, obviously we know each other quite well, but do you want to introduce yourself to everyone who may not know who you are?
Yeah, first, can you hear me?
Just about, yeah. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Just about. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so little background. For those of you who don't know me, I've been casting Hearthstone for nearly a decade prior to this year. I worked at Blizzard back from 2017 to 2021. and I'm currently the esports program lead working on Hearthstone. So part of the team that helps bring these broadcasts to life and help shape the Hearthstone esports program for 2025, and now that we've announced it, 2026.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge news. I believe the blog post went up maybe half an hour ago or so, maybe an hour ago. But just for those who haven't had a chance, because they've been watching these fantastic matches, of course, what are the sort of top line changes that we're going to get in 2026?
Yeah, so it went live about 40 minutes ago. For those of you who don't know, you can type !2026 in the chat or head over to playhearthstone.com/esports, and the blog post with most of the details for 2026 will be there. But yeah, really going into 2026, we kind of just wanted to build on the changes we made in 2025 and sort of, make the esports year feel worthy of having a culmination with the World Championship being live in person at BlizzCon next year. So some of the big changes we're making is we're adding an entirely new competitive season, which means a new Masters Tour, which means the total prize pool goes up an additional 50,000 from 2025. We also wanted to focus a lot on grassroots competition and really try and hone in on encouraging players who may have never tried Hearthstone esports, or it's been a long time since they've tried Hearthstone esports, to have a good entry point. So we're adding additional open qualifiers and a cool weekend at the end of each qualifying season called a playoff blitz, which is a series of smaller tournaments, smaller open qualifiers that allows players to kind of try out a tournament or not invest as much time as our traditional open qualifiers that are these long Swiss tournaments, still get a feel for it and have a direct qualification path into the Masters Tour playoffs. So really excited about a lot of the things that we're doing for next year.
Yeah, and I believe all the playoffs will be broadcast as well. You correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe they're all broadcast. Yes. So even if you don't want to, or don't want to compete, there'll just be more Hearthstone to watch as well. So I think that's also fantastic for everyone who wants to watch the show. So that's really good. For the people who do want to compete, what's the best way to go about it? Is there anything they need to do right now or in the near future?
So the biggest thing, one, is to just look over the changes for next year. Second, we post a lot of things in the Hearthstone esports Discord, which is linked within that blog post. Our first competitive season actually starts right away in January in 2026. So it's going to be a fast timeline. We have the 3 total seasons, winter, spring, and summer. And what's different from this year in 2025 is that because the World Championship is taking place in September at BlizzCon, we have to kind of fit an entire program with 2 months less time than we did in 2025, since our World Championship is now in December. Yeah, with more tournaments. Yeah. So our first, the winter season will start right away. It'll be January and February. That'll roll right into the spring season, which will be March, April, and then the summer season will be May and June. Those are the qualifying portions. And then you saw there that we have the Masters Tour Championships, which will take place in April, June, and August, respectively. All with broadcasts, playoffs with broadcasts as well. And one other thing that we really wanted to focus on sort of this year as well, as you can see with the World Championship, but also going into next year, was to try and make a more fun, interactive, and informative viewing experience for audiences, where our incredible production partners have created some fun new tools for us, that, like the extension on Twitch that allows live deck list viewing and able to see brackets right on the stream, as well as that new graphics display, which the casters have been having fun showing off some of the tools.
We could show locations,
card highlights, remaining cards. Yeah, exactly. Max health, max mana, a lot of things. So we really want to hone in 2026 on making a better viewing experience as well, considering we're going to have a ton more broadcasts going into the year. So it should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's really exciting, honestly, because, you know, we've been around Hearthstone for a long time, obviously, us as casters back then, but it's exciting to be able to say, yes, next year there's all of this going to happen. There's more tournaments, multiple ways to qualify, more tournaments to watch as well with all these new tools. And it's just great news overall. So thanks for coming on and talk about that. And obviously, again, make sure to check out if you've not seen it yet. The announcement is on the Play Hearthstone website. But before I let you go, TJ, there was missing predictions, I think. How are you feeling about this tournament right now? We've had a few matches so far on day one. We've had some predictions looking a little bit ropey already, but as the prediction master himself, how are you feeling about the tournament? Who you think's going to do well? What do you think of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I've been following along the matches. I've been also very busy trying to organize things behind the scenes. But you can't go wrong with Pocket Train, right? 2023 World Champion. I'm going to take the easy route, and I have prediction A and prediction B. Prediction A is Pocket Train. Prediction B is Yan Ming. I'm just going with previous World Champions on theme. They've done it before, more likely to do it again. But yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Okay, well, again, thanks again for coming on, TJ. I think it's just fantastic news overall, and I'm just looking forward to next year. So again, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Raven. Bye, buddy.
See ya. Okay, we are back, and of course I'm joined now by Lorinda, as pretty sure I just pointed the wrong way off camera as to who's going to be joining me for this next match. Yeah, the best way is to just do this and hope for the best. Lorinda, welcome. Just to go off that, actually, how are you feeling about the news for 2026, right? It seems pretty fantastic.
Yeah, really, really excited to see it. I actually had a go at it this year, and next year there's going to be some more opportunities to beat people like me. So you get a chance to get, if I have another go.
If that's not an incentive,
there's gonna be a lot
I don't
more.
know what is.
Exactly, yeah, come get it. I went 4-2, I did all right. But yeah, I thought I'd better play one this year, and I'll definitely play another one next year to have a look. Especially as it looks obviously so much more easy to get into them this time around.
Yeah, there's just like I was obviously just saying to TJ, it's just great news because there's more tournaments, there's more ways, you can sort of qualify, maybe some easier ways to qualify, not in terms of the sort of skill easy, but just being able to access the tournaments a little bit easier as well. So great news overall. But we do have more matches to come up, of course. So we've got Insane versus Soirin coming right up. So what are you making of this matchup, Lorinda? Because I don't want to use the word upset, but we've had some maybe surprising results based on crowd favorites or whatever. But what do you make of these players?
So here we look at Insane, one of the best interviews ever early on in the season, the first Masters Tour. Not the interview with him punching his bed, but the interview we had with him after that. Truly delighted. He gave a heartfelt interview about how he never really thought he was going to win this, how he didn't feel he was the best player. He then took a little bit of time away from the game, I think, just to sort of reset, but he has been streaming regularly. He's turned himself into a pretty decent-sized streamer now. He takes the game very seriously. And he's been playtesting with some of the best as well, with Maxibon in his playtest group, and Kubu's been helping out with those people. I don't know who else, but I know they've got a fairly big group. So he's going to be very well prepped for this event, and I think he's got to be not one of the players we picked to win, but he's got to be one of the people that everyone's going to be looking over their shoulder to see what he's doing. And he's brought a fairly the solid lineup, the 4 decks that aren't Shaman, Quest Warrior, Cycle Road, Discover Hunter, and DK.
Yeah, and one of the players who has actually, won a major, right? Won the Spring Masters Tour. So when we talk about the pressure of, that high stakes play, going for the actual win, because of course, again, we've talked about the players, qualifying to Worlds, but they're all here to finish first place, just as much as Soirin as well, who we can see here. Again, a player maybe not quite as well known overall as Insane, but still very, very competitive.
Yeah, certainly one of the more dark horses, I think, in the field. Someone we don't know a huge amount about, I don't think. But we saw him playing in this series against Pocket Train early in the year, where that was the only thing he lost, basically. So he's got here on merit, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs in his first really big tournament.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We've got some players who are like veterans of the World Championship almost at this point, and then we have some players who are much newer, and it's always something to take a look at. I'm sure McBanterface backstage, I'll say, is enjoying this specific clip
I'm
being
sure
played
he's
right
loving
now.
it, yeah.
So I'm sure that's fantastic. I'll get some feedback later. But yeah, what do you make of these lineups for both players? Because I think, in a weird way, a lot of the lineups are similar going into this tournament, but that doesn't mean it's not an interesting one, because both these players do have very similar lineups overall, but there is just a slight change there, right? With basically the Rogue on one side and the Shaman from the other. And even before, during the previous match when we were talking, we sort of just talking about Shaman of like, what do we think about Shaman and where it sits in this meta specifically?
So I think the key to making your lineup in this tournament is, what do you think Cycle Rogue is? So I've seen people who think that Cycle Rogue is 48% against the 4 decks it's about to play against. And that's why some people haven't brought it. They don't want to play 48% matches in the World Championship. I've seen others who think it's 52% against all of them.
Right.
And suddenly that swings, in obviously quite substantial fashion. You've gone from being unfavored to being favored. And how you perceive this deck, which is an incredibly hard deck to get used to. It's not incredibly hard to play. It's a tough deck to play. It's a tough deck to learn, but the top players can cope with playing it. But it has such swingy outcomes all around. Do you draw your everything must go? Do you get good cards from it? Do you get the Incendious down? What do you have to do? It also only delivers lethal quite exactly a lot of the time. You're quite looking for, you're trying to do 30 damage, you do 31 or whatever. And slight differences in perception mean a massive difference in your lineup. And the people who think that Rogue is good versus the people who think it's not quite so good is going to be the story of this tournament. And we've got it here today. We've got Insane with the Rogue, and we've got Soirin without the Rogue. And the natural replacement is that Shaman, because Shaman is very steady, very functional. The downside of the Shaman at this top level for me is that the Shaman doesn't have many options. You quite often play the green card, especially in the early game.
Right. Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree on the Rogue, though. I think the wins always feel, unless you've had, a massive blowout or something, like the wins are always on like a razor's edge, right? It's like you just about got there and everything came together to get to make the win possible. But getting into this game right now, both players not messing about, getting some minions on the board nice and quickly. There is the Eat the Imp nice and early for Insane, which is just a massive focus on card draw, right? That's like goal number 1 with Rogue, and has historically been the case as well.
Get a minion down, that's what the Wisps are for, to make sure you can eat those things. But other than that, yeah, you just want to draw cards any way you can, the weapon being the big deal.
Yeah, looking at this already for Soirin is having just these minions on board nice and early to pressure the Rogue is going to be really nice, because you don't want the Rogue to just get away with building this board of sort of smaller minions and getting some early damage in, because we've talked before just then about the way Rogue deals damage and the way it has to organize that damage. You don't really want to give away chip damage early, because suddenly you're that much easier to be in range of just getting blown out by the asteroids or the Incendious procs. So it's going to be interesting to see how important these early game minions are for Soirin. Just the fact they're on the board right now is seemingly quite strong.
Yeah, it's really irritating as the Rogue player. You want to stick a board of very small things, 1-2s, 2-2s, 2-3s, and get in 6, 7, 8 chip damage. And yeah, these annoying things, not so annoying now that you've got to turn 3 everything must go doubled up. But in general, just finishing that point before you look at how ridiculous Insane's board is, Soirin would be looking to trade away some of these things, get rid of that chip damage, and then stabilize. But again, you can see here now, he's got a real problem, Raven.
Yeah, he has, but even just look at the last 2 minions, 1 health, which is maybe not the best overall outcome.
The 5-1's amusing though, if it's what I think it is. It's the one that goes to a 0-1, then back to a 5-1, so the leech will kill it, but then if it kills it again, it comes back.
Right,
So
right, yeah,
not ideal for where you want to be with these leeches, but yeah, you've got to get rid of the 5-1. You can't let it just hit you for 5. It's too much to take against Rogue.
There was one Mauler discarded though, which is a little bit unfortunate from Insane. This is a little bit rough. Like, how impactful is one Mauler going away in this matchup?
I mean, it's 9 damage you'll never see, but you still have Shadow Steps, you still have other Mauler. Insidious will deliver a lot of the damage, so it's not fatal, especially given the amount of chip he is going to get in with this board. So should be okay. It's not as important a card as you think because you have another one.
Right. Insane.
It's always not fun when you have this problem with the Pterodaxes, by the way, when you just can't get them down by 1 mana. It's so infuriating.
Yeah. It's like, just kill something. Just do it. It's fine. There is only 1 Shadow Step left in the deck for Insane, so that's definitely something we'll keep an eye on. Pickup of Elise could be quite nice, actually.
It could, but you're taking a lot. I think you have to do it, but you are taking a lot.
There are options to coin Husk next turn, depending on what the board state looks like as well, so that could help you out if you're Sawyering.
You hate passing Raptors, but there's a lot going on here. Do you want to discover a spell and hope it clears the board instead?
Yeah, well, you can't do it now, though, right? So wouldn't the Raptors just be better next turn anyway? Overall, I think.
Yep, usually. Again, if you take the Raptors, you are banking on hitting the +2 a lot of the time as well in this board. There you go.
He's going for Raptors and plus attack. Okay, and with the trade, does get the lifesteal down, which is going to be really nice.
Yeah, that's the end of Insane's push from the early everything must goes. Now he's got to go to plan B. He doesn't know it yet, but yeah, you know that the Terror Run is not good for you, the 5-drop, at least location. And obviously your plan early on is to get the everything must goes down. When you get them both down on turn 3, suddenly you have a little bit of dead space to kill. Because you can't get your Incendies down till turn 7. You would like to be able to finish them off on turn 8, but if the leeches live, if there's a Husk, things could just get nasty fast here. Insane in a tough spot suddenly. Excuse me. And now he has a problem with, you've described the Husk, right? There's a leech on the board, suddenly the Husk is terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. And although there's no way, like earlier on, we saw Salt and I were casting where we saw the approach to just gain tons of armor to not really be scared of a rogue. There isn't really that approach in this deck, but the Husks stacking health make it a little bit more annoying. As I said, there's 1 Shadow Step gone. The Incendius isn't down yet and won't be down for
next turn.
Fastest next turn, but it can.
You're managed.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the plan, but it's. I guess there's no direct way to remove it as far as we can see right now. I guess there'll be Morbid, right? That can deal with it.
It's not so much about dealing with it. It's about sort of killing them before it kills you anyway. Like with if the Incendius is up for 1 turn, even if you remove it, they play their Thalnos, so your things are doing 3, your deck's nearly empty, so you draw them all, that's 15. Throw in a couple of asteroids and suddenly, you're talking 15 plus 9 for each iteration of the Mauler.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is where losing that Mauler earlier might come in. He's just doing the kind of brain scrambling math on what this 1-5-5-1-1-5 situation is with this leech. He had to work out whether he could hit the 0-1 because the leech is going to drain the 5-1 back into an 0-1 again. Now, if he'd left it, it would have given a 5-1. So
it's a weird management game, isn't it? This one, it's like just a little bit awkward as to. It feels a bit unintuitive. It's like, oh yeah, you don't want to proc it, 'cause it'll be a 5-1, but of course, as you mentioned, the leech then turns it back off again. It does get the lifesteal, and also taking up a board slot in this scenario as well is something maybe not a big deal now that the 4 drops are gone, but Still something to bear in mind. No surprise here, though. Coin Incendius, basically what Insane was setting up for.
Now, obviously, as you were saying, you do want this off the board, but really, next turn's the turn you tend to go for it before things get out of your range anyway. He's saying can choose to wait one turn in some worlds to try and find that Shadow Step to get the extra asteroids in the deck.
It does feel tricky though, because if Soirin doesn't clear this Incendius,
yeah,
I feel like you're actually just dead at that point. You know, you're almost just accepting that you're gonna die.
Right.
So I'm looking at like whether like Husk and then Coin Morbid gets anything done here, or whether it ends up just being Husk trades. But then I'm not really sure what you're saving the coin for.
Save the coin. You've got what have you got?
It's like Shaladrasil.
You can find uses for Shaladrasil always, and yeah.
Just not sure if it's going to be good enough, you know, on turn 7 to coin Shaladrasil if you assume that you're taking tons of damage anyway.
Okay, he's decided that you know, there's no point killing it.
Yeah,
it's
fair enough.
going to do its damage now, or it's not.
This is a hilarious minion to watch. Just keep dying from leeches.
He got it right. Congratulations.
Shadow
He
Step.
do only gain 1 health from each time he does that, there, by the way, even though they're buffed. There's a bit of a block on the leeches. Draws Shadow Step. So he needs, if he had 1 more mana, he could play the Mauler twice, play the Thalnos, play the weapon, hero power, but he's 1 mana short, so he's going to have to skip part of that equation.
Just going to look at what Dubious is going to give him. Oh, well, not a bad start. Clear all those leeches off right off the bat.
I think he'll just hold now because he does get that natural buff. He has held back the Thalnos. And then next turn, he does get the swing with the weapon to draw loads of cards. So yeah, this thing sticking, as you highlighted not that long ago, is going to be a big, big deal for Insane. Suddenly the amount of damage has gone through the roof because he only drew 1 of the eruptions.
Yeah, and that 1 clear really allowed Insane to do this, right? Because there was enough of the board cleared that it's just not a problem, right? Like, you're not going to be hit that hard on the backswing, especially going off this Elise right now. It's pretty huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, somebody's just hit 3 eruptions and that's it, but...
Yeah.
Because he is going to get now 18 points of damage from the Mauler, coupled with the Thalnos as well, after the eruptions have gone. That's what you want to do. You want to get the eruptions out of the way, which clears up any board they might have, and then put your asteroids into your deck and then draw them, in the ideal way. More commonly, you sort of have to mix it up and hope for the best and so on, but he's given himself the best chance for them to come out in a good order.
Yeah, the Raptors and the plus damage, not too, or plus attack, should I say, not too bad. Being able to help clear up some of this. It is going to be Shaladrasil.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a Nightmare now and then, like, I don't know, Dream the 0-1 or something? I don't know. It's really, really tricky, isn't it?
One thing the Nightmare does, I guess, is it gives you more health on the board in case you have to suck up some asteroids, but
yeah,
whatever.
I was just thinking as well, like, what... it's tricky, yeah. I guess with
this is
Xavius...
just lethal now.
Yeah.
This is, now
I guess
you
with
don't care what you're
Xavius,
ordering.
Nightmare could do something, right, if he gives something charge. But yeah, not that it's going to matter, of course, but just think about keeping that on the board. But yeah, if you are right, I think Mauler, Shadow Step, and then all this card draw is going to come in pretty nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the weapon string. You get to play the Thalnos now. You haven't got to worry about the ordering because there's no minions to worry about.
Yep.
So if things come out in the wrong order, you don't care because there is no wrong order, and this will be lethal barring some craziness that I can't think
Miracle.
of.
for
He still has weapon hero power to draw 2 more if he really has to.
Yeah, it's just everything, isn't it?
Actually, I can't count, but
oh, Cultist map as well. Looking pretty good to me, Lurinder, and that Rogue taking a quick game number 1 for Insane. Almost It felt like almost just a paint-by-numbers game of Rogue, right? It was just insane doing the thing. It was an early push with Rogue, with all the card draw early on that was dealt with from Soirin, but then just the ability to just get that Incendius down, still have the Mauler and Shadow Step, as you mentioned, even though they lost one Mauler early on. It was just enough, and there just wasn't enough pressure or health gain from Soirin to really have any form of stability, right? It was just a little bit too much, too often.
Yeah, insane. Predictably, because he would have played that deck a lot of times. You know, just had to navigate those turns 4 and 5 because his EMGs were cleared up so quickly. Meant he had to do a little bit of work to make sure that he didn't get too behind on board, because then your asteroids start hitting minions and wheels fall off a bit. But he navigated that very safely, and the Rogue got through. And again, this tournament, I think, outside of the people who bought Egg Worm Warlock, outside of the Pocket Train Fury thing that we talked about a lot more than the Egg Warlocks, but we'll see those at some point. The battle between was Rogue better than Shaman is going to be the big talking point come the end of this tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, because it is one of the... It's almost just the story of Rogue, a lot of the time at least, where it's just... You'll have people believing it's one of the best decks in the game. You'll have people saying, well, no, the stats say this. And then it's like, well, I'm a good Rogue player, so it's fine. That has always been a thing throughout Hearthstone's history. And once again, a lot of these discussions are revolving around, well, how well is Rogue going to perform?
Yeah.
And that's honestly just been something we've had for a very, very long time, apart from the few times Rogue has been busted. But it does mean that Insane now has Warrior and DK left over. And Soirin has the full lineup, of course, but with Hunter, DK, and Shaman with the Warrior banned out. And that is the interesting thing, isn't it? That a one deck difference between lineups can really mess up what the ban is for. It's not like the bans are mirrored, even though it's just one deck difference, right? It's not that clear.
Well, it really isn't that clear as well, because you can just say, well, head to head, the Rogue versus the Shaman is the thing, but you have to make all the other matchups. They're all very close to 50-50. The only slightly sort of non-50-50 is the Warrior into the Hunter, I guess, where the Warrior does have a noticeable edge. But here we are with Warrior against DK. Buckle in tight, because this could be a long one. So if you've got anything to do, now's a good time to go and do it.
Yeah, 100%. With the quest just coming in, definitely one of the decks matchups, you are not throwing the quest away for the Warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some matchups where you do throw it away. Surprisingly few. I think you pretty much keep the quest even against Shaman, because you need a way to end the game. You obviously throw it away against Rogue, because if you're going to lose, you're probably going to lose by turn 10 anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But the early exchanges, one of the things to learn about this Warrior deck, if you're playing against it on ladder, is the things you do on turns 1 and 2 do a lot of damage. And Soirin here, these 1/1s that he's chosen to put on the board early are going to come in for 8, maybe 12 damage early on. And as the underdog, the Death Knight's slightly unfavoured, in my opinion at least, against the Warrior. Getting that early damage in can swing this one around. And Insane knows it. Like, he does have the clear on turn 6 at the moment. That's a long way off. Resisting the temptation to just play the Renovator, and resisting the temptation to trade off the Renovator until he's seen turn 4. This is where he'll learn if there's an Elise or not. And you're going to put it in your deck. You're putting it in your deck to get rid of those really annoying locations. But now he has no turn. And he doesn't have much turn next time either. Like I was saying, these 1/1s are just sticking on the board right at the start of the game, and Warrior is like an open goal for the first 4 turns of the game.
Yes, a lot of it's just the preparation for the rest of the game, right? With Warrior here, where your big power plays normally are coming in from that turn 5 onwards.
And you say that normally, I entirely agree with you, but we can see that at the moment, like, your power play is a brawl into a board of 0-2s and 1-1s. Like, do you really want to be doing that? And your Hostile Invader, which is what you do really want to be doing, doesn't clear everything up if you choose to make the Crocodiles, because you haven't got the spell. But you've got to do something.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit rough, but Hostile Invader into Hostile Invader isn't the worst thing in the world, because then you have the second Croc. But this also
Just play it.
Yeah, I think you play it. There's a world where it could be a brawl, but against this Death Knight, there's so many better brawl boards later on.
Yep, you've just got to navigate this early game, and now the game will become a lot more slow-moving and grindy, at least from the Warriors' point of view. They'll start to gain armor, they'll start to block the things you do, and it becomes a lot more awkward from the DK point of view. But that early damage will stand him in good stead.
And this is definitely a tricky one for the DK, because normally Death Knight in a lot of matchups is kind of the defender, right? And they just want to survive till they get to that. But you're not really doing that to Warrior so well. You actually need to end the game before they do.
Just want to highlight this play here because he was on 8 corpses if he didn't use the coin for the hero power here. But now if his 4-2 dies, he will be on 9 corpses, which means he can Maladar into Isira next turn. So he used a coin for a hero power there, which is, everyone knows that's a silly thing to do. But here, the exact corpse number was required.
I heard pressing hero power was a silly thing to do no matter what.
I know, right?
I'm sure Sottle said that earlier on. I'm not sure.
About hero powers. I don't listen. The hero powers in the game for a reason. Let's use them, I say. And that's why I'm casting, and these players are playing. So yes, it's a big old Maladar as well. But it gets this very quick Isira into play, which allows him to get the very quick Giant into play. And unfortunately, he does have to kind of burn 3 mana here. But now he's got Marin to get more cards back. He's got Ziliax for some defense, should that be required, which it shouldn't be required. And on the other side, Insane, sure, just drew the Bob to slow things down. Doesn't even have a Dracorex. Might have to take a chance with the Brawl in a moment, just to not die. You can't take 17. I mean, you can, and you can still gain a load more. That is kind of what Warrior does, but really, you can't. Does have a second bout of Crocolisk to make the Brawl a little bit more...
friendly.
Friendly, that's a good word. A bit more likely not to leave an 8-8 on the board. But from when you're sat opposite a Warrior, you think they have infinite removal. This is what it actually looks like.
Yeah.
It's like the good Warrior players have a little bit left, and the not so good players sometimes run out of it. So don't give up. They just might be on their last removal card every time you're playing a turn.
There's also Croc into Bob, I was going to say, potentially, right? This seems fine. Fill up more of the board, give Sawyer and yet less options for this follow-up. However, I think Sawyer will be okay with this outcome of, okay, I'll just play Marion. Seems good.
Yeah, you know how okay he is with it because of how okay Insane isn't with it.
Yeah. And also with how fast he decided to play it, right? That was just a snap. Yep, fine by me.
Yeah.
Straight this into Wand.
I want to see him rip the Goblet. Obviously he shouldn't, but
but he could.
He could. I thought I'd be Raven for 5 minutes there, Just rip the Goblet out, see what happens.
Look, sometimes you just want to see the silly thing, okay?
Exactly.
Give the crowd what they want. The crowd being me in this scenario.
Yeah, and they're cheering on this Brawl.
Oh. Very nice for Insane.
Insane nods as if he knew he was going to win that.
Yeah,
of course I won. I'm the better player. I deserve to win. This is what every Hearthstone player thinks when they win a Brawl.
Play the Golden Cobalt. Of course.
Yeah. Oh, I tried to out-Raven you for like 2 seconds and that happens immediately. It's not fair.
Never going to beat me on that.
No, you've got years practice compared to me.
Pretty nice follow-up here, though. Foam Render equip. Be able to take out the Elise, get it off the board. Could develop the Husk, or just put the Blob down, because that is also a very, very annoying minion to deal with for Insane.
Yeah, you have to decide if you're going to put the Blob down, do you want to just hit them for 5 and ignore the Elise?
Or...
Do it!
Oh
my goodness! God. Can I introduce you to Mr. Shaladrosil?
Yeah. And he's what? 4 cousins.
Job done.
And I know Insane's just sat there going, what did they draw? Right? Like, because there's so many outcomes that you can't really just have a good grasp on anything until you see the card. So
Yeah.
I need to see Insane's reaction when and if he sees Shaladrasil here.
I can't work out if this is really good or really bad. It feels really bad because you never get the hand space, is my gut instinct. Like, if you ever get yourself down to 1 or 2 cards and the Shaladrasils, then sure, you go Shaladrasil +5, Shaladrasil +5 again, get infinite amazing stuff. Or Raven, you could just turn them into legendaries.
I was going to say, what if you just Kobold instead and say, look, all of these say 8 and they generate too many cards. What if they all didn't say 8 and they were minions we could play that did cool stuff sometimes?
I want to see it. Alright. Have a look at what Insane's choices are here.
Nothing too amazing. I mean, Punch card exists, so it wouldn't be terrible just as a card in sort of isolation, right?
Yeah, he has got to decide his whole plan here, right? He's just going to try and win with the usual quest rewards, time war, bit of Galvadon action, don't die beforehand. So all the other cards look nice, but actually they're not doing what he's here to do.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Time for some banana spam?
I think so. You're a little bit scared of Dracorex, right? Because you played Dracorex with a banana and your Mooklas vanish.
Could potentially drop the blob to try and stop that. Well, not stop it, but
to get rid of it
a little bit. Yeah. Deal with it might be a better phrase.
Yeah, I think I might not have done. I might not have played the third one. I'm not sure. But I'll defer to the person who's really good at Hearthstone. So. But the downside is, if there's Dracorex Banana now, then it does clear the full board.
Yeah, it could be trying to just do the. I don't think it's ever that impactful in this deck because you've got enough things to dump normally and enough mana to dump it with. But even just taking up hand space and saying, okay, you've got to pay to remove these cards from your hand might be something that's good enough.
I mean, he also may have just had the read and said, you know what, actually, I don't think you've got it. I don't care. I'm going to put 15 attack of Mooklas on the board. Deal with that. It's a lot.
And that is the kind of push that I feel like Sorin might need to get through this armor. And with then the Shaladrasil extra damage you can generate, maybe get it through that way, right? That is definitely an option.
All forms of life will
The painful play here.
Hostile invader with bananas.
In the punch card.
Yeah, quite nice actually. Gets rid of the some of the more trickier minions. And now can soak with the Bulwark of Azanoth as well. Not too bad at all.
Husk.
Is it time
Got to
to
decide
Kobold?
what you're doing with these Shaladrasils right now, I think.
Well, the problem is, I'm sort of joking about Kobold, but you could play Husk and Kobold now, and then you can't play multiple Shaladrasils this game because I'm pretty sure you just lose, right? Straight off the bat because of the sort of time that it will take. And even if you play 2, it's going to be too much. So I'm genuinely think either like drop Ziliax and then try and Kobold next turn, drop Husk and Kobold, but...
I think if you drop the Ziliax, then you've committed to corrupted Shaladrasils, which are worth just getting 1 or 2 cards a time from, because you'll be getting, massive dragons and massive buffs. Then you might want to have a go. This looks like he's going to Ziliax to me, because he's getting the attacks in first. Keeping those corpses nice and high as well, so he can keep swinging with the Foam Render.
Yeah, the Invader's actually helping out with some of that, right? More than enough corpses for this Foam Render for now. But there's the quest achieved. Insane did, in fact, not die in 10 turns.
Congratulations, you didn't die in 10 turns. Sounds so easy, doesn't it?
Not when I try.
No, exactly. That's exactly my experience with trying not to die in 10 turns. With any deck. Still 14 cards for
great, are they?
I can't see any trickery, but there's quite often little nuanced tricks that you don't know until you played it a few times. Just checking the deck list as well for Dirty Rats. There is no Dirty Rat in Sawyer's list.
Yep.
He went with a Renovator. So Insane has all the time he wants to set things up. I'm not really trying to work out if he can double new heights and just take a turn. He'll probably get down the Ancient first, though, yeah.
Yeah, there's no real fear of him dying at this point. He's still unsure as to what the actual card generated from Goblet is, although he's about to find out. Well, about to find out soon. Yeah.
I don't think he's very happy with it, because now we are going to get to the point where Sawyer can do that pretty much every turn with all the mana he's got and give +5/+5 every turn. And that's going to be really hard to deal with for Insane. Yeah, the patience that you and I didn't have paid off for Sawyer in here. You can see already how, horrible this is going to be for Insane.
Yeah, it's starting to look a bit relentless. Ceaseless is getting closer and closer. Maybe that will buy Insane enough time.
It needs to be really close, though. There's 20 attack on the board just with the numbers, plus the Foam Render's 25, plus the leeches. You're talking 29 if you don't do something. It's a lot. It's a lot more than 20.
Yeah. Just a little bit tricky where things didn't come together. Well, I say they didn't come together quick enough. They didn't come together quick enough because Sawyerin has this Shaladra to push a lot of extra damage. Has been doing a good job, especially with his Foam Renders. Foam Renders have done, what, 25 damage at least, I think, this game. Which is
I don't know how much damage those 1/1s did at the start, but I think it was either 10 or 14. They just came. He got rid of them really early, got them in there really early. I think he was about 14. You wouldn't mind 14 extra health now. Yeah, we're digging.
Time.
Or any 6 is not 29 if I counted it right. 17, 22, 23. He goes down to 6. You have to do 1 damage. Oh, it doesn't matter,
right? If he gets the buff and the damage.
If he gets the buff or the bounce, I think, because the leeches will then go face.
But bounce will do it as well, right? Yeah. Whatever works, but yeah, that was enough there for Sawyerin, evening up this matchup 1-1. And again, I just think the corpse. Sorry, the Foam Render, apologies, with the corpses is just well managed, I think, overall. We saw a couple of those turns where it was purposely like, I need to make sure the corpses are going to be able to keep swinging. Just got so much damage done over the course of the time where it was keeping Insane under that pressure health-wise, because that is the #1 goal. The DK is the aggressor in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised just how good the Shaladra were, how he managed to empty his hand. I was thinking he's going to pick up 9-drop after 9-drop, but it's not actually that heavier deck in terms of mana when you have 14 mana by the end. So yeah, just knew through experience that the patience would pay off if you get to the mana. The warrior's not killing you unless they massively high roll their quest rewards, which is not even going to try and do because they're going to set it up first. You're just going to be able to keep going and use those to your advantage. And you saw Insane's face the second straight. He knew. He's faced it before. He knows what the situation is. And yeah, levels it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I think the adapting to the Goblet as well was very interesting, because I was only half joking, I guess, about the Kobold, because you do think at that many Shaladra Souls, are you going to actually get to that point where they make an impact? But with the consistent damage and holding on to a board, then yeah, suddenly you don't need 3 to 4, you need 1 to 2, right, as shown, because of the pressure that was built up throughout the whole game. So I think that was really the key point to get the Death Knight over the line there.
Yeah, well managed. Yeah, my concern was that you can't cast the first one. It wasn't that you couldn't, that you needed 5. It was just that how do you cast the first one? Like, the hand's so full of 8-drops, and they're all the same 8-drop. But we're going to see the warrior into the shaman now. Another pretty equal matchup. I would slightly favour the warrior personally, but shaman sometimes just does it. The reason this pot deck is so popular is sometimes it just has crazy starts, and as we saw in the last game, the warrior can't deal with things at the start of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be able to keep, or decided, sorry, to keep the quest. Again, always something to just glance at in which matchups the quest is being kept. But not a terrible opening here for Soirin, just having access to Birdwatching and Parrot Sanctuary to be able to decide which way he wants to go with the first few turns. However, Lorinda, you can take the next couple of turns. I have a problem. 1 second.
Yeah, was really hoping to hit the bellhop here so he could bellhop into bellhop over the next couple of turns. After picking up a Wish Upon a Star on his opening draw. So has a decision to make next turn about what to do with his Parrot Sanctuary. I suspect he just plays the bellhops as they are, knowing, like I keep saying, because I'm original like that they are going to get the damage in early. But he might have decided to go for Parrot Sanctuary and into the Moradin, but that seems a little bit much to me. Pick up the hammer, not a good hiccup. Obviously, it's a wasted card when you do play your Moradin. And so, next turn's currently looking a little bit bleak. In fact, it's currently looking quite a lot bleak for Soirin.
I apologise, I have returned.
Earlier. You returned, okay. Yeah, Soirin kind of didn't have anything to do on turn 4. We're going to see Parrot Sanctuary hero power.
Ooh, not the best, but at least it's putting some level of pressure on.
There's an argument not to hero power here, in my opinion, because Brawl is a card. But also you can get a 1/1. So that kind of equals out. You also got Wizard Upon a Star in your hand if they don't brawl it, but yeah, if they don't brawl it, you've won anyway. I've been tempted not to press the button. Hearthstone players hate floating mana for good reason.
Yeah, I also wonder if if the brawl came down, even though it's frustrating, is it just like, well, okay, you've used a brawl sort of thing, and then you've got the follow-up afterwards?
I just don't think you want your 0-2 to win the brawl, that's all.
Yeah, it's the trade-off, right? Like, do you want to maybe... I guess, like, from this point onwards, it is frustrating, yeah, for sure.
Also, you know, he did miss on the bellhops on the Discover, but this Moradin that he picked up is looking like chunky damage right now. You've got to deal with it immediately. And he can.
Yeah. Or at least make it a problem for future Insane, right? Just freeze it.
Exactly.
Don't think about it for a while, and then let your future self deal with it. But yeah, Bob doing its job pretty well, of course, just stalling out a little bit. And this board is getting progressively bigger, which means Brawl is looking more and more attractive.
Yeah, also though, Shudder Block with Ziliax in hand and location pressed. A couple more turns and these Ziliaxes are going to be monsters, because next turn, if Soirin does have to pass or do a weak turn, he can just play Wish Upon a Star, and these infinite Ziliaxes are going to be so large.
Yeah, this is a good plan though, just clear everything, hold on to the Brawl for those problematic turns later on.
Got the weapon now though, of course. Just push another 6, just keep being annoying.
Yeah, it's definitely the frustration, isn't it? Oh, I'll deal with this big Moradin. I'm still going to get hit next turn anyway. Like, it just doesn't matter.
Ceaseless currently costs 90. Might be a while.
Yeah. Wondering if Ham is ever a consideration here. Because if you Marin, you're not doing anything with the stuff, right? Because you... Oh, well, I say almost. Insane is very likely to Ziliax.
I remember this
could go for Elise this turn, yeah, okay. See what's on offer. None of it looked great, though, did it? The options for this turn, like just off being able to Elise and location for 5. Oh, that's gone for a 1 at cost location. Never mind. Take it all back. If you're getting a 1-cost location, go for it.
Always feels bad, but it's never as bad as you expect. You get to discover the spell still, which is the thing you really want, right?
Okay, that was a lot done in that turn, to be fair. Developed a location, yes, it wasn't mind-blowing, but it got him a shield slam for free. Also developed an extra 1/1, which has an interesting ability, and got the Bulwark of Azzinoth down, so stopped himself from exploding, I guess, this turn, or very likely stopped himself from exploding.
Yeah, and he has got the roll for this. Which isn't as monstrous as it could have been, because quite rightly Soirin chose to establish the weapon and the extra damage.
And depending on how this goes, could have the shield slam to slam something that's left after the brawl as well.
Yeah.
Depending on what lives and how many shields Soirin decides to leave up, of course.
Now this time, making the little things, the 0-attack minions, is massively important, because now he's got access to Wish Upon a Star.
Right.
So every time one of these are hanging around now is a lot more irritating.
But worse into brawl.
Worse into brawl, yeah. But also, yeah, actually.
Worse into brawl, but sometimes you just win because of it, right? So it's just just positives and negatives, right?
Because you eat away at the bulwark as well when you play the wish.
Exactly, yeah.
So make them brawl. And that's all you can really do against warriors. So keep asking, have you got it, have you got it, have you got it, and hope they say no.
Oh, Ziliax lived. And it was one that has shield, so it's going to require a little bit extra. But Insane has managed to clear up this pretty scary push. Still has 3 charges of the Bulwark and is starting to just gain a little bit of armor. So still not looking completely in the clear yet, but a lot better than he was a couple of turns ago.
Yeah, Soirin has made the criminal error of forgetting to draw his Hagatha before all of his Hagatha spells.
Imagine.
What's he even thinking, honestly? But yeah, obviously with the shutter blocks, the Hagatha stuff becomes a lot more good. That's great phrasing, well done. A lot more good. And he's just not done that.
Insane 2 turns away from quest progression here, or quest finishing, should I say. And does just have the option of just slamming Ziliax to heal.
Yeah, it catches the eye, doesn't it?
Can also
He's
make
probably
a
just having
mini
a think
copy.
about what he thinks left is in Soirin's deck in case he wants to slam a ham.
Oh, this, you know, maybe I'll like this. Is he gonna? Does he ever hold the wand? No. Okay. I was wondering whether he was holding the wand because the quest finishes in the turn after next, so then the wand's ready to go if he wants to go quest and then wand same turn.
Sure. Okay.
Probably doesn't need to be that
sense.
fancy, obviously, but just
No,
something I was thinking about.
It's definitely the stuff when you're building these decks, when you're playing these decks, you always have to be aware of that. You can play your cards in weird orders to get better outcomes, obviously. It's the game.
I do like getting this done now, though, because it's the safest Insane's probably felt in about 5 turns, right? Just having 2 4s on the board, totem, 3/3 done. Because even Wish isn't... It's a little bit scary, but with the Bulwark, it's not horrifying, right?
Yeah. Avatar form Wish does do quite a lot, though, now.
The Avatar form pickup's definitely nice, for sure.
Just tick away. Okay. He's saving it. Would have pushed it a lot. Okay. I'd have liked the Avatar form there, personally.
Yeah.
He's saving it for a bigger impact play. He's still setting up, many different sorts of lethal.
Yeah, there's a
Yes,
ton
they
of
have
pressure,
to
but
now,
here's
I think.
the, I guess, release valve of Ziliax coming down, healing for 1 million.
Yeah. You see how you had to sort of prize it out of him? We've been holding on. We've looked at that for a couple of turns now. Like, well, there's a Ziliax, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, insane
He's-
playing
he's very
Yala
slow.
style, right?
Yeah.
Brawl at
Prize
the
it out
most
of my
like
hand.
needed moment. Now Ziliax coming down at the moment he absolutely has to play it.
And now he's defended from, surprise attacks from Alakirs. He's able to just go about doing his stuff that he wants to do, which is play some hams, clear his hand.
And quest finishes next
still
turn,
use
right?
that and get the quest going down. Yeah, I don't know if he'll jam it straight away. He might, but he'll probably just use the good cards he's got in his hand. Honestly, they're looking pretty powerful as it is.
I wonder.
Pop-up book
So his
again.
one hope is this massive wish that he's got going. Double wish minions. Maybe he does just play it.
I like playing it because most of this board, if not all of it, with the rest of his turn, just gets cleaned up anyway.
Sure.
So again, it's just an ultra safe turn to just play it. And I don't think, I'm just going to double check the list. There's no punish into this deck, right?
There's no rat,
there's
right?
no
I
tech.
checked that one earlier, yeah.
Yeah, there's none of that, no steam or anything like that. So yeah, I like this. Just get it down when it's super safe. You're not nowhere near dead, so just get it done. Oh, Sulfuris, that actually can help clear a little bit too.
I think it can actually, yeah. Obviously, as a warrior, you're always like, oh, but my armor. But yeah, just start blowing up the things, and you don't
See,
need
when I
it.
play this warrior, as soon as that quest is done, I'm like, right, time for the cool things, and I just lock in anything I'm given me. Like absolutely, just like, okay, this I've waited 10 turns for this. I'm gonna play these cards.
That would teach me to try and out-raven you a few minutes ago. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm just getting ravened all over the place.
Yeah,
now,
just press buttons,
Just do
it's
the cool
great.
things. Good shot. And now you're setting up your own fairly soon lethal.
Yeah, looking pretty good overall.
Oh,
that's quite a nice pickup.
doesn't die, but that's fine. Don't mind that.
Really annoying placement, actually, right? For
Yeah.
like the 1/1 being where the 1/1 Ziliax being where it is. Can't actually clear everything they want to.
Same with a nod, yeah. Look at my placement.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, this is fine.
So it's running a little bit dry on the old card count
He
though.
is.
Not
Yeah.
a lot's going on. Okay, gonna commit avatar form now, just to clear this off. Ooh.
Yeah.
I felt that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a
just have
5/5
40
went for
health.
0-2 earlier. That made me wince as well. Oh, yeah. You're still happy, aren't you, Raven?
Yeah, it's just cool stuff. I actually quite like the warrior quest. I don't know.
And Amelia's actually really annoying.
I also wonder if there's any merit to just playing ham and just saying, well, you've got no cards in your hand, really. He knows one should have blocked the mini, right? There's one more card in hand. I'll just start chomping stuff in your deck.
Shout it, chat. Shout it. Dwarf Planet. It's Dwarf Planet, even when it's not. I saw somebody earlier from Dwarf Planet get 2-0 attack minions, and they do attack. They do as they're told. And then they stopped streaming about 2 games later because they had enough of 0 attack Dwarf Planets. There we go, 40 health.
Yeah. Nice little order in there, of course, from Insane. Nothing mind-blowing, but just clearing off, taking the damage, and then dropping to go back up to 40. And just a casual 8-8 taunt in the way. I mean, this Alec is pretty large, but an 8-8 taunt still very annoying. And yeah, Soirin just didn't get it done fast enough. And I think that's the I think that's what a lot of the feedback, I say feedback, discussion around Shaman is that, yeah, you do the plan, and it either works or it fails. There's not really much wiggle room in what you can do. It feels like almost the polar opposite of Hunter right now. Of like, Hunter's plans have like a million different roads you can go down, whereas Shaman is like, no, this is strong, but you need to just go A, B, C, D. And then you've either won or you've not, and that's it. And we saw that with Insane managed to stabilize, survive for 10 turns, not get run over, and then suddenly Soirin's just, well, I'm kind of just out of stuff now.
Yeah, the bigger problem with that, especially at this very top level, this, top 16 players in the world, or 16 of the top 50 players in the world, however you want to phrase that, is they know what your plan is. They know what your 6-drop is. They know what your 7-drop is. They know what you can do. Like you said, against Hunter, you've got an idea. They're about to try and near you and kill you. Sometimes they take the deal 6. You know the next turn you're dead.
Right.
But usually against Hunter, they can go loads of different ways. You can't really plan for everything. Against this, it's like, oh, you're playing 2 8/8s next turn, or oh, the worst you can do is a Ziliac. It's like very linear, lots of play the green card, and it's still a powerful deck. There's still a lot of the top players brought the deck, but they don't have that wiggle room, and the opponents can just work out what you're going to do precisely and play around it.
And I think you were right as well, where you need to overwhelm your opponent. I know, yeah, I struggled even saying it, but you need to overwhelm your opponent, and the lack of Hagatha is so... The difference between playing that on curve and not is ridiculous in that deck, right? Like, if your opponent plays that down, maybe not even on curve, but, early enough, you're scared at that point because, oh no, right, suddenly Shudder block. There's even just playing them out on curve is scary. But because that didn't happen in that game, Insane felt a little bit more comfortable. It was under pressure earlier on, but yeah, it just felt fairly comfortable saying, no, I'm going to keep hold of these tools, I'm going to use them when I absolutely need them, and then go from there. But as we dive into game number 4, Hagatha and Pirate Sanctuary are actually there for Soirin, so we could be seeing a much faster paced game this time, Lorinda.
We absolutely could, yeah. Hagatha into the Wish Upon a Star after a Shudder block. Sometimes you just get the biggest, silliest minions available in some of those hands. But this is looking really good, as long as Soirin can hit good things from the Hagatha.
Yeah, even being able to hold the coin because of Pirate Sanctuary, and you can just play that into Hagatha, then you're going to be feeling pretty good.
That Phalanx twice as many corpses, right? That's a thing. Yeah, you do the thing.
There you go. You gain twice as many corpses as normal. Battlecry, draw a card that spends corpses for 3 mana.
And it has Maladar and stuff in there already.
Quite nice. And also the 1/1's very likely to die before the 2/4s in this exact scenario, right? Because if Soirin just plays a minion like Hagatha, Insane can just make the trades in the order he so desires.
So he can just button and deal with that thing with the coin and the High King. And he's going to.
Yeah, really good pickup there for Soirin, honestly.
Wants nothing to do with that card at all.
Yeah, that's the sort of card that can make things go very wrong very fast, right?
Yeah, and your opponent's chosen it on purpose by choice, as a choice that they have made to choose. So.
I'm Insane on the back foot. And that's the thing with Sanctuary, right? Like, it never goes away, does it? You just think, okay, well, what can they do next turn with that, or the turn after? Obviously, until the charges are used,
but it does sort of get less and less exciting as the game goes by. Like game with Hunter, when you go turn 1, point it out, turn 2, press it, play Nigh Out. Oh my goodness! And as the game goes on, it's like, oh, it's just an extra mana. It's not quite so tough. So a bit of a shame for him he didn't get to Bellhop or anything here.
So you got Fowls and Frosty, okay? Obviously double wish in hand.
Ooh. Our bank just pointed out as well, there is a Renovator in Insane's deck, so when Soirin chose not to click earlier, he was running a risk of just losing all that mana forever.
Oh, true. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of feeling Insane's pain right now. With just a whole lot of nothing to do. Does get to clear off the Hagatha, but you just know there's going to be havoc on its way.
And he'll draw in a Sera, it'll be fine. So what's he trying to do here?
I wonder.
What he wants to do is see if he can get away with the shutter block, but I don't think he's got the time, so he's just going for sensible play.
Yep, just get a lot of stuff. There's still more follow-up next turn. There's some options as well. You know, weapon if it's so needed. Could go for the other spell summon as well. Or just let it slam Shudder Walk if he's safe. Shudder Block, sorry.
Yeah, it's so easy to say the Shudder Walk, isn't it, after years of that?
Yeah, the sheer amount that deck was played. I've said Shudder Walk too many times for a lifetime.
But you didn't think that when you were young, did you? That the thing you did most in your life was just say the word Shudder Walk over and over again.
Yeah. I do sometimes think that if you look back at some of the things we say, they're very silly. Like if you told someone who wasn't into this, you told some sentences we have said many times potentially, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
I think people said that to me and TJ every week for 3
well,
years.
true.
Anyway.
Yeah. I think you and TJ were an extra special case.
That's what they always told us. So he has decided to go for the Marin here. Painted to do it because obviously it's not quite where you want to be, but puts 2 big minions down and sorts your future out. And
yeah,
it's got a bit nasty.
It's the whole have a arguably bad turn now to have a better next turn, right? Like the payoff could be very high next turn with this play, and nothing else looked that good, if I'm honest.
They're the hardest turns, right? I think you'll agree. The ones where nothing that's good is, but one of them's probably got far more outs than all the others.
And this is just, let me check, 1 million damage, yeah?
Yeah, a metric million. Not a British million, just an American million.
It's an interesting one, though, because there's nothing that's really... Like, the lethal's kind of coming from the weapon next turn, right? So there's a lot of ways Insane could stabilize, especially when you know the Marin's been played. Like, you know there's a wand coming somewhere.
Still not banking that mana.
Is he trying to save it for Ziliax, do you think?
I mean, presumably, but yeah. Might just get accidentally exploded and then you don't have it for anything.
The citadel stands strong.
It's probably fine there.
To be fair, this turn, I think if the location got destroyed for 3 mana, Soren's probably okay with it, because that's like nearly half the mana spent on just dealing with the location.
What do you do? Doesn't look like there is anything sensible.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the draw was looking for there.
Things that do things.
Oh, Pterodax would have been nice.
Yeah, a combination of 2 cards is quite often the thing as well. But yeah, here's the Pterodax.
There's double...
No corpses.
What, 2 corpses? You could double trade and hero power, right? Or double trade and do this, yeah.
There you go.
That gets the Pterodax, which summons a copy. Have they done it fast enough? Oh no. I'm taking that as a no. Oh, they wanted to play the giant over getting the second Pterodax trade. Not that it... Oh wait, it would have mattered, right? That's only
2
10,
more.
they would have gone up to 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, it wouldn't have mattered because of the buff.
And it's 2-all, Raven.
Yeah, just like that. Wow, tricky little game there. Insane struggling to hold off the pressure. And funnily enough, as discussed pre-game, previous to that game, Yeah, Hagatha makes a lot of difference, as you can see. Being able to have access to it on curve, even without the location, is huge. It just allowed Soirin to put on the pressure, and suddenly Insane, with maybe not the smoothest mid-game to deal with this, was just overran and just take too much damage. Didn't have anything out in the end, and yeah, Soirin is going to even it up. So a bit of a confidence boost to that one, I think. Having one bad Shaman game, going to one great Shaman game.
And that's the other side of the argument. So I gave the whole spiel last time about how, there's not a whole lot you can do. You don't have much room for maneuver, blah, blah, blah. If sometimes it just kills your opponent, who cares?
Yeah, sometimes you just get them, right?
Sometimes you just get them, they die. It's a good enough deck, who cares? And that's the ongoing fight we're going to have, internally, externally, live on air, between the players, everything over the next few days is does it matter that Shaman is rather linear? Or would you rather play Cycle Rogue?
Yeah, of course, right? And I think that's maybe even just a pure perception thing to some people, because I think, this deck is really difficult to play, so it's better, right? Well, that's not necessarily true, right? Some decks can be quite easy to play, and they're very strong, and there's nothing wrong with that.
If there's a 1-mana card that does 30 damage, you'd play it, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So yeah, very interesting. I think Rogue and Shaman are going to be the decks where we look at win rates on like Saturday or something, right? And see what they're looking like overall. And what's cooler as well, because this is a 4-day World Championship, we have a lot of data and time to look at things. So
we do.
We'll be seeing how this goes as we go into game number 5, the decider game of this matchup. Insane on the top on that Death Knight once again. Soirin finally on the hunt. And was that a little gasp, Lauren?
Niall, a sister, and Elise
walk into a bar.
Yeah, exactly. And they make a concoction of things that are going to kill you really quick.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
Yeah, this is called the opening, basically, from Soirin on the Hunter. These are just all the cards you like to see.
Sisters, my will shall lead us to victory.
Jams Risa. Yeah, that's right. I would always take time to go, do I want to scout hero power tracking, get my aliens down, draw a load of cards? But no, just play the good cards on curves and buff your deck. Why wouldn't you?
Good response here, though, from Insane is sort of keeping up. Yeah.
I'll take your good response and raise you goodbye cards.
Yeah, that's also quite a good response, isn't it?
Might not even need it. Oh my goodness.
Brewmaster as well.
Yeah.
Sisters, my arrows shall strike down our foes.
One of the best answers to Blob is the 4 damage Sylvanas when we've got any minion at all to just pop the first part.
Also, because of the sister, it's a 3/5, harder to deal with. Then there's Brewmaster, if so required, to just go again. It's, yes, quite nice here for Soirin. As we said, this is the start the Hunter wants, because there's also Rangari Scout, Alien Encounters, tracking, right? So it's not as if it's just the 3-drop starters are looking good. The hand's looking great as well.
Yeah, I hate it when my hand is so good that I don't have time to play my Elise on turn 4.
Yes, that is a
it's
problem.
Always a bad sign, right?
That you're never upset at having.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Too many good cards.
Yeah.
Good potion, though, in response from Insane. Being able to clear up at least some of this.
Insane has been, we talked about the Pocket lineup, the Fury lineup. This mixologist in Maxibon and Insane's DK has been a topic of debate of what's that doing there, sort of things. But so to keep an eye on for this tournament. I think the answer is wait till it clears somebody's rogue board on turn 4.
Right,
and then you understand.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a reason the card is very popular. Not that it's popular in every single deck, but it is a very popular card because it's strong. So yeah, it's not exactly the most shocking card. I'm thinking like, oh, how dare they put it in Death Knight?
Yeah,
I remember this.
It's a little bit out there, but we'll see how it goes. It's pretty good there. What have we got, Raven?
I will show you in approximately now. Pretty good.
Raptors and Discover, just about perfect. Okay, Discover deck, it's a nice spell. Hand size, it helps your aliens. Raptors, they kill things, they go raw.
Yeah, pretty good response to the tar as well, right? It's not like the ultimate perfect response, but it's quite strong. It's about as good as you're going to get.
Yeah. You say it's as good as you're going to get.
Because the Elise sticks as well can clear it up quite nicely.
This is a bit annoying because obviously the location does a lot of good work here and you want to do a lot of good work here. The annoying part is you really have a lot of pressure on. This has just put a spanner in the works. You've got to slow down.
You slow down a bit, but you can play alien encounters after this, right?
You can, yeah. There's a rampage there.
Use this to close as much of the board as possible.
Gets to do it all again.
No.
Because he got 0 mana welcome home.
Yeah, quite powerful.
And then death roll for anything big that might come out, like a giant.
Wait, I just realised there's nothing stopping them discovering it again, potentially, right? And going again.
Right, yeah.
That'd be pretty disgusting.
Welcome home, welcome home. Welcome home. There's a song in there somewhere.
Turns out you own a parrot.
Yeah. Some hunters used to own a parrot, didn't they?
True. Oh, there's the demo now.
You're late. Working out if he's got time to do some of the nice things he wants to do here.
Yeah, this is the problem as well. 15 health, losing on board, and your hunter opponent, which does have access to some burn cards, has 8,000 cards in hand. So, just a little bit scary.
Well, you're facing down 9, you're on 6, which is a number you really, really don't want to be on against Hunter. So if you're about to play any minions that have the number 6 in them, what you want to do is just play Maladar, Isira, Mixologist, close your eyes and hope it all goes away.
Yeah, there is also Death Roll in hand, which costs 1 because of the location, which is a pretty scary card that obviously Soren will be able to utilize pretty nicely.
The Hunter Discovers are pretty terrifying in general. The one that gives you +8 bananas, +6 bananas, plus buffs your board, the bananas doesn't fit in hand, that just kills people sometimes.
Yeah. Oh. Everything okay? Okay, I think
So is there a lethal here?
What, 3? So they can death roll whatever's the highest attack, which is 8. This goes to enemies, so it can hit face.
Yeah.
It didn't though.
That went poorly. It
oh,
goes
there we go.
Game,
Okay,
It didn't die. Yeah.
Yeah, pick your poison at this point.
Yep. I think I'll take a pupil, thanks. In the world where everything goes wrong, I've got an aliens, a mixologist potion, a bird watching. Let's have a pupil just in case.
And there's still Brewmaster just in hand, right? Which can give you second rolls at things. Yeah, I like just dropping alien counters as well. Get it done, just put another taunt on the board, pile on the pressure, and it's all on Insane now to pull something out the bag. And I don't know about you, Lorinda, but I can't see it.
Yeah, he needs to pull it out of a different bag, because this bag hasn't got the answer right now. Looks like Soren's going to take down this opening match in Group B.
Yeah, it's just too much of an uphill climb, and we've really seen this Death Knight suffer a little bit here. It's going to have the AoE. So on paper, alive.
He is. Very much so. Soren does need to kill him now. He's got 2 goes at it. He's got Grifter and he's got oh wait.
Just checking all the options first. This one's a freebie.
I'm not sure it's Scout there. Because you want to find 3 from the Mixologist or lethal from the Grifter. And now you haven't got the 1 mana left over.
Oh, true.
To play the other one.
But there is like double Grifter now.
I could
which then does the job. Yeah, I think double
It's not
grifter
double
almost.
grifter, right? It's one grifter.
Oh, sorry. Yes, apologies. Yes, it's one grifter.
Yeah. Anyway,
yeah. Either way, it happened. It's fine. There was a couple of grift outs there as well. But yeah, huge congratulations to Soirin. A bit of a tricky last turn. I feel like we wanted more time to just look at what to do there, even though there's a lot of powerful options available. But Insane, I think, was just on the back foot for those last 2 games at least, right? It was just definitely a tough one for him to get over the line with that Death Knight. Does mean Soirin does move on. So to an extent, I guess we chalk one up for the Shaman lineup, even though Shaman and Rogue got a win. But it does mean that gets over the line. So congratulations to Soirin. Moving on, again, just a reminder, as you just mentioned, if you are just joining us recently, this is the initial match in Group B. We're basically moving through all of the initial matches throughout the day for the first 2 groups. There won't be anyone knocked out until Saturday, so you'll still get to see any players you may have missed or any players who are taking losses early. Still, we'll be playing a bit of a later date as well, but a pretty surprising match. A bit of a long one there, Lorinda, but a lot of back and forth between these 2 players.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see quite a lot of that. I watched quite a lot of the China qualifiers. The Banterface in particular was streaming, and that's kind of how a lot of them went, is you play some grindy games and see what happens, because there's a lot of reasonably close to 50-50 longish games in this thing. But I don't know about you, Avon. How about getting the world champion out there? What do we think?
We'll see. Okay, we are going to go to a quick break and get ready for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
大家好，我是莫如烟明。因为我是拿了这个去年的冠军，所以说我今年在积分上会有一定的天然优势，因为会继承去年的分数，所以我在第1个季度那个夏季赛的时候进的比较轻松吧，就其他选手可能要更加努力一点，然后我的话可以更容易的拿到那个夏季赛资格，然后也是从夏季赛的时候一次性就拿了夏季赛的冠军。然后并且也是在夏季的时候就直接拿到了这个年终总预选的资格。后来相当于我就有半年时间不需要继续参加比赛了嘛，然后可能会相对放松一些，可能也是因为这个吧。然后平时像这一次年终总决赛的时候可能就是发挥的不是很好，因为可能之前休息的时间太久，状态会有点下滑。本次世界冠军赛的目标的话，对我来说，我就当然希望是有机会，就是能创造历史嘛。就是因为以前历史上好像总决赛成绩最好的选手 Glory 他是1冠1亚嘛，是希望去尝试一下挑战一下，看有没有机会就是创造一个新的历史吧。对于今年的总决赛的外国选手的话，我觉得他们比去年的选手要更强一些，就比如说。像2023年的那个世界冠军 Pocket Chain， 他在那个拿完2023年冠军以后，就是2024年他是没有继续参加这个比赛，他是算休息了1年嘛。我觉得他是非常厉害的选手，然后他今年也回来了，相当于2年的世界冠军，看一下到底是谁更厉害，到底是因为我没参加比赛他拿了冠军，还是因为他没参加比赛让我拿了冠军，就可以再来碰一碰嘛。然后其他的话。像去年的那个亚军 Fairy Hunter 也还是继续在参加这个比赛。今年的话，也有更多这个亚太地区的选手，像台湾、日韩比较老的那些老将，就是尤其是韩国那边嘛，就是以前发挥很好的选手，然后现在又重新回到赛场。就总的来说，我觉得是比去年的选手要厉害很多。这次比赛我觉得我自己的优势的话，可能是。因为这个版本的缘故吧，然后就是因为近1年来炉石一直在进行这个标准模式的缩模嘛，然后所以卡牌强度没有提升特别大。然后像是前段时间这个我们国内的年终总决选，然后就是它的环境其实跟去年的总决赛是差不多的。我在去年总决赛上我带了这个战士、猎人跟盗贼，然后还有一个术士嘛。然后这一次年终总决选最厉害的3套牌也还是这个。战士、猎人跟盗贼，甚至形态都差不多。像去年是个那个无限防战，现在是一个就是任务防战。然后去年是那个虚灵贼，也是靠那个一星迪奥斯加巨人，然后现在也是差不多，也是过牌上巨人虽然现在巨人可能已经不是很能用，但是一剑不留也差不多。然后也是靠一星迪奥斯斩杀，然后甚至猎人也是那个发现猎，只不过从之前那个无限资源变成了现在那个有限的资源斩杀对手。所以我觉得。 就对我来说，可能一年过去了，就目前游戏环境变化的没有那么大，而我还是就非常熟悉之前那个这么类似的一个环境，这对我来说算是个优势。最重要的可能是 Pro Win 吧，因为去年我是跟他一起备战，然后去年也是一起进了这个总决赛，然后他是去年8强，今年也差不多，但是很可惜他今年倒在了年终总决选这一步，没能再走进世界赛。我要背负着他的那一份使命一起走下去，也希望他明年可以加油。然后这些支持我的粉丝，可能这一次我年终总决选的表现没有那么好。但是我会尽快的调整状态，然后争取在今年的总决赛再次发挥一个好的表现。然后感谢大家的支持，谢谢。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Arsenal podcast with some Hearthstone happening in the background. How's it going, Banter? How do you think the season's going so far?
It's going pretty well. I'm happy about everything. How about you? You enjoying it?
Yeah, pretty much. I guess we'll wait and see. Obviously, titles aren't won in December, as they say, but so far so good. Worrying signs out last time against Wolves. We did not play well, but a win's a win. We're still sorry. This bit will go on forever because neither of us will stop doing this. Anyway, there's some Hearthstone to be had here. Welcome back, Banterface. Happy to be here at the World Championships, even though it wasn't perhaps in the form that you would have wished at the start of the year.
Yeah, a little bit unexpected for me, but it is nice to make an appearance regardless. It's been a lot of fun casting so far. Again, some really good matches. Plenty left to watch throughout the weekend, so looking forward to the rest.
Good. We have a fantastic matchup coming for you. We just saw a little bit of an extended interview there, of course, with Yangming, the current reigning and defending Hearthstone World Champion, who will be going up against Phil in this one. So aside from the World Champion coming into the field, as we saw earlier with Pocket Train, I think the big talking point in this one is Egglock, Banter. What are we feeling on the debut of the Egglock in this tournament?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it does. It's definitely a bit of a different version from what we've seen in the past. Of course, back when the Ultralisk Cavern cost 3.
Ignore all of that, because I, for the third series in a row, have now prepped for the wrong match, as the previous two casters have. It is actually Chonsu and not Phil. Phil is in Group C. He's not even playing today. Ignore everything that I said. It is Chonsu going up against Yangming, of course. So stop talking about Egglock immediately. Thank you for following my lead. Let's have a discussion about Chonsu instead. Let's talk about Chonsu instead. Do you have much tournament experience going up against Chonsu as a player that you've played against a significant amount of time?
Not too many. I actually think I've only played against him maybe one time. It was in the last Master Tour of the year, before Last Chance. I did win, but very good player. I play against him on ladder a lot, despite only playing against him, I think, once in a tournament. Super solid player, been around for what feels like forever at this point, definitely before my time as well, before I started competing. So I know he'll be able to handle the nerves of Worlds.
It's super interesting that every time you ask that question to a current player, they'll always want to slip in the I did win every time at the end of the sentence. It always gets slipped in there.
Well, I wouldn't mention if I lost, of course. Why would I?
No. Right, exactly. So as far as these guest casters, Pocket Train, Banterface, and the like, every player they have 100% win rate against, because we just don't hear about the opposite. But yeah, Chonsu, great player. I described earlier, like him winning Last Chance felt like kind of the perfect cherry on top for the field here. Just that addition of another long-standing veteran. We saw a little bit from Yangming here in the break, if you were watching. But in case you did also take a little break and went to grab yourself some water or a snack or something, here is a bullet point form of that, highlighting the deck list. He is, of course, the 2024 Hearthstone World Champion, which you could stop reading there, and that pretty much sets the stage for you. But did also get his work done very early on this year in the China qualification, which is a process I know you followed along a little closer than most this year, Banter.
I have, yeah. I've been trying to follow a lot of the tournaments they've done. He got the first part done pretty early, but the work does not stop there for their system, unlike for the Master Tours, where somebody like Insane, who just played or actually won the first Master Tour, he was done for the year. He was here, he was ready. Not the same situation for Yan Ming, who had to play another tournament just a couple weeks back. It was the Chinese year-end qualifier, or year-end finals rather, which was basically 12 of the best players that China has to offer. Obviously plenty of good players in the region, but this really was among the best of the best. And he just about managed to make it through that field. Finished narrowly in 4th place to make his top 8 appearance. Actually ended the tournament with a negative match record, but he won when it mattered. It's just the way that the match system works, essentially, with a round robin, was how they played it out. Super long tournament, week-long tournament. Must be pretty intense for the players there, but he just about made it through despite that, so we'll see how he does here.
Getting into the series, we didn't really talk about the bans. We are seeing a double Hunter ban this time around. It looks like we're going to kick things off with Cycle Rogue versus the Control Warrior. Cycle Rogue probably, well, I say underperforming. It is performing poorly in this tournament from what we've seen so far. There's been quite a few games perhaps with a little bit of player error, but also a few games where, you know, a warrior has just survived the deck, for example. Were you a rogue believer coming into this? I know we talked about lineups just a little bit before coming on out.
I have been a rogue believer, yeah. I think the deck is strong. I was sitting in on some practice sessions of some players who didn't think it was good enough to bring, clearly. So it's not like a completely agreed upon thing for everyone, but it seems like most of the field has felt that it's strong. Worth noting at the start of this game, something that you will probably see happen every single time in this matchup is Warrior just tosses the quest away. No reason to keep it here.
Yeah, weird for me to give such credit to Raven, but I think he had the perfect explanation of it earlier, which is if you have survived 10 turns against Cycle Rogue, you've won the game anyway, regardless of the quest. So, yeah, good job. And
Chonsu just gonna, Chonsu's gonna, well, actually, no, the names are swapped.
They are.
Yeah, so Yan Ming, rather, just gonna ramp up ahead a bit. Meanwhile, Chonsu does have a couple, wait, are the names swapped too?
It's a good question. We will wait and see. It's okay. It's looking that way as the problem fixes itself. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's like the names were correct, the cameras were incorrect. There we
Got
go.
it. Yeah, so it is Yan Ming on the rogue. Yeah, I think Chonsu didn't bring rogue, right? That was that was the difference.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Insane Yan Ming definition will have the same lineup. Chonsu has the shaman instead of the rogue.
Mm-hmm. But Chonsu doesn't really have a ton of options here. I mean, his choice is either essentially to New Heights or play All You Can Eat. Advantage of All You Can Eat is you're quite likely to draw Hostile Invader, super important card in the matchup to be able to deal with boards like this. New Heights can get a little bit weird here if you don't really have a plan for it. Like, what are you ramping into if you play the second one?
Yeah, and the answer is not a Hostile Invader turn because you don't have that yet. Otherwise, that would be a given answer to the question.
Yeah.
There's so many rogue matchups. This is the first thing you have to pay attention to, right? I was talking about it earlier where Sylvanas is like the card in the Hunter matchup against rogue for being able to deal with exactly this board state early on and not take the chip damage. Chonsu does go with the New Heights, though, just ramping.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see it. I mean, just generally playing her ramp tends to be good. Just in this exact spot, I thought he might deviate a bit, but he does have the Brawl available if the board goes really wide with, let's say, an Everything Must Go. He does at least have the backup of that.
I love this, by the way. Yan Ming fully demonstrating the idea of not worrying too much about the supposed downside of a Platasaur. Just blew it up with an Eat the Imp, despite there being a 2/2 on the board, just because it was the smallest minion he could blow up, discarding the weapon.
Yep, doesn't really need the weapon at this point. He had the Web Weaver in hand as well, and he'll probably be happy to see that Maestra, not really needed, so he's not going to care about the second Platasaur discard either.
No. And that is 2 EMGs. Bad news being there's only room for one, but...
Yep, and maybe worse news being that that is a large 4-drop, but of course Chonsu does have the Brawl in hand that we noted earlier, so he will not immediately explode to this board, but he's leaving something on board, and he just doesn't have any armor gain.
And if you weren't keeping track, there was a lot of progress being made there. Still 5 asteroids left remaining in the deck after this. So if we were to, for example, just to see one of the biggest 4-drops in the game simply win the brawl, Chonsu might just be kind of dead here.
Yeah, Yaming going to continue to cycle. Probably will not actually kill on this turn unless he manages to draw every single asteroid in the deck. But he is certainly in a spot where he will be very happy with the outcome of this.
And I think is absolutely correct in just going for the throat here. Firstly, because there is that small lethal out, but secondly, he can just drive towards the second EMG this turn and put his opponent right back in exactly the same spot he was in on the previous turn. But hold the phone. Hold the phone, Banter! Yeah, I told you he was dead. Easy.
Yeah. Just
this is how casting works.
5 lethal from Cycle Rogue, and that one about as early as you will ever see that happen in that matchup.
Yeah, through a brawl as well. Like, yeah, the 661, but that's the difference, right? Like, it's the first threat check whenever you're playing against Cycle Rogue is early on, if you're playing against a competent player who has mulliganed correctly and played their first few turns correctly, you will see some kind of board of 3 or 4 minions, maybe with or without an EMG by turn 4. That's probably going to happen most of the time, right? So you need to have that answer ready to go. Warriors tend to have to tank it for a little longer and then stabilize afterwards. Hunters need to be playing Sylvanas. Like, there's all of these matchups where you need to have that card ready to go. And if you fail that threat check, you can just die incredibly quickly to that chip damage. Particularly with the Phoenixes being a little bigger now than they used to be to compensate for the the nerf to the miracle turns that you can have with them. But yeah, disgusting start from Yang Ming. Easy 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of the way that that game played out is maybe due to the way that Chonsu's Warrior is built as well. He runs 0 copies of Predatory Strike, or Precursory Strike rather, which a lot of players are generally running as a 2 of, or at least a 1 of. He runs 0. So that Web Weaver that Yang Ming tempoed on turn 2 was the safest Web Weaver he will ever play. It was just not killable, and proceeded to push like 8 damage and draw his entire deck.
And this is just a big knowledge difference of playing in this kind of tournament where you do have open deck lists. We saw something similar in the previous game where Soyerin played out his Sylvanas and then immediately discovered a Brewmaster to hold in hand, but Insane was onto the ruse and just kind of diverted his entire turn to spend everything he had to kill the Sylvanas because he knows that the Brewmasters are in the list, right? And that's very different from playing on ladder, where you kind of have to play against, the average outcome of what your opponent's deck probably has in it, thinking about what's worse for you and what isn't, what you can beat and what you can't. Playing against perfect information in a tournament like this is very, very different. You can make those kind of plays, and Yan Ming, having already proven it, being the world champion reigning and defending, is well versed in those kind of plays. But we now reverse proceedings. Yan Ming on the Warrior, and a pretty solid looking opening hand, by which I mean it has some ramp in it, so how bad can it be?
Yep, New Heights, especially in a matchup like this where you're not immediately going to be pressured a lot outside of maybe a Morbid Swarm into Creature Madness opening. You got plenty of time to just chill, gain some more mana, and just start doing stuff. There is a question of if you even want to coin it this turn, because some portion of the time your next turn will basically be doing nothing. At best, maybe 4 mana, 4 glory. But he does choose to do it. It gives him a bit more options and some more outs off the top.
Yeah, there's a very famous quote way back in the day where, just in the days of classic Ramp Druid, Force of Nature Savage Roar 2014 Ramp Druid, Amaz coined out a Wild Growth with no follow-up and was questioned about it afterwards. And he said, yeah, of course you coin it, because if you just coin it once, it's like having a coin every single turn afterwards. And that's a terrible explanation. It doesn't actually make that much sense when you think about it. But I think modern Hearthstone, you're so good at spending mana with every deck in the game now that it's much more common that you do see those kind of lines with coin for the ramp with no additional follow-up.
Something pretty interesting just happened on Yan Ming's turn, as Chonsu will play his Elise on curve, which is exactly what he would be looking for, but Yan Ming actually played a 3 mana for Glory rather than going Shield Block and then presumably just Hero Power after, with the 4 Glory getting a bit cheaper in hand. Maybe wants to conserve the armor for the Shield Slam later, but kind of an interesting thing to note.
Good catch. Thank you.
And something else that's interesting to note is that Yaming did just top deck a Demolition Renovator, having seen his opponent play Elise on turn 4. I think he'll be holding on to that one.
Yeah, not like it particularly matters, because we're about to see it, but in case you wanted to know which location is about to get immediately blown up, it's that one, right there.
Yeah, and Yaming also does just part ways with the Bulwark, which might look a little bit on the strange side with a bunch of 1/1s on board, but he is probably thinking that if there is an attack buff on that Elise location, he is kind of dying. So maybe just equipping the Bulwark to stop the bleeding from that potentially.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's a little tough, right? Because I was about to say it's also, if you're planning to spend 3 mana on dealing with a location, which you almost certainly are, having the Bulwark in play over the course of 2 turns, you're stacking up as much defense as possible. The argument, of course, is that you had the mana available to, like, drop Renovator Bulwark this turn. So yeah, I think the threat of the buff damage is probably the biggest factor there.
Yep, and gets to do my favorite play, which is punching.
It's cheating, really Banter! It's functionally cheating. I won't have any of it. Yeah, go on.
But it feels so nice.
Yeah. Banter, of course, alluding to attacking with the last charge of the Bulwark into a minion, at which point you get to not only deal the damage, but also still use the defensive aspect of the Bulwark and reduce the damage at the same time.
That is my second favorite use of Bulwark after punching my opponent's face with it.
After the Gallon? Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So Chansu slowed down quite a bit by that. He's not going to have an additional click from his location. Of course, he had the potential to maybe copy a hero power for burst damage later. That is now just gone because of that Renovator tech.
Which is one of the more common tech cards in the tournament, right? I think that is some of the biggest differences between some of the more similar lineups that we have, is where they have tech in various places. The speed of the Hunter builds, the tech card choices in Warrior and Death Knight. But Renovators have looked pretty useful so far to the players that have brought them in the tournament.
Yep, looking pretty strong, and does have 7 mana, has a Marin in hand. Usually, as long as you're not immediately dead, that does mean play your Marin, get some more cards.
There we see one of those differences. Not everyone playing the Dream Planet Zephyrus in this DK list. Chansu is going for it, though. And in this spot, not a bad card to pick up. Not necessarily the play this turn, but I think being able to play it at some point and just click damage does start to formulate a game plan.
Yep. Probably not the best turn to play it, like you said, but has some other options. Could maybe play a blob to defend the board. Something you also would like to do at some point is just get this foam render going, spend the mana on it, start punching your opponent. You're kind of expecting your board to get cleared at this stage, right? Like if you commit more to board, it's playing a bit more into brawls or a hostile invader. So I do like the idea of getting the weapon down. And Chansu also likes it.
It looked like this went into the minion. Yeah, okay. So we are paying some attention still to defending the board.
Yep, and also, so he could have traded a 1/1 into the Marin and swung face with the weapon, but the nice thing about this is, sure, he takes the damage, but he doesn't really care about his own HP at this point, right? He's got plenty, he's not getting pressured. What it does do is it reduces your opponent's max health this way. Super important for a potential Zilliax in the near future. Those are some decent Hearthstone cards to pick up for 3 mana less. Hostile Invader, Ancient of Yore, and an Unleash the Crocolisk. Some synergy between a couple of those cards to help deal with this.
Yeah, especially when your opponent, as we were just talking about, has not gone for a board-based play, but has just started directly attacking your health, and you just gained the perfect cards to be able to clear up what your opponent has in play, and a bunch of armor gain for basically no mana whatsoever. Pretty powerful. Yep.
If Yanming wanted to, which he probably wouldn't necessarily this turn, but if he wants to, it looks like he might actually end up going that way. He can just gain up to 26 armor immediately, putting him from 14 to 40 effective health. He is going to hold on to the second Crocalus. Doesn't really make sense to play it here, but still just so much armor gain. Ooh.
Husk living is dangerous, but not something Chonsu has the punish for right now. Say punish as if that was Yanming's fault, right? Imagine getting punished for this.
Well, he should have won the brawl. Why didn't the 2-3 live? Yeah. Couple options on this turn. I mean, the one that sticks out immediately is we did just draw a Marin. That's always appealing to play. Something that might be in the back of Chonsu's mind here is we're heading into turn 9, or at least 9 mana for Yanming, meaning Ziliax is a potential concern. 4 mana on Xavius and 4 mana on Blob, a lot better against a potential Ziliax.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there's been so much damage to the max health. I am just noticing that's not displayed on the screen on the top side, but we can see max health all the way down at 22, assuming our tracker is correct on Yanming's side. So the Ziliax, not really an effective healing tool, but it can still impact the board, which, as Banter was just describing, this much more resistant to than just dropping the Marin, which would give a huge board swing to it. Oh, and there it is. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together, Banter?
It's amazing, yeah. But Chonsu did have a quite effective turn to play around that, or at least to be much stronger against it. Ziliax on this board looks a lot less appealing than it does against a 6-6 and a 3-5.
Yes, it does.
Okay, Yanming gonna opt for essentially just a stall play, right? I mean, that is a lot of what this deck does at this stage of the game. Gain some armor, stop your opponent from pushing all this face damage, and you can just deal with the board on the next turn.
Frustrating draw, because now you do get a good card to leverage that previous Hideous Husk winning the brawl, but you don't really have the board space to take advantage of it anymore.
Yep, unfortunate timing on that. When I look at this turn, I would think Marin probably reasonable to spend the mana on it. I think we'll most likely see it get played. Does opt to play the creature. Could choose to like trade it off because he has a blob in play, so thought maybe he would just hero power and maybe even like Pterodax plus Marin, but it looks like he wants to find something with a Dark Gift. Any of these look nice to you? They don't look great to me.
Not particularly, no. There was a day when Mugs and Jugs were somehow playable in current year Hearthstone, which was always amazing to me. But those days have long since passed. Going with the Clumsy Steward instead, which maybe can have some disruptive effect on the game later on, but I think it was the only thing he could find a plan for among a pretty bad selection.
Yep. And he does essentially do the same Marin play as hero power, just spends the 2 mana on the creature. Doesn't let it go face, but I think he doesn't really care much about that 1 damage, just wants to get the mana spent.
You see the power of the discount here. Last turn, Yanming was able to get so much done with the Bob and getting the Ancient of Yore consolidated on the same turn because of the discounts. Now he's able to have a Hostile Invader turn with a Sleep Under the Stars all in the same turn because of the discounts.
Yep, and just taking a moment here to figure out if he wants to try and draw more cards or if you should just go for the double refresh at this point. Double refresh would allow you to play the Ancient of Yore you just picked up. Which he is going to go that route. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Obviously, if you've been out of touch with Hearthstone for a little while, not quite as disgusting having 2 Yores in play in terms of armor gain as it was previously, but still a wonderful card draw engine that is still ever present pretty much in this Control Warrior deck. And doing a great job here for Yanming in terms of stabilizing.
We are finally going to see this Zephyrs come down, almost certainly for damage at this point. Ooh.
Oh!
How's that for a combo?
Yes, please. Rarely spotted, but there were some psychopaths back in the days of 2014 Druid that did play a Leroy Jenkins in the Force of Nature Savage Raw deck. It did happen.
We could see him cash in on that damage here, potentially. It might also just choose to deal with the board, try and refresh a board, and then
I think so too.
go again. But he is just going to cash in on the damage now. Maybe thinking that the board it's going to be hard to stick a board after this. And it is a lot of damage.
He doesn't really have a good turn against the death rattle of the invader, right? That's the biggest problem for me. So I think doing this makes a bunch of sense, cashing it in.
Yeah, and if your opponent does not have Ziliax at this point, they have already used a lot of armor gain. We've seen double Crocalus used, we've seen a safety goggles, so much armor's gone, but the Ziliax will definitely help Yanming stabilize a bit.
Trading the poison now just to clean up the rest. Yep, this makes sense. And all the way back up to 21. Sorry, 24. My mistake.
And unfortunately, Chonsu doesn't really have a super clean answer to this. Might have to part ways with a Corpse Explosion just to get rid of these taunts and the rest of the lifesteal. Yeah, his max health is 22, so technically they're not really doing much lifesteal, but still a bit annoying, I would say. Might just choose to get rid of it.
Yeah, if you hit Grifter Steel, that deals with the situation pretty effectively, right? Because the heal is no big deal when it's only healing for 3 after the trade.
Yeah. A couple options. I mean, he does just have this wand, which is a nice start to the turn. You could go like Corpse Explosion, Husk Giant, something along those lines, but he's just going to go ahead and cycle through, see if we can find something a bit better. He does still use the explosion. I thought maybe he wouldn't end up using the explosion with the draws. Yeah.
I was right there with you. I was about to say that all 3 of those cards that he hit seem like better solutions to this problem than the Corpse Explosion was.
So yeah, a little surprised to see him use it, but I mean, it does at least, he can use the Morbid Swarm just for extra corpses later, doesn't have to spend them on those, which he will be needing some corpses soon. He's actually not got many at the moment, does have plenty of mana to get them in the future, but Yanming has officially completed his quest, which is where it starts to get a little scary for DK if they're able to play that quest reward and not, be under too much pressure. How about that for a brawl outcome, though? There is still a giant on the board.
Okay, 1 second. What's the text on Clumsy Steward?
It's when your opponent...
After any card is drawn, make it temporary. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, it does not quite work on the quest reward.
It would have been nice, though, wouldn't it? It's just the way... Nice. The way the timing happened from Chonsu, I think it was just a coincidence because it was the turn he got, the big swing turn lined up with the Corpse Explosion. It's just the we've already seen a couple of cool interactions that have never occurred to me before, like Neri Death Roll in the previous series. I was just checking
by the way, as we're talking about some interactions, this giant stuck on the board, and Chonsu has an insane amount of damage on. He has 16 damage from hand.
Oh, you're so right.
He is just dead to Leroy, Shaladrisil, and then Awakens plus Nightmare. I do not think Yanming ever expected to die this turn. He was at a pretty healthy life total. It's just so much burst coming out.
That's 11 more from the Nightmare, 5 more from the Awakens, and still a weapon swing to come in behind that. At first, it was Yanming who was able to do some disgusting mana cheat turns off the wand, but Chonsu threw it right back at him with the Leroy from the Zephyrus and the discounted Saladrisil, bringing it home, squaring up the series, and that's a huge win because it looked for large parts of that Yanming was getting stable and was going to start walking away with that one as Chonsu was running out of threats, but that big push with the Saladrisil and some helpful outcomes from the Zephyrus, who is, of course, famous for always giving people exactly what they want all of the time throughout the history of Hearthstone. And no one has ever quibbled with the decision-making and logic of any of those cards, ever. But working out very well there for Chonsu in that regard. Squares up the series. A Death Knight and a Rogue both coming out against a Warrior. 2 defeats for Warrior in the series. Is that worrying signs for you, Banter? 2 Warrior defeats in this series?
You know, I think on paper it still looks okay for the rest of the series. Really for both players. I mean, it's kind of fine into Shaman. We may be seeing a Warrior mirror at some point, which, interestingly enough, we've been talking about some of the deck building choices for both these players. There's another very interesting deck building choice that Chonsu made in his Warrior that could affect that matchup quite heavily. He plays a Steam Cleaner in his Quest Warrior.
Which is a big deal. It could, yeah. Few matchups where it is relevant can have a big impact on the Rogue matchup, can have a big impact against Hunter, which quite often relies on Insidious, but in the Warrior mirror, of course, which is not like a Control Warrior of old, where neither of you plays any cards and you all just tank up and wait for fatigue. Generally, both players will play the quest, try and complete the quest, and then be the first one to try and do some of the game-ending stuff that comes from that quest completion. If you have a Steam Cleaner in there, that is a big deal to blow up all of those quest rewards and mean that no Galvadon OTK is going to come out from the opponent.
Yep, absolutely. But we will have to wait for that one if it does come later on, because first we got Shaman against Warrior.
And it does mean if we are going to see that Chonsu Steam Cleaner tech come in, that Shaman is going to have to pick up the win here to keep Warrior in the series for Yan Ming. You mentioned earlier that you felt Shaman did okay in this matchup. Like, how big an advantage are we talking about here for Shaman?
Well, to me, it's probably around even. Now, if you draw this hand of Hearthstone cards, I would not be feeling too confident if I were Chonsu in this spot. This is nearly like, I'm not going to say the worst hand possible, but he is just doing nothing. He's got a couple of 1/1s, and that is all that he has. No Hagatha, no location, no bird watching, no bellhops. Pretty miserable hand at the moment.
Is it a fixable hand? I only ask because sometimes against Warrior, you want to have your big impactful cards in your hand, right? Like, is there any draws off the top to give you enough stuff to do until you get to some of this stuff?
Yeah, Firehawk, definitely one that comes to mind. Firehawk would be quite nice. Interesting thing about Hagatha, which is normally quite a good card, there's actually only 2 more big spells in the deck. That is not one of the draws that Chonsu would have wanted.
No. It has the right number in the top left corner, which is an improvement of all of the other cards that he has in his hand.
Mm-hmm. And one even more annoying thing for Chonsu is, like, toteming is good for Wish Upon a Star, but you don't want to fill up your board too much because, one, it's bad against For Glory. It makes that card cheaper for Yan Ming. And also, you don't want to end up in a situation where you're board locking yourself before Wish Upon a Star and you're just doing absolutely nothing. He's kind of getting forced into a spot where he's doing nothing, but doesn't want to make it worse, so he chooses to not hero power. Speaking of doing nothing, Yan Ming
the hilarious part here is Yan Ming's hand is so reactive, but the way Warrior works, like, Warrior has always been a deck that doesn't necessarily have infinite removals. It has a select pool of very high quality removals that it has to ration out throughout the game and then use Armor Gain to try and resist the rest of the threats. So because Chonsu's board is so bad right now, Yan Ming's actually looking at all of these resources he has and going, well, I can't commit any of these to deal with this board, so I guess I'm just passing.
Yep, and we saw a quick chuckle from Chonsu as he picked up somehow yet another unplayable card to complete this monstrosity of a hand. He will get to play something on the next turn at last, but it is just not a good time for him. But like you said, Yan Ming's hand quite reactive, doesn't have any card draw, which is what you would love at a time like this, just to be able to cycle and not worry about anything. The good news for him is he is not really taking any damage.
So in terms of literally unplayable cards again, there are 3 remaining in these 22. That is not one of them, but it is about as far to the other end of being useless as you can possibly imagine.
Yep. So Chonsu going to go ahead and just play out this Frosty Decor. Of course, the goal being to coin out a Wish, which Yan Ming very well aware of. This will be the turn that he deals with the board with the Invader. Pretty simple to clean up.
Yeah, despite that not being an impactful board on its own, as Bantu was mentioning, Yanming knows for sure that the threat of Wish Upon the Star is just way too big to deal with there, so he has to clean it up in advance.
Yeah, it is nice when your opponent's hand seems to be so bad that you kind of just know what's there. Like when they've passed this many turns, like, yeah, okay, there's at least one wish, if not two, maybe maybe a hammer, stuff like that. It becomes pretty clear. Is this a competition to see who can draw a worse hand?
It might be a competition to see who can put Brewmasters in the worst place imaginable. And everyone's winning. This is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Like, Chonsu does kind of get to bomb chain now. Now nothing's happened in the first 6 turns of the game from either player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one kind of caveat to that is that every turn that ticks away is getting closer to Yanming completing his quest. But the quest alone is very often not going to win you the game. You need, some card draw, maybe to pick up a ceaseless later on. So we are a little bit a ways from that.
But now this is the second relevant board that Chonsu has been able to make. Oh, okay, all right. Yanming picked up the Renovator, desperately traded it away, looking for something to do. Now hits the Marin into Wondrous Wand, which is about as good a recovery card he could possibly have with how slow his own hand has been in response to Chonsu.
Yep, definitely important timing on that one. Chonsu just going to keep trying to pressure the board. Of course, he knows that there's a wand in hand. He wants to try and get something going, make a board, make it hopefully hard to deal with. The nice thing about this is it lives against the Great Dracorex, which is often a card that is a complete pain to deal with as a shaman. Ooh. That is a lot of armor gain, and Yanming gonna have a very nice swing turn here. He's able to fill the board, brawl, and very likely end on the crown to actually just get ahead on board.
We've seen a couple of pretty mediocre crowns so far. This one a little better, but not much. We've seen a Mukla and a Grifter being taken as choices here. Gonna take a Chromie. All right, fine. I like
that Chromie does draw 3 cards, which might be a record. I actually don't know if I've ever seen a Chromie draw any cards before. Certainly not in a competitive match, so this will be a first. And all of a sudden, Chonsu just playing from behind is something that we've talked about a few times throughout the tournament. Shaman does not want to be playing from behind. Anytime you're behind on board, it means you're just so much less likely to be able to push face damage, which at this point, you need to start applying some pressure. I don't think you're going to win a super long game when their quest is I think 1 or 2 turns away.
Right. We talked about this earlier, but when Shaman's behind, the linearity of the deck really, really hurts it, because qualified players on the other side can just easily predict what the only powerful turn a Shaman is capable of doing, because there does tend to only be 1 or 2 different ones on any given turn, and then just play around them really effectively, and you would expect Yanming to have the ability to be able to do that from here. Chonsu still has a couple of threats left to come here, for sure.
He does, yeah. Some large bellhops on the board, a few waves as well, which is nice. He can make a big threat for really like a few turns at this point. He's got Murloc Grofins, large Ziliacs now, like multiple he's got 3 minions in hand still that summon a copy of themselves, and they're all quite large. So he's not out of gas yet.
Extremely large gentleman, yeah. But Yanming, on the other side, did have to commit his Brawl before using the Wondrous Wand, but the Wondrous Wand has hit a Bob, which now lines up really nicely with that Brewmaster in hand, potentially, and does have the second Brawl to go with it. Having missed on so much card draw early on, you would imagine he will hit some compounding card draw now towards the bottom of his deck and actually be able to play a lot quicker than he did through the early game with the remaining cards.
And that Chromie put in an incredible amount of work. It just drew him more ramp, more removal, and he was also able to play the Shield Slam before, before trading off the Chromie. So we got the second copy of the Shield Slam as well. Really nice card to have in the matchup. And some more free armor. Not bad.
Is that unironically the best Chromie you've ever seen in Hearthstone?
Without a doubt. By far.
Okay.
But second wish does come down for Chonsu. Again, all of his minions now are quite large. I believe this Alakir that is in his hand is now 9 attack, which represents 18 damage burst. So Yaming will of course have to be a little bit aware of that, but he's got plenty of resources in hand to deal with it.
8 combatants enter, and I take the crown.
Looks like for now gonna avoid clearing the board. Makes it a bit awkward for Chonsu because in a situation like this, there's not a whole lot you can do. I'd say the best possible turn, generally speaking, is just like weapon, because you don't really want to commit more to a huge board that they have to clear anyway. So if they don't have weapon here, you're extremely happy, and if they do, it's still fine. He's just going to go ahead and cycle through his deck. That Brewmaster that you were not a big fan of, gonna go ahead and freeze his board again on a future turn.
Yeah, and I think this is great because it speaks exactly to that problem that you were just talking about. Chonsu now knows not only this turn can he not really commit anything to the board because it's just going to get frozen again, but the turn after that, there's also a face-up brawl in the hand, right? Because it was not, like, even though it wasn't drawn off Chromie, it would have been if it wasn't already in the hand, so Chonsu should know it's there to some degree. So he knows at some point in the future this board is going away, and he just kind of has to push through it, but as long as he keeps getting frozen...
He is able to push some damage at the very least. Unfortunately for Chonsu, if he had any hope of winning a very long game, it probably went away with that ham, which just ate his Shutter block. So no Shutter release, no Shutter Growfin. He's going to have to just push the damage probably with Alakir and the weapon at this point.
Now the Bob is coming down once more. He says there is some degree of hesitancy. Oh, interesting. I personally would have certainly expected to see the Bob just coming down to delay the brawl even further, but Yanming looking a little bit indecisive, makes the hand space to clear out for the Ancient of Yore first, and is going to commit the brawl. Okay.
Yeah, maybe decided on this once he hit the second Yore or the shield block just to spend the mana. Not entirely sure. I was kind of expecting the Bob as well. But in any case, he has answers to everything, and he can always use the Bob on a future turn.
And all the while, Ceaseless Expanse creeping down to becoming a very relevant factor in the game as well. 4 cards remaining in deck for Yanming.
Will very likely be easily playable in the next turn or two. Chonsu does pick up an Elise, which in this matchup, I mean, it is getting a bit late, but just in general, trying to hit copy attack, something along those lines. Really nice with Alakir. The problem is, does he have the time at this point? Like, can you take a 10? I'm not so sure. Some large Ziliaxes, though. Zilii? What's the plural? Ziliax?
I don't know. Ask Celestalon. Maybe Celestalon can send us a picture of a meerkat that explains it or something.
That would be perfect. But yeah, he does just slam those down, which not a super clean answer for Yanming in general, right? He can't use his own Ziliax against it. Of course, he does know about the Bob, so he always has the option of just playing that Bob. With a Zilli in hand, there's always the potential to just do that to stall, right?
This place well.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. He's going to go ahead and pick up a 10-mana location, can end the turn cleanly on Bob. I think he was just playing the Hostile Invader because it is effectively useless at this point of the game. But all his minions are way too big, so he's just going to dump it out of his hand for the space.
Yeah, not to mention he's kind of running out of any spells to play alongside it as well. So just using it to clear up the Divine Shields and just get it on board as a potentially impactful card with the Bob does make sense.
And I am curious, what does that location do, Sottle?
I mean, if only there was some way of knowing. Let's have a look. I have no idea.
Ooh.
10-10, 6 Raptors. All right, yes, please.
Yep, that sounds like a lot of removal. He still has both Dracorex as well as Ziliax that he's been holding on to. A copy of either of those could be very impactful in the future.
Yes, yes, yes.
I imagine he wanted to hit armor for one of them. I think he must have just not hit it because he probably would have wanted that rather than the Raptors. Don't really need the Raptors when you're at this point of the game, I don't think. But tough spot for Chansu now.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with this as a concept, Banter, but some people don't actually just hit the perfect options off locations all the time. Sometimes you have to make do. I don't know if this is news to you.
I am more than familiar. I never hit the right option. Nobody actually does, right? It's only their opponents that do.
That's true. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Chansu's starting.
Sounds like a fallacy, but it's just like that thing where people say that like there's deck-based matchmaking, right? Where you always queue into the bad matchup, but it only applies to you specifically, right? Because your opponents then by nature are always queuing into the good matchups.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and Chansu getting rid of those weapon swings so that he can get this Murden down on board, which will, of course, then fetch the weapon from the deck, and he's probably going to end up needing that damage in the future.
Looks like we got a bit of desync disconnection here from Chansu's POV. There you go, rapid fire switch. And Yaming was able to play down the Ceaseless Expanse, get the quest completion thrown in there as well. Instantly hits the Galvadon. Makes a massive board with the 10-10 copy just for the sake of it. And that's a pretty disgusting swing turn for someone that does not have any access to a shutter-blocked rush minion type play in response, which is generally Shaman's go-to swing turn for a board like this at this stage of the game.
Yep, Yaming is very well aware that there's really no good answer to this. You can generate something off Elise maybe, but because it hasn't been played yet, I don't even really think there's an Elise out at this point to deal with this board. It is just too big.
Well, we are learning rapidly that with Welcome Home in the game, there is always an Elise out. It's just incredibly unlikely. You just have to keep hitting Welcome Home off Raptors and Discover every single time, and then you clear every board in the game.
Right. Fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 34 damage on the board. Chansu is sitting currently at 41 HP. Not exactly a situation you want to be in, but I think he knows that he's going to have to let a bunch of it stick. The question really is just from here, how does he win? And his answer is go face. Just try and kill him, because what else are you going to do?
Karnasa, Megafin, neither of those really doing anything. Not a big deal. Keep on drawing. There's the Time Warp. And that's the game!
Yep, that one of those games where you just look at your hand as a Shaman player and you think, this might be a long game for me. Not an ideal start, and it pretty much played out more or less how we would expect from that point. Yami actually was in a position where maybe it would have looked a bit closer until he hit the Marin, and from there he essentially just had infinite cards at that point.
Yeah, I think, the Marin did then feed him just more removal as well, but then just those extra 3 cards through the deck, I mean, not you can quibble with that logically because of the way Marin works, but getting a little bit deeper in the deck, finding some more options, hit a 0-mana Crown as well, couple of big swing turns, couple of good removal turns, and then all of that card draw that wasn't found early on did come later, but I think you do have to give recognition to something that I don't think I necessarily would have spotted there, which was how impactful the Chromie was in terms of emptying the deck, right? It drew so many cards over the course of that game. Shield slams, brawls, everything else came out of the deck. He got down to basically nothing, got the quest reward thrown in there, still had more card draw to spare to hit that Time Walk. And with that massive board in play with the Ceaseless Expanse, that just ended up being GG. It does mean we're not going to be seeing that Warrior Mirror that I know you were looking forward to so much, Banter. If you could just hide your disappointment, because, you know, I don't want you to bum out the viewers too much with the misery that spreads across the face. No one wants to play Funeral Simulator here, Banter. That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully
we do
we'll
have a
one in the
DK.
future.
Hopefully we will, yeah. A Warrior Mirror, that is, not a funeral, right? That's
Correct.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we do have the DK now remaining for Yaming. Shaman coming out again for Chonsu. We've talked about it a little bit. Like, I think we both kind of picked a couple of holes in Shaman as a deck. We had a little conversation earlier off stream where we both verified that we were not Shaman believers for this tournament. Do you have any more general thoughts, criticisms, wild hot takes you want to throw out about the deck in general?
I wouldn't say I'm more of a, you know, I'm kind of on the fence about it. I personally would not have brought it. I don't love the deck, but I wouldn't say that it's like a bad bring. I understand why people brought it, and this matchup, for example, I think in some recent tournaments maybe didn't do too well. Shaman was kind of just getting beat up. I don't think it's that bad of a matchup, at least on paper, but it has been playing out in the favor of DK generally from what I've seen.
These pro players, man, you get them behind the scenes, you get them in Twitch chat, you get them without a camera. They've got all these big opinions. Suddenly, the bright lights go on. You hit play on the stream. There's thousands of people watching, and suddenly they've got responsibilities. And oh, I'm on the fence now. Yeah, not so easy anymore, is it?
Shaman's bad. You got me. All right, I'll just say.
Thank you. All right, come on now.
You know what's not bad though when you are playing Shaman is a couple locations and an Elise in hand. That's not bad.
That's right.
Yaming does pick up a double Battlecry Mixologist, so he's got a couple potions in there. I wonder if we can check what those are.
I wonder if we can. If only someone did not have the window minimized at the exact moment you said that. Well, I mean, I don't need to go any further, really. I think we'll just stick on that one. That seems pretty good. Seems like we solved the problem.
Yep, that does seem like a strong potion. Looks like the other one is summon a friendly minion and plus 2 HP to all of his own minions. So basically one removal potion and then one to build a board. Pretty nice balance there for Yaming.
Correct, yeah. The other one is summon a dead and buff plus 2 health.
Did you say summon a dead? It's a nice way of putting it. I like that. No minion necessary.
No.
Ooh. How about a reborn Pterodax?
I have stopped reading all of the other options, yes. I think that's probably the one to go with.
Mm-hmm. Chonsu, of course, going to play the Elise this turn, probably just figuring out how many and which locations to click if he does, because you could extend even further on the board, get these 1/1s down if you want to.
Yeah, and honestly, it is a tricky thing to get a handle on with Parrot Sanctuary in particular, especially when you're playing in a tournament with open deck lists with a bunch of renovators in it as well. Honestly, I think that fact probably makes it a lot easier that you just kind of click it all the time whenever you can, right? If there's a renovator hanging out on the other side, but getting the rhythm right and making sure you don't end up wasting clicks because you clicked it too much, it's a thing that takes a little while to get a balance for, I think.
It does, yeah. And unfortunately for Chonsu, once again, there is a renovator on the other side of the screen, meaning that I think another one of his locations is just going to disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have the clicks available here, so he does have copy on his location, but importantly, he can actually play a minion, get the Growfin down, he can copy the rush. So at least he's able to make a board in the process. The bad news for him is that by the time it is clickable again, it will be renovated.
And that is not to mention the further issues that he has with this enormous board that appeared absolutely out of nowhere on the previous turn.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Reborn Pterodax with the buff potion and the res.
Yep. That Pterodax is going to be quite annoying. It means that he cannot effectively kill the minions that he would like to. Like on the surface, it does look like you can kill the Pterodax off twice because normally it would resummon at 3 HP. But as you pointed out, not in this case. It comes back with 5.
I wonder if Chonsu has also realized that partway through the turn, because it felt like he had a plan that has now changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to his credit, I think this was the only turn he could make. It's just a little bit more annoying than you would like it to be, but I'm not sure he really had another option. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the plan had changed. It's just there was a level of confidence with the order and direction of attacks that kind of evaporated halfway through the turn, which I think betrays him realizing it was coming back with 5 HP. For those of you not following along, the Dark Gift effect says this keeps enchantments on it. That's not just the enchantments that are given to it by the Dark Gift. That's any enchantments. So it includes the buff it was receiving from the Mixologist.
By the way, Sodal, Chonsu has died. He is just dead on this turn. He had the option of going Frosty plus Pop-Up Book, but he feels like he is so far behind, and he just simply explodes to this. It didn't even need the Infested Breath in hand, could also just Hero Power, but either way, very, very quickly, Yang just beat him down.
He sure did. Thank you. That was a very polite interjection, Banter. Well done there. We'll make a caster out of you. Yeah. By the way, if you wanted to pay attention to the series ending, Chonsu has just died, which, yes, he has. The world champion marches on. Chonsu is going to go down to the lower side of the bracket. He's going to have to sit on his hands until Saturday at this point to resume his tournament life, which is brutal. I think Lorinda already asked you about this earlier on. Have you ever had that long of a wait between two individual series in a tournament before?
Thankfully, not that long. It does sound brutal, just mentally at that point. All the waiting, you can practice a bit, but it's, oh man, like, I mean, even a day for me is like, you get some nerves, it gets a little stressful. So, yeah, long wait for him. But of course, on the other hand, for Yang Ming, still got one match to go.
That's right. Yeah, Yang Ming is going to march forward into the winners match. Chonsu falls down into the lower half. It was a fantastic series. We did not get to see any of that Warrior, the Steam Cleaner tech coming out from Chonsu. We didn't get to see any of the Warrior Mirror, but we did get to see some very clean play from a defending world champion. And as the expert eye, the discerning opinion looking on here, Banter, do you think Yang Ming was playing like a repeat world champion there? Did you see any gaps in his play that you want to pick up on?
Not really, no. From my perspective, played pretty clean. Definitely had some favorable situations, right? Like I would say that Warrior versus Shaman game, probably not the hardest game that he's ever played. Maybe last year had some tougher ones, but he did what he needed to do, got the job done, and we'll see if he can continue to march towards that back-to-back championship.
And from Chonsu's side, similar story. Sometimes Hearthstone just be Hearthstone. You can play absolutely fine and end up losing a series. Anything outside of that you can point out from his perspective?
Not a lot that I can think of. Like you said, sometimes it's just how it goes. I mean, you could argue maybe about lineups, right? He did bring Shaman, something that we have discussed quite a bit. So maybe getting, quote unquote, punished for that. Again, a lot of people brought Shaman, but it did end up losing 2 games in that series. So maybe something to think about.
Well, we do still have plenty more Hearthstone to go for the day. Yang Ming is going to march on to the winners bracket. Chonsu is going to have to wait until until Saturday, as discussed. We still have plenty more action on this Thursday in the Hearthstone World Championships, but do stay tuned. We are not going anywhere. We've still got plenty more Hearthstone to go. I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back once again to the Hearthstone World Championships 2025, and we're going to have the final match of the day, which is the winners match from Group B. Nobody gets eliminated till at least Saturday. And with me for this one, luckily for me, is Edelweiss. Edel, how have you seen the day so far?
It's been, up and down day, right? In terms of our picks, right? The caster picks. I forget. Were you on Shouty as well? We had.
I was on
three
Shouty. I changed my mind for
Yeah.
Pocket Train.
Wouldn't have made
Whatever.
a difference, at least so
Yeah.
far. We'll have to see how it all plays out, but and then now in this latest series, Yan Ming taking a win and is going to be up against Soirin, who we were just talking. It feels like a bit of a newer name. I think for most of us casters, a lot of the names in this tournament are like ones that even if they haven't been seen as recently all the time, they are names that have been in the space for many years. Soirin, I'm just like, I'm digging. I can't think of like the other things he was in apart from this year.
Yeah, apart from this year, not in a lot, but I think apparently he has changed names multiple times. I'm busy trying to dig into which names we should know him as, but I think even then, there's nothing major until this year, so that's Soirin. Obviously, Yan Ming, who's that guy? No one's ever repeated a World Championship win. The closest we've ever had is Glory, who won it and then came second. If Yan Ming wins this game, this match right now, and advances straight through to Sunday, no one's going to be betting against him doing it twice in a row. He did win the Chinese summer qualifiers. He came first in that. He did struggle in the Chinese, like the final Chinese event in the sort of the equivalent of this, but for China, the ones that he qualified from. He struggled in the groups, but he did find a way through when it mattered in the knockouts. But yeah, he's looking good again, as Banter was saying then, and Sottle, like he didn't do anything wrong in the series last that we just saw.
Yeah, and taking a look there on the chopping block, not for tomorrow, but for Saturday, Insane and Chunsu will be the first elimination, and then the winner of that will have to face off against the winner of this match. So, what do you think of getting to do, elimination day? How do you feel like that messes with people's mental states?
Oh, for them, I mean, Banter's already mentioned it. For the pros, waiting one day, they'll just be jamming games to pass the time, wishing the time away. For me, as a viewer, as a caster, as somebody who loves watching professional Hearthstone players, I love it. Make them sweat, and also let us see every match. We get to see everybody get knocked out. We get to see every match. None of this O2 off-stream business. We see everything that goes on. And for me, as a viewer, as a spectator, as a commentator, whatever, I think it's fantastic we get to see it. And we get to see them for an extra day and make them sweat a little bit. But again, for them... can't be pleasant having to wait, and that's why this next match is so important, right? Get this through, put your feet up, watch the others have to sweat.
Yeah, well, it'll be even more intense next year with that announcement of Worlds at BlizzCon, right? Where everyone in person, you get to see your opponent live, right? I feel like that all just adds to the tension.
I remember Pavel used to be like his opponents for the whole match when it wasn't his turn, he was grimacing at them the whole time just to put them off. Like, it worked. He beat everybody for some time. But yeah, it will be fun watching them sitting and actually having to face each other. It'd be great. Back to the lineups, I guess. Hunters are banned. We've got Shaman on one side. We've got Rogue on the others. You can guess the other decks. But in case you've not been here all day, the other two decks are both the Control DK and the Control Warrior. So, Soirin on the Shaman, Yan Ming on the Rogue. What do you prefer, Adol? Which of these two lineups would you pick if you had to play it?
I feel like for players at this level, I would put my money on the Rogue over the Shaman as a pick in general. Just because, as I was discussing with Sottle earlier in the day, yes, the Shaman has some raw power that you don't have to work for, but it's also then predictable, and we see how even a deck that isn't built for swing turns can do things like have a big ceaseless play, and suddenly the Shaman's out of the game. So there's certain things that, if they line up correctly for the Shaman, are hard to overcome, but then it's just sort of order, sometimes you don't pick up your Hagatha, you know, get your Shutter Block eaten, whatever it may be, and suddenly you've lost a lot of power in your deck.
I'd love to argue with you, but I'm Team Rogue as well in this particular set of like 4 versus 5 lineup. I actually quite liked Pocket's lineup earlier today, despite the fact it didn't look very good today. The Dragon Warrior and particularly the Druid. I'm surprised we didn't see 1 or 2 more of the Druids. I understand why people didn't bring the Dragon Warrior, because it's a little bit like the Shaman, that it either does its thing or it doesn't. Oh, buckle up tight, everybody. We might be here for a while. It's the first time it's happened today, I think. These ones can go a while.
Now, it's not as bad as the Warrior Mirror, which, you know, we may also get, but yeah, it can draw out. Let me just do a quick check. I think Soirin is one who has... oh yeah, Marin. Yep. It's very few players, I think, who opted for the Nerlex instead of Marin. But just because it is present, I have to check.
They
both have Marin.
Marin. Okay, so it's identical decks. I'm just checking myself as well, very quickly. I didn't expect the mirror to just come out of the box. Yeah, Renovator as well. I don't think they're identical decks, because I can only see what... Oh, one's got a Steam Cleaner. Yaming's got a Steam Cleaner.
More of a nod to Warrior than to the Mirror, I think. But
yeah, and to Rogue as well as a sort of... Yeah, it's to the Warrior, and then a side effect is that sometimes you just accidentally kill a Rogue.
Yeah.
So... Which is nice, like knowing you've got something against the Warrior if you lead it up, because it is not a great matchup for you. It's what tech cards are for, particularly in tournaments.
Oh, I've got to appreciate, Lorinda, the new signature where it's got the text.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah, and the text is on permanently, which is good.
Yeah, now, of course, I'm sure everyone's familiar with Sanguine Infestation and Hideous Husk, but maybe not the signature versions. They are less common.
Indeed. Oh my goodness. You're saying sometimes it doesn't go that long? Yaming's making plenty of that early tempo for us.
No Elise locations, though. Elise locations, I think, in particular, can just aims when you get the Savage Roar option and copy. Reborn plus full enchantments on that Creeping Tar, though, is pretty rough. Wouldn't be surprised to see Yanming actually just end turn here, potentially, because if you...
Thought he might.
So, yeah, opted for that being too slow, but the advantage basically is that the leeches are an enchantment. So if they drain the health from the Blob of Tar, then it would come back, you know, with the 2 less health. But
okay, yeah. Yeah, an enchantment is anything that's written on the bottom of the card, right? So, I must admit, I hadn't realised that, but it's obvious once you say it.
It's always a funny thing when you can completely drain the health away from Adaptive Amalgam, and it just becomes a 1/0 that shuffles into their deck.
Yeah. The leeches have some funny interactions, right? Like if you're playing against the rogue and you kill their Phoenix, the Phoenix doesn't go back to the hand until the end of their turn. Of course, the order of operations. Because the leeches kill them after it checks whether to go back to hand or not. So they do have some peculiar interactions, but they do all make sense when you reason them through.
Oof. Yanming getting to stick both leeches means gets that buff on 4 instead of 2, which is always nice. But the counter Husk lines up quite well.
There's a lot happening in this game, and what quite happens quite often in this sort of game is they cancel each other out, and then you get into the longer game. But
But
little way for that to go yet.
Yanming just has a lot more cards, right? Soirin with the Exarch Maladar, I think that's why he's had this hesitation to play the Pterodax, right? So that if he does get a big top deck, he can do something with the Maladar. but right now it's looking pretty sparse.
Yeah, Yanming also with that Isira, if this goes another turn or two without anything really happening, Yanming's going to have that massive mana advantage, and then he'll be able to push that card advantage to his advantage. I guess I said that word a lot in that sentence.
Now I would like to see the Pterodax because he's got enough stuff, but still going to hold back. Oh, do you go for the egg?
No, but he's gonna.
It's so
I'm
many.
glad he did because that's so much fun.
It's so many corpses.
It is a lot.
When it invalidates corpse explosion, right?
Yeah, it also allows you to set up your own corpse explosion if you get the exact right number of explosions and get a 20/20.
Yeah.
But it's very difficult to set up. I remember people tried to build that as an actual deck at first. It's like you had to do a lot of counting, and if you messed it up, your 20/20 blew up as well. And if you didn't get it enough, it didn't quite get there. It was always a bit of work, but that's now an option as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it was not quite worth the card slot, particularly because people were running egg plus the ooze, right? The dissolving ooze, where you eat the 20/20, get the bones, and now you've got a bunch of damage. But it turned out it was better to just certain instances where you get it like this, great, but trying to build your deck around it, it's a little too fragile.
Yeah.
Yanming, though, picking up the Dream Planner Zephyrus off of Creature of Madness. Quite a nice pickup.
Aha.
I think.
Would you like to use some corpses to lower the number of corpses to make your eggs better?
Well, I mean, something that just having them can do. One, obviously, he'd love to pick up an Elise location later on that can allow him to give attack. That'll help considerably. But them sitting there, right? They make leeches bad. He just never has to clear these leeches if he doesn't want to. And the extra corpses is more fuel for your weapon, for the foam render.
Yeah. How do you feel about that choice? He didn't go for board control or spend mana. He just went for face damage from the Zephyrus.
I think it's a pretty good decision given the position he's in, right? He's got Shaladrisil along with Exarch. So being able to sequence that can give you a lot of lethality. It's not his trinket, but stealing a minion from your opponent means that you can get rid of a taunt. So that's kind of a tool that Soyerin has given Yanming. And he has more cards. He has sort of the in some ways stronger board presence, right? It's the eggs just murky things up so much. Versus the leeches. Plus, if you get Savage Roar or Bloodlust, right, then you're taking advantage of the eggs.
That's a good call, actually. That's probably the main reason, right? I like that. How do we utilize this Shaladrisil? I always have problems emptying my hand for this. The pros seem to do it as if it just isn't an issue at all. You don't want to do things just to empty your hand, but if by emptying your hand you can do some cute things, then get the Shaladrisil. Obviously, that's absolutely ideal.
There we go.
Easy.
That's how you do it.
All the time.
Yep.
Deal 5, of course it was.
Yeah, well, and, this doesn't often come up, but gets to get the insta-kill on the opposing Ysera.
I didn't know that until way too recently. I think you told me it in something a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh yeah, because it doesn't actually say what it does, and if you haven't seen the interaction,
especially
it hints
Ysera.
what it does.
Yeah.
It strongly hints, but yeah. Still got a King Crush in hand that he chose, the damage from.
Ziliak's gonna come in to slow things down a little bit here. Probably we're just gonna take the egg, right? Oh, no. I was gonna say you could weaken the 5/8 egg, right, and then steal it and kill it off.
That might have been good, I think, actually.
You know what? There wasn't enough mana.
Corpse explosion. Everybody count.
Yep. Now, the reason, I mean, apart from not having the mana on that last turn, a reason to hold the amulet is to prevent exactly this, right? The opponent getting the 20s out and saying, deal with it, because then, well, what do you have to deal with it? You can amulet one into the other one, or if you're able to remove one of the taunts, you know, you get to potentially cheese out a lethal. But I think Yanming is doing good math here. Yeah.
How dare you be sensible, ruining our fun. It's a really good turn.
I mean,
it's managed to get a lot done.
These are still quite large minions between Crush and the Corrupted Dragon.
I have but little time.
Yeah?
I think he's just checking that, can safely play the Crush. A little scarier to play the Dragon when you know the opponent can steal it.
This is one of those turns that I always think that when you're watching it, it's all so obvious. If that was me, there'd be cards on the floor, they'd be under the table, you know, I have one on my chair somehow. They wouldn't all be nice in a row like this at the end of the turn with a massive board and having cleared my opponent off how I wanted them to. Down to leaving the one leech to face off my egg. Like, no way. And if people watching on it to themselves outside of the top few, no way they get a turn that clean either. It just looks so smooth when the top players do it.
Yeah, at this point, Soirin, I guess, is accepting that he's going to have to work through these. But the top decks have just been very rough for Soirin. We're functioning on consistently half of Yanming's card count.
Yeah, I feel like he's just playing with a different deck at this point, but yeah. Yeah. Bumping into the egg so that the leech kills the 8/1.
Yep, very clever. All right. Well, deal 6 or draw 3. Both of those are looking pretty good. I probably would lean towards the draw, just because Soirin will be desperate enough to play it, and you know, giving him draw 1 but discard 2 is sort of fine.
And actually, we're getting slowly towards sort of actual resources in deck mattering. So fatigue is a relevant thing for once. Normally, when you throw 2 cards away, who cares? But it might matter here.
But I can respect the 6 damage, right? Yanming definitely the aggressor.
Yes.
The reduction there, interesting, on the Pterodax means Yanming can play it for the cost of 2 corpses instead of 5 corpses.
Oh, I bet he's so happy about that. Some very silly things do happen in this computer game, don't they?
Let's see, still don't really want to attack with the weapon, since, this just hasn't been getting cleared.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be a 10 cost, because why not?
I mean, yeah, he's got absolutely nothing else going on.
So, Rush is nice, but actually not a lot of board space this turn. I guess enough. I'm assuming that the first pick was Discover, just because a lot of times when you're in this sort of don't have many cards position, like you just need to hope for something juicy, like reduce Shaladra or something like that.
Yeah, Death Knight cards do tend to be pretty powerful. There we go. Gain 12 armor and +4 attack.
Wow. Was that just lethal out of no... Oh my goodness. Well spotted from Sawyer, and he'd been holding on to that trinket for a very long time, right, as sort of a tool to use against the egg, right, and just kept it to sort of prevent Yan Ming from doing something like corpse explosioning for the 2 taunts. And in the end there, with Exodar able to, sneak out the 10 cost location. I mean, it's just so much damage, giving +4 attack to everything, right?
Yeah, it's significant as well. There's a lot of damage. It was lethal from nowhere, from somebody who'd been on the back foot the entire game, had no cards, and Yan Ming, I don't know how to word it, didn't see it coming implies that was a thing you should see coming, but yeah, didn't notice the possibility. I don't know, but whatever way it went, Soren takes that 1-0 from nowhere, just from nowhere.
Yeah.
And that's a massive edge, of course. Death Knight Mirror is sometimes what it all comes down to, especially when you haven't got Shaman versus Shaman at the end. So, yeah, huge win for Soyerin. Massive step towards getting towards easy ride to Sunday.
Yeah, and I think, when it comes to sort of mental state as well, when you feel, as I would suspect Yan Ming may have felt, where it's like, okay, I've consistently had more cards than my opponent. I'm like very, very well positioned here. Just need like 1, maybe 2 more turns to get over the finish line, and then just suddenly 10 cost Elise location jump scare, and you've lost the game. I feel like that could be a little bit challenging to sort of reset afterward.
Yeah, luckily when you're the world champion, at least you can fall back on the thing that the worst thing that can happen is I could be the ex-world champion. I'll be all right, I think. So that should be quite a stabilizer. And also, if you've been the world champion, you probably have those nerves anyway. I think it's a quality all of our champions have had, is the ability just not to feel the pressure, or at least not to make the pressure affect how they play.
Right. But that does mean we may get to see Steam Cleaner, getting used against a Quest Warrior, since. Right, Yan Ming was the one to have it in his DK.
He was, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, how does that work? So obviously the level, the obvious level is they can't display their quest reward because you Steam Cleaner it all away. But there must be ways of them fiddling around so you don't have to worry so much about it. Like you've got Dirty Rats, maybe?
So no matter what, when you play quest reward for Warrior, you get 2 of them, right? It's random which 2 you get, but you get 2. Something you could do is try and set it up so you've got, Ancient of Yours in play, so you can, try and draw through. You can,
get as many as you can.
Kind of going with that, like you could get yourself 2, very few cards in deck to make sure that card draw is for sure going to draw you. The extra stuff. I think another thing you can do is just sort of force the issue, say, okay, well, if you have it, you have it, and then we're still on even footing because I have Marin as well. And of course there's, a lot of reasons that may prevent being able to do that sort of stuff to play around it, right? If you're just under pressure, the DK is sort of a more aggressive deck than the Warrior. But yeah, those are sort of the things that I would expect a Warrior would try and do to play around Steam Cleaner.
And we might end up seeing them because this Shaman start isn't the most powerful, but it's certainly one of the better Shaman starts. So,
and I forgot one thing, which is that Soyerin has a Youthful Brewmaster. So.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty good for playing around it too.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay.
As it stands, yeah, typical early game for Shaman here.
Yeah, except the bellhops are only 3/3s and not whatever they are when they're playing them against me.
Well, this one's not.
That's more like it.
No turn 5 play, but this is looking pretty good otherwise. Yanming lamenting lack of safety goggles for hostile invaders.
Yeah. Always an interesting decision when you have the choice to put a warrior down to 1 armor or not, or just to hit them as hard as you can when it comes to this turn, but it's not there, and it's going to be a pretty rough couple of turns for him.
Yeah, these are some of the worst discovers he could be seeing as well.
Yeah. Hopefully you can summon your Marin and not get to the battle cry for 6 mana. Good luck.
Yeah, no more Tortolas. What an age that
Yeah.
the Control Warrior deck does not have Tortola anymore.
6, 9, 14.
I mean, yeah, Turbulus is just lethal.
15.
Right? No,
16,
not quite.
17,
it's one
18.
off. Or, well, with the pop-up book, it's not.
Yeah.
Because the...
It's 2-0.
Oh no, I get confused sometimes with the Murlocs, which one it is, right? Because the Rush isn't a Battlecry minion, so it doesn't get buffed.
That's right, yeah.
But yeah,
But the blue one is.
exactly enough with Turbulus, and even if it hadn't been pop-up book to do the job, and I think that's why some people like the Shaman, right? It's just, do you
Sometimes
have it?
it does that, yeah.
Do you have it? No. Okay, well, let's go next. And Toyrin up
It's
to
also
quick
why
2-0.
a small number of people avoid the warrior, because it is very susceptible to, I'm just going to get hit for 4 turns, so there's not a lot I can do to slow it down.
Yeah.
Maybe a strike or 2, but nothing really stops it. So I think the warrior is very powerful personally. But yeah, sometimes that happens, and that's why some people haven't brought it to the tournament. I think some people haven't brought it to the tournament.
Well, you got Pocket and Fury with the Dragon Warrior instead, and then
Yeah, Tansoku.
Yeah, Tansoku, no
Kyu.
warrior. Kyu, no warrior.
There's a few.
Kyu with the Protoss Rogue as well, which could be, ace up his sleeve, potentially.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that. We do have some different decks again tomorrow. We had the Druid we'll see again with Fury Hunter tomorrow. We do have the Protoss Rogue. We have the entry of the 2 Egg Warlocks tomorrow as well.
Oh,
See how those go down.
I sort of just assumed that Pocket and Fury had the same lineup, but yeah, it's like they are the 2 with the Copy Druid, and then Phil and Inkuro are the 2 with the
that's
Warlocks. Right, yeah.
But we've got to get there first. Yanming will be hoping that we're going to be some time before we get to that. But does have to... Sweep a warrior. With a mirror, a DK, and a rogue. Yeah, that's rough.
That is rough.
Swearin's in such a good position.
Like, things can happen. We don't call this one Miracle Rogue, we call it Cycle Rogue, but it is still sort of a Miracle Rogue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just misses out the bit where you have to actually play the Auctioneer, just have it built into your deck, like from the start somehow.
Just run a bunch of cards that say draw 3. It's fine. I don't remember how many times. Is it like one time where there hasn't been a rogue in the World Champions lineup?
I know until very recently it has been in every one, and I know that got broken. So it's 1, possibly 2.
Okay.
I think it was broken and then unbroken again, but yeah, it was very recently we were talking about it's been in every final. So,
but,
yeah,
it's
powerful class.
It's powerful class. It's a popular class, right? Like, I think the style of play that good rogue decks typically lend themselves to is one that experienced players enjoy.
Yes.
As we saw in one of the interviews earlier today, right? Like in the case of this Cyclo Rogue, like some of the cards have changed, right? It's not running the Giant anymore because that costs 25 now. The approach is a little bit different because Twisted Web Weaver doesn't cost 1, but you still have the Twisted Web Weaver, right? And the
Same
overarching...
with the Phoenix, right? You don't just play it; it comes back to your hand, but it's
right.
the same.
Yeah, before, that's probably one of the biggest playstyle shifts, right? Is that before you use the Phoenix just specifically for draw. Like maybe it got some pressure in, but as a 2/2, it wasn't as threatening. And because you got it back immediately, you could just keep drawing with the Web Weaver. And now it's more of like, well, I'm just going to keep playing this 3/2, which is going to be persistent pressure.
Yeah.
Because you can't get multiple draws with it on a web weaver turn.
A warrior mirror match now.
Here we go.
This is more interesting than it might sound, honestly. The meme from when Banterface was casting the Chinese tournament was like, this was guaranteed to go into 20 minutes. And the first one went like 36.
Uh-huh.
But it is a race to get down your time walk. Now, many things can interrupt that, because you have to get down your time walk safely. One way to interrupt it is to get above roughly 80 health. That's the magic number from having watched a lot of these. If you get to about 80 health, that's when Galvadon starts not being an OTK with a +4 location.
Right, yeah.
And 5/5 imps that are now 9/9 imps, or 9/5 imps. So around 80 is where they want to be. That doesn't tend to happen, but it's one thing to look out for. But the base level is you're racing for time walk and then you win. But there's quite a lot more to it than just that.
Yeah, well, and like, you know, they each have a renovator, so that can come into play against the location. They each have a brewmaster, right? So it is funny that, like, you know, Yanming has the steam cleaner in the DK, but, you know, also has the brewmaster in his quest warrior. So
yeah. Obviously, Ham can eat a Marin, and that changes things quite quickly.
Sure.
So there's a lot that can go on.
Marin.
Like my original instinct when I first started watching these, why don't you save the Ham until after the quest, and you know, then you might eat the Galvadon. It's just too slow. Just get eating now. Eat their good cards immediately. Okay. That's the renovator gone.
Yeah, so that's something to watch, right? Is like, now that the renovator's gone, Yanming does have that option of like picking a 10 cost location and just sitting on it for time walk lethal. Did sort of sacrifice this turn though.
Yeah.
Like, I think there were arguments for not doing the coin last turn because there wasn't really a follow-up. Maybe the hope was that there would be some minions in play that would make that draw spell cheaper. But I do kind of like, you know, you get the Ham down and then now you know, like, all right, what's my game plan based on what it eats?
The quicker you get it down, the more likely it is to stay around for 2 turns instead of 1 as well, as we're seeing here, for instance.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm okay with the coin. I think jam it down as quickly as you can and see how much stuff it eats before it gets removed, because we're seeing here Yanming's having what looks like a great Hearthstone turn, but he's going to lose another card to hand.
Right.
And this isn't one of those games where it's not relevant. This is a game where you will go to the bottom of your deck or through a huge percent of your deck very, very often. Losing good cards is important.
Yeah. The Brewmaster was, you know, not the best hit, but not the worst for Soirin. It would have been a better hit for... Oh, well, no, it hasn't got a steam cleaner in this. It's just in his DK.
Yeah, it's just in the other one. It's confusing. I keep thinking the same. Like, it feels like it should be in the warrior deck if you're going to tech it in somewhere. I agree.
Yeah. But still, being the one who has 2 instances of something like a Marin is, you know, it can come up.
Yeah. Soirin losing the renovator is a big deal because you do end up with 10 drop locations on both sides a lot of the time in this matchup.
Yeah. Still no clean way to deal with this.
No.
So Yanming is just going to have to hope that it hits sort of his lesser valued minions and that you know, it doesn't bite him too dearly. He does already have the Marin in hand, which is nice. Bob can get funky in this match because it's usually there for freeze, but of course you can use it on an opposing quest reward.
It's also hitting for 7. I mean, it is a 7/7. We're focusing on the good parts of it because, yeah, they're both on 50 health, so who cares? But as I was saying, that early damage can matter later on. If you're only on 50 or 60 health, you will die to Time Walk Galvadon. If you're on 80 or 90, you might not. You might get that extra turn. Which means they don't play it, which means you've got a chance to play yours first. So that damage does tick up and is relevant.
Yeah. Extra minion on play. Yanming finally ready to pull the trigger on this armor plus brawl combo.
Yeah. Now he's ahead, 65 to 64. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, no, there's a hero power in there. Oh, loses the brawl though. Not as bad as the ham surviving, but yeah, you are gonna have to throw out the shield slam.
835, idiot.
Can you imagine if someone
35
generated? It's not in standard anymore, but there used to be a 1/4 that whenever it took damage, you did or something like that.
Okay.
Presently, of course, it's just a priest minion, that pirate or
yeah. 2-4, I can't remember what it's called this exact second, but yeah.
I find it hilarious, the games that end with, someone having just an insane amount of armor and they just shield slam that minion.
Yeah. A lot of damage, take 35. Not that 35 would have killed him, of course, but, he's trying.
Yeah. All right, options.
Plan. Yeah, we're getting to the point now where they've got to start thinking about what they want to do when the quest is complete. And I mean, number one for me is have a bit of hand space. It doesn't have to be a lot, but you want some space. Obviously, you can't burn the quest anymore. If you do end up with a full hand, it just waits until you haven't. But you want hand space to stack up some of the rewards to make sure you're doing okay. You want your card draw, like you said, to sort of come into play at the right time.
Yeah. So Soirin, just doing this for some hand space, solve that issue you were mentioning.
You want your deck to be as thin as possible, so you got more chance of drawing Time Walk and Galvadon. Again, there is a lot more nuance to it than just drawing Time Walk and Galvadon. I was surprised when I first watched these. Like, there's a lot going on in these.
Now, Yanming does have an advantage in terms of mana here, having second New Heights pulled there. His max is 16. Soirin still looking for that ramp.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. Again, just going back to the basic Time Walk Galvadon, you need a certain amount of mana that isn't 10 to do that with as well. So, Soirin being behind is a problem.
Pair of brawls, I think he's really digging for it because that difference can be all the difference, right? In terms of your opponent getting to play 16 mana worth of stuff. There's one New Heights found, and there's the second.
Again, the temptation to play your Bulwark or something to get it out your hand is huge, but if you're going to take almost infinite damage from a Galvadon later, or other things, that might slow them down. Although, again, you've probably got imps on the board and all sorts of other nonsense going on by then. And here we go. Quest time.
Yeah, just doing a quick check of remaining cards. Soirin still has, one New Heights in deck. Elise, Bob, All You Can Eat, which is interesting. It sort of, loses playability in the mid game, but then once you've played the quest reward, there's sort of enough minion types that you can, draw out the Murloc reward, draw out the Carnassa, or Galvadon.
Here's another portal, just going to be that constant tick, tick, tick of 6, and then it'll become 10 at some point when we draw the Rogue reward.
Yeah, actually, both Elises buried for them.
Yeah, that's a big deal as well. Like, obviously, they want to get those 10-drop Elise locations down. Bulwark down now, slightly surprising to me, but because it's going to get chipped through for relatively little amount with only 14 there.
I think it's always a question with Queen Carnassa, like at what point do you want to play it? Because, getting 3/2s is fine, but you would much rather pick up the Crystal Caverns first, right?
That's the one.
5/5s.
Yeah. Also, when do you use this sleep? Like, you can draw 2, but can you draw 4 later with it? Do you want to play your Marin to get stuff down? Yeah, I think that's where I'm going. It's some reduced quest rewards. Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Okay, gets the ball out of hand.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not foreseeing needing it for a while.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised, but also I get it. Looking at this hand, there's not much else that's cheap that I'd rather play, so I understand, but... Oh, we win with it because Sulfuras happens soon. That's why we play it now.
Yeah.
So you just play it before you get to Sulfuras so you don't waste the charges there. I recall now how it works.
And you know, helps you punch through the opposing one. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just about to draw 3 cards, and there's a very good chance you want to start hitting your opponent for 8. So. That one looks very, very silly without that context.
First Elise played.
Drink with me, friend.
And bounce, so 2 10 drops.
Yep. Well, it knows that you know, there's the opposing destruction, right? Like when people have drawn this far into their decks, sort of know.
Yeah.
And as well picks a location you don't want to destroy, right?
Yes.
Gain 12 armor, death rattle, deal 10 to
Plus
all
4.
enemies. So you know, some tension there, right? You can play it to get the armor and then say like, hey, which do you want to prevent me from getting the additional 24 armor? Well, you're gonna, you know, take 10 to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good call. Finally gets his quest ward down with only 2 cards left in deck, so he's going to get a higher density of quest rewards over the next few turns, but Yan Ming's already on that trail, so...
Planetary decimation.
That is a Barnabas, isn't it? No, it's not. It's the other one.
Interesting. There, did the all-you-can-eat draw 1 or 0? I think...
I didn't notice, to be honest. I was looking at Yan Ming's...
It happened a little bit quickly, so I think the Murloc must have been the Murloc and the Cove, and then yeah, all you can eat drew just 1 beast, which was Barnabas. So it was 50-50 between Barnabas and the Galvadon.
So Yan Ming is going to get these terrifying boards over and over again now because he has the Crystal Core for 2 mana, which I assume he's going to play as his last card.
Draco Rex, you know, much better for board presence. You know, Zephrys can always do something spicy, and if you're playing Cove, you know, stuff is 5/5 anyway. But yeah, just gonna go ahead and wait on Cove.
Can't play Cove now, obviously.
These are quite nice.
And this is the person who is behind. There's a Bob. That's helpful. Is going to constantly have to worry about getting Time Walk locationed.
Yeah. For now, though, Yan Ming still has the Bulwark up.
That too, yeah. No, Sawyer's definitely the person who's behind. He's having to clear up the imps. He hasn't got his own imps yet. So he's definitely the one who's having to fight turn after turn.
Second 10 cost location there. And yeah, Stomper, so no more mana costs.
Pop, get a load of free imps, get a free swing, do 8 damage.
It looked like he went, yeah.
He's
got a
good for
copy of the
yeah.
Elise, because hasn't been able to find his own.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, copy of Barnabas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not, actually?
You know, it is something that you want
there.
quickly, right?
Yeah.
You know, and Yan Ming has access to this Sleep Under the Stars, right? And if you have a bunch of free things, you know, you can sort of just go for draw all the way.
Burns Amara. Didn't swing this turn, indicative of, and he took the armor without any sort of buff to his minions. Just shows you what he's thinking right now, which is, I am scared I might die soon. Spoilers, they both are.
Well, yeah, I mean, the ability to play 0 mana minions to set up for a Time Walk is...
Yeah.
Just just makes it hard to know where you stand.
Yeah, there's nothing magical about the number I said at the start. Like, it's not some hard and fast wall with sort of between 80 and 90 armor. That's just from having watched way too many of these.
Now, comfortable enough to destroy that weapon, get the Sulfuras rolling. Hand space made to be able to go for a lot of draw here. Toland's Goblet, something to keep an eye on in terms of
there we go.
Cards remaining, but yeah, Galvadon and Time Warp.
Now, for those who know, it might be MS Paint time to work out whether we have lethal or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yanming's just saying, I'm going to go for it. Because even if I don't, this is a lot of damage that has to be dealt with. Stealth is fine, but really you're just hoping for as many plus attacks and Wind Fury as possible, since you're getting the extra turn.
I think you take the stealth not just because it has stealth, but you have more chance then of hitting Wind Fury, because there's about 6% or 4%, I forget which one of those it is, chance of missing. So although the plus attacks are the key, there is a chance of missing Wind Fury. So you take the ones that aren't repeatable to give yourself a better chance of hitting the Wind Fury before you start taking the plus
goodness. And those random legendaries, Yanming, if it weren't lethal already, picked up Kill Jaden.
So much over.
Kind of won on all possible fronts, right? A total of 121 at the end there was Yanming's health total. Had the lethal damage with the Time Warp, and, you know, rolled Kill Jaden for anti-fatigue if it had ever possibly come to that. But I think that's kind of why, even in a mirror like this, like, yes, that ran longer than a lot of the matches we see, but it's just not the same as, you know, I'm just gaining a lot of health and hoping for good Kill Jaden hits.
Yeah, pointed out that the Barnabas copy was actually a 2-turn lethal setup because it made the zeros playable for the Time Warp turn, and there's only 4 cards left in the deck, or 3, whichever it was. So that was a setup. Nicely spotted by Yanming, nicely done. And that makes things a lot closer. Like it was 2-0, you've won the mirror. I've got a couple of tough ones left to go. The Rogue match into Warrior doesn't last long. You either get them or you don't. And then the DK is a slow grind that you're not that favoured in, but again, might still have a good chance.
Yeah. Which would you do first? I would do the Rogue one next, so I can, like, just know whether we're on that 5th match or 5th game or not, you know?
So what would I do, or what would I do if... So if I was Yanming, I don't care, right? Because I'm the world champion. If it's me, and I'm out there, I'm never going to be here again because I'm terrible at Hearthstone, but I talk a lot, I am picking the Rogue because I think I have more chance of winning that matchup. But if I'm picking the matchup that has the better odds, I think the DK probably is slightly better. But yeah, I would pick the Rogue, try and get as much airtime as possible. Maybe I should pick the DK. Get the airtime that way. Yeah, pick the DK and lose really slowly and rope every turn. That's the plan. Then I get another half hour on screen.
Well,
strategy, everybody.
It's a certain kind of strategy, I suppose, yeah. You know, no matter what, whoever comes out of this, you know, is going to get another match on Saturday.
Joking aside, I am in the put the pressure on. Pick the one you think you're more likely to win with and try and get it to 2-2. I think that's fractionally better. It doesn't matter. Different people, different things. Some people like to get it over with and know, so they put their feet up for longer if they lose. Really, really doesn't matter. But it is interesting to hear different people's perspectives.
And Yanming
He's going with the Rogue.
Yep. And unless something else was picked up, this is almost looking like a Mauler on 2 into Eat the Imp to me.
Oh, I had a question there, but saw you answer it before I asked. I was going to ask the silly question of, do you keep the Renovator so you've got something to do on turn 3 and put on the board just to keep the Rogue slowing down a little bit? And the answer was no.
Yeah. I mean, we did see Renovator played on 3. You know, earlier in the day. I think there's arguments
only because his hand
both directions.
Is Elise into location or hostile into Bob. That's the only reason I thought maybe keep the 3 and just put it down as a 3-3.
Well, and that was the instance where it was put down earlier in the day. I forget the player who did it, but yeah, it was sort of like, well, you know, this is my 3-3 on 3. Then I've got Elise on 4. I've got location on 5. Right, just sort of. At least you're doing stuff. Wisp pickup, very good for Yanming there.
Oh, this is absolutely silly, actually. He's going to get an EMG down, right?
Gets to coin out the Web Weaver, knowing that he'll pick up the Wisp, and it'll be active from the one from earlier. Can do the Everything Must Go.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I mean, not the craziest thing, but those are reasonable hits. You know, protects the Web Weaver pretty well. You know, Web Weaver in this list just often serves as like a couple of extra draws, and you know, sometimes you can keep in your back pocket for a big turn, but you know, it's not the engine that it once was.
The other thing going on here is Yanming has O Manager, Incendious, and Thanos in hand all already.
Yep.
So he can set up for the turn 6 Incendious into turn 7, you take 1 million. And he has the board to back that up with the damage that he's pushing. This is looking very good for him.
Yeah, and actually, so I think he's just going to take the burn here. There's some, well, actually no, he's got the Mauler, so I was going to say there's some risk. But yeah, I think you just sort of sit, right? You play the O Manager next turn, so that you can get the Sidious on 6, and you're off to the races.
Yeah.
Soirin's at 17.
Exactly, yeah, and that sounds like a lot when he's going to be putting taunts and freeze in the way. But you've done the minion damage you need to do. Now you just need to do the Incendious damage. There's ways out of it. You can gain 10 a couple of times, and then, you know, gain 5 some more times, and you can get out of range a little bit. But also, yeah, here come the Maulers as well.
Yep.
And he's not even messing around with O Managers, is he? Yes, he is. Okay, good. I thought I was going crazy, but yeah.
No, you've got to do the O Manager.
Get the X2-1 into play.
Yep, and the Phoenix.
Yep, valuing the extra potential 9 damage from the Mauler, especially with the Weaver. So next turn's Incendious with coin. The turn after is literally Thanos, Weaver, Mauler, Platy. There's only 10 cards in deck. It's looking so good for a 2-2 here.
Yep.
All forms of life will be brought.
I'm never quite sure.
Oh, that mechanic coming into play again.
Yeah.
That's massive, right? The fact that stepping the Mauler, you know, if you drew it off Platosaur, I think it's hard to know that it keeps the tag of getting discarded. So I think Yanming pretty, you know, confused and annoyed to see that.
Yeah. I'd made that mistake once or twice, but I'm not the world champion, of course, but yeah. Anyway, we're back on the same plan, except for the part where we now only have 2 Mauler shots left, which is a massive reduction in damage.
It's probably still fine, right? That's 9 damage potential lost, right, with the Thalnos. But because so much chip has been put in Soirin already, you're probably still looking pretty good if you're Yanming.
I do agree. In any other matchup, I'd be sort of calling this and talking about Game 5 now, but Warrior can just get so much armor so quickly sometimes. And yeah, he does have that kind of hand going on right now, does Soirin. Still nowhere near out of range. The Incendious stuck for a turn as well, and he didn't draw a eruption, right? So
yeah,
there's 20 points of eruptions. There's, let me check how many.
Well, so the eruptions are just 2 damage, right? They've only been upgraded once.
Okay.
There's one there that goes off without spell damage.
13 left.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, if the Thalnos had come down before that draw, then it would have gotten killed by the demon.
Yeah. He's chosen to get unlucky. This is still plenty, I think.
I think so.
So that's 18. As long as he can draw through his deck, which I believe he can.
Yeah.
There's double Phoenix. There are only... Yeah, there's only Tusk as the real card left in the deck, I believe. And everything else is Asteroids and Eruptions. If that is correct, then he will win the game here.
Yep. Seems to be the case. Just animations taking a bit of time to catch up. And yeah, suddenly we are on a game 5.
Yeah. Superb. Had that wobble there where he did lose the potential 9 damage from the Platysaur interaction, but getting to that game 5, he's going to be slightly disadvantaged against Soirin with the Death Knight against the Warrior, but it is still a very playable matchup.
Absolutely, yeah. And perhaps the Steam Cleaner will come into play, right? Since the Death Knight is a more aggressive play pattern, I think there are times where you can set things up that the warrior isn't able to hold on to their brewmaster, and maybe you can Steam Cleaner away all the quest rewards, and they don't have a way to get it back.
Yeah, and that's his plan, right? He's choosing to leave up Warrior, so which isn't controversial. Like leaving up Hunter is something you don't really want to do. The reason we're not ranting about Hunter over and over again is because it's quietly getting banned in the background, sort of 80% of the time or something, and we're forgetting it exists. And the only Hunter we've seen 2. The other one is Shouties, who plays that sort of unique-looking Isira build, which is a slightly different deck entirely. It is the same deck, but it's far more warrior geared, so we will see it a bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Winner gets to put their feet up till Sunday knowing their work here is done. The loser has to wait until Saturday to play an extra match. It's such a massive game for these 2 players.
Yep. There you see set 1 Sarah or 2 going off? Just 1, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets a little confusing sometimes the way the spectator pans out, where the start of game triggers happen and you're still sort of seeing through both players' eyes. But yeah, about as good a curve as you can get for the Death Knight right here, with turn 1 make your 1/1s, turn 2 Creature of Madness, turn 3 Dark Gift minion.
Yeah, and again, I need to find a new way to word this tomorrow, but if you get stuff down against Warrior early, they do not deal with it for several turns.
Yeah.
You just can't say it enough. I've said it too much, in fact, but yeah.
And
this is a lot of damage.
Sometimes they get to take advantage of it by, getting to play their draw 2 for free. But even then, yeah, the clears don't start happening until turn 5.
So earlier we saw Falric taken because it was powering up the corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've seen it taken because it's a Divine Shield Wind Fury minion that's going to do a lot of damage.
Yep.
2 different instances of the same card.
I'm still gonna, gain a bunch of corpses potentially, right? If
yeah, probably.
Yanming rushes in this handler, might just play the Blob of Tar. Yeah, even that is pretty good.
And there is no brawl. There is no 3/5.
Attacking one of these 1/1s in just to get that little bit of double corpse benefit, and I think play around the draw spell for glory, right?
He's ripped the hostile invader. It's so big, I think.
It is quite huge. I believe that what Yanming was doing with that trade, though, was... Whoops, that's not what we wanted. We wanted show card. Was looking for... playing around for glory, right? If he has 5 minions in play, Soirin can play for glory for free to try and find that hostile invader, right?
Or if he has it, he plays it, and then he plays it for free. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Nice work. Good spot.
Yeah, Yanming just gonna get to keep gaining the benefit of this Falrock, which, you know, I've been a little bit disappointed that it hasn't like seen more play just like straight up in Death Knight decks.
I think when the handler rotates out, it might see a bit more. Of course, the handler sort of provides so many corpses already.
Sure. I mean, I think
fight for your corpses a bit more.
It's more that it's a double unholy card, right? And there just hasn't been a deck that can run those runes. But the ability to draw a corpse spender and double up on the corpses you gain is a fairly powerful effect. And certainly when you can discover it in these instances, there's a lot of things Yanming wants to do with those corpses when it comes to the foam render.
Yeah, there's more and more coming along, right? Now you can sort of give yourself a death rattle to come back with health equivalent to corpses, that sort of thing. So there will be uses for lots more corpses, I think, as metas change and shift.
Yeah, this has all gotten to stick quite a while since Soirin decided that it was more important to get Ancient of Yore down and the location over just immediately going for the hostile invader, which has potentially worked out fairly nicely for him. Has the ability to hostile invader now with the free safety goggles.
Yeah, he's still on 19, so I think we can say it was a successful situation if you get yourself some minions in play while you do it. Has ended up having to injure his own Ancient. I know the reason to play the Ancient is the card draw, not the 5/5, but it's nice if it isn't a 5/1.
Yeah. I think Yanming is going to be hoping to get that Ysera down as quickly as possible to corrupt the Shaladricel.
Absolutely, yeah. And also have the mana to use it. It's like a double-edged, a double whammy, right? You get to use more mana for more cards. Spirals nicely in your favour. Pretty inelegant clear that turn from Soirin.
Yeah, there was potential to, if you use the shield slam on the Falric first thing, then you deny a lot of those extra corpses. But I think he just sort of hadn't decided until that moment at the end there that I don't really want this Wind Fury sticking around. There's too much possibility of, getting buffed by something and just really causing problems.
Another Divine Shield Wind Fury that has to be dealt with?
Yeah. So it's a good dark gift to have.
Yeah, against Warrior in particular.
Playing that all you can eat. So
I'm not saying that Soirin's doing anything wrong here, it's just the nature of the deck, but these turns have looked so clunky the last 2 or 3 turns.
All are nourished when the cycle.
Yeah, I think it's tough. The warrior has a lot of armor gain, but sometimes the clears are just a little bit more awkward, and so you're sort of relying on leveraging that armor to churn through your deck.
And we need to be on lethal watch now as well. Shaladricel with a Divine Shield, with a Wind Fury minion is going to clock up damage really quick. You're not going to be able to clear it with Dracorex, so you've got to find something else to do. We are looking at potential lethals now, so Soirin needs to be very, very careful.
Yeah, has got the hostile invader and the bulwark boot.
Yep.
No good spells to activate the spell burst.
Wait. Is there a way of doing this?
I think there's not enough mana, but I could be wrong.
We've got a lot of mana because of the Exarch, right? I still don't think we have enough, I agree, but there's a lot.
You infested breath the face.
Yeah.
To proc 1.
Hero Power the Face is proc 2.
Right. I think it's just 1 shy of being able to connect with a full 16 off the Wind Fury minion, and regardless if even that isn't lethal.
That's not lethal, but we take that. But yeah, it's not enough. But it's something to set up for.
Oh wait, I forgot
she's gonna take the sets.
I forgot there was the Maladar, so there was a little bit more mana to work with.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I said Exile.
Yeah.
Confusing.
But I'm sure Yanming counted it out, and it was not quite enough. Still gonna get this played though, making the hand space. Yep.
Yeah, that must have been super close with the Awakens and the Nightmare available.
Mm-hmm.
So, but now it's all still there next turn if Soirin doesn't do something to get rid of it, which he can, of course. But
yeah, I mean, no matter what, this
now
location, Death Rattle for 5.
Yeah. You don't see that very often. Take those to protect yourself from the location destruction. You don't see them go through all 3 very often. Just get there.
Yep.
And suddenly he's back on 41.
Yep. But clean Ziliax into Corrupted Drake. Ceaseless still nowhere near playability.
This is how you play these matchups, by the way, when you can't see your opponent's hand. You just put as much stuff on the board as you can. Don't worry about, you've got plenty of cards. The cards keep on coming. Just keep scaring them until they miss.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't. And then you have to say, well, I'm going to cry about it.
Ziliax Pong over here. But that is cleaned up nicely by the corrupted Sarah Awakens.
It is. Just push a casual 19 with that one spell.
And yeah, I mean, this looks dangerous, but I do think Soirin is in a pretty decent spot at this point. Even knowing that Yanming can Steam Cleaner away 1 wave, Soirin has managed to get here with the flexibility to, once he does want to play the quest reward, to brew it at the same time. And I suspect that will happen on a Ceaseless Expanse turn.
That would make sense to me. And then you might just kill them anyway. Yanming was running out of things that did damage there. That Foam Rinder hit the board instantly.
But
yeah, I could do this.
Nothing to do with the rest of the mana. You'd really love to see a Marin or something. And I think, the outcome of this match could be contingent on Yanming, finding Marin soon enough.
Yeah, I agree. It goes right down towards the end of their decks. 9 cards versus 5.
Just has to count out the mana, right? This reduces Ceaseless to 0. You Ceaseless. You play. What is it? Latorvius? And then bounce immediately. Oh! Okay. We've bounced the Ceaseless. Interesting.
This also played around the surprise we saw in game 1, which would be at least for 10 out of the blue. Haha, you died.
Although Exarch has been played in this case.
We got 15 mana because of his zero though, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair point. That was a bit more surprising. This one's a little bit more straightforward.
I mean, Ceaseless is still, extremely powerful in the matchup, right? It is certainly worth a bounce. I just sort of anticipated, going for the quest reward and knowing that you're proofed against Steam Cleaner. But
take 10 for no reason that goes through armor. You have to deal with these.
Yeah, the armor piercing of leeches.
All forms of life will.
And yeah, Soirin is doing the other way of playing around that I mentioned, right? Of just like you draw basically your whole deck, and then preserve something for when you play it, and if not, then you've got Marin.
Yeah.
Planetary decimation.
Relaxation for all.
Okay.
The goblet, what the goblet hits is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Soren having, I mean, we have this Steam Cleaner war going on now, but Soren's going to have to do it something soon because he is just running out of health. I think Yan Ming might want to draw 3 there.
I mean, draw 3 or honestly, the get 3 random legendaries would have been a welcome pick.
Sure.
Deal 6 is okay, but I think, you know, from the reaction, you know, not exactly what I was looking for. Could still come up, could be quite relevant. But as powerful as it is for you, the deal 6 damage is often also quite good for your opponent as like you know, an extra tool for clearing.
Yeah. It's why you don't just rip out a Grifter and just, you know, take deal 6 early in a game, usually in any deck, because they just kill your Grifter with it. It's like, oh. Run out of stuff now, though, because that Mammon has not been forthcoming.
Yeah, the real power cards of Yan Ming's deck here have been buried. We see Xavius, Elise, Marin.
Wow.
Wow. Not sure what that Ziliax is doing there, because I believe we already had the Ziliax played, but...
I think Ziliax might break things sometimes.
Yep. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Instant 10 cost location.
Yeah, what we take? We're taking a 10. Looking for spell, maybe?
I would do spell, for sure. Or copy roar, right? Copy roar, as we saw, you know, assuming you get to do it right away. Yeah, and that's a ton of damage.
Oh, you took a 5.
This turn, yeah. Well, you get to do it with the hero power right away, and that's actually just lethal with the 6 damage. Yan Ming.
Nice.
Just spotting it, knowing that, like, okay, yeah, 10 is value, but if I can just get lethal with the 5 cost here, assuming you hit this exact instance, and yeah, gonna go ahead and secure his spot in the top 8. We could see the run back.
Good counting there from you and from Yan Ming to get through to Sunday's quarterfinals. 3 matches away now from being a repeat world champion. Soren kind of got a dose of his own medicine from the first game there in game 5 with the looks like you stabilized Elise happening. This one was a little bit more complicated. This one you did have to, you know, get the right 2 options and know you're going for that. So good play from Yan Ming, good hitting as well. But do you think you deserve that on merit? I think that was a good match overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, you know, we were talking about mental earlier, and you said, nah, it's Yan Ming. He knows he's the world champion. He knows he's fine. And, you know, God, I think it was like playing sports as a kid, right? They're like, you know, always play like the score is 0-0. And certainly Yan Ming's done that, able to secure the reverse sweep here.
Absolutely incredible, and straight through to the Sunday. But Soren, we've seen him before, obviously, but we don't know a huge amount about him. We'll need to get to know a lot more about him for Saturday. He's put on a pretty good show here today so far. What have you thought of the day so far? We've seen Pocket, we've seen Shouty make that thing. What have you thought of it all?
It's been good. You know, a few surprises, right? Definition coming out of that group with, I think, a single game loss, right?
Yeah.
And for a moment there, it looked like Soirin was going to be in a similar position, right? Just sort of cruising through until Yan Ming set things around. Overall, you know, it's always going to be strong. I'm just a little surprised to see who we see in the eliminations, right? And you know, with the caster picks and everything.
I mean, I was expecting Shouty versus Pocket Train to be one of the most important matches of the tournament, and I was right.
Yeah.
But we're going to be seeing on Saturday, not today. Loser that one goes home. I'm exhausted. That was such a good day's Hearthstone. We've got 6 more tomorrow, of course, as well.
Yeah, and I believe taking a look at groups for tomorrow, that's going to be Philfeel, Gabby, Gyu, and Lovestorm rounding out Group C with Fury Hunter, Inkuro, Maxibon, and Tianming in Group D. As you mentioned earlier, the 2 Egglocks, Philfeel and Inkuro. And then, our boy Fury Hunter coming in with the Pocket lineup. Or maybe Pocket's here with the Fury Hunter lineup, I don't know. With that Copy Druid and Dragon Warrior difference from the usual 4. But
quick roundup of what we just saw. There's Yanming going through. Insane and Chionsu in the elimination match. That will also be one that you don't want to miss. But honestly, I don't think you want to miss any of these because every single matchup has got something exciting to look at. There is the one thing that we've talked about. Obviously, the only small negative about this whole tournament is some of the lineups have been very conservative, but I don't think that's taken anything away from the excitement at all today. So I am very happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like watching a different game sometimes, seeing these players go up against each other. If you're used to playing at sort of more normal ranks of the ladder, I think you can learn a lot and often see plays that have you asking questions until it all comes together.
There's the one we just discussed. Definition flying through. Tansoku waiting for the winner of Shao Ti and Pocket Train. Those will be on Saturday. But tomorrow, Group D, Tianming, Inkuro, Maxi Fury. I take a little tiny bit of issue with Raven at the start of the show saying there is no group of death. This Group D, I was saying I thought Group A was sort of the best group because it had Shao Ti and Pocket Train. But this group, whoever you think is the least strong player in this group is still an incredibly powerful player. Like, this group is nutty. Inkuro, I think a lot of people might not know enough about, so maybe they're not rating him highly enough. Inkuro is incredibly good. Tianming in his third world, if that's the person you didn't think was very good, I don't know. I don't know anything. Maxibon, Fury Hunter, those two, this group is going to be ridiculous.
Maxi of, Fatigue Warlock fame, right? Bringing that deck. Thing that most would not be bold enough to do, and really sort of rolling over some folks with that.
And then we have this. I was just quickly checking Gyu's lineup. We've got Lovestorm, Gyu, Gabby, Philfeel, Gyu, with the reputation of getting the lineup right basically every time, apart from one time when he really didn't. He's got Control DK, Discover Hunter. He's the one with the Protoss Rogue and the Shaman. He has dodged a Warrior completely. He didn't want to play Warrior, so be very interested if Gyu's strategy works out for him tomorrow as well. Again, the best tournament lineup builder probably in the game.
Well, and looking at this lineup and from what I know about Protoss Rogue, my guess is Gyu is on sort of the ban Quest Warrior line. Because it can sort of outgas the Shaman and the Hunter, and certainly this kind of Rogue. And Rogue, I think, is known to be, pretty reasonable against Hunter. It can do some silly things to Shaman as well, where just because your Archons blow up their board, you have these sort of...
That's what they do.
These sort of silly games. I mean, Dorian's capacity to just get you one-cost versions of the Templars, guaranteed off of Blink. I think, I played a bunch of that deck when it sort of first was making waves, and there's some very, very silly games, particularly if you Elise, you get copy. This is probably the deck that the most picks the one-cost location, because you care about copy a lot, whether it's copying Dorian or the Archon.
There's so many scary things. Sometimes you just kill them, right? Sometimes you just go turn 1, do something, turn 2, do something, turn 3, swing, turn 4, king you, take a million, you're dead. Not very. I know that's not the way it tends to win, but sometimes they just explode for no reason. Talgarth could sometimes just ruin somebody's board when you're not expecting it. Especially if you get double Talgarth down as well. That does double and double again, which means you got 8 damage backstabs, I believe.
that is how that works. It's not always how that works. That's not how it works with Deos, right? You can't double up on Deos, but
yeah, because he says twice, right? And
yes,
Talgraf says double, so yeah, always the distinction. But yeah, that's been a great day's Hearthstone. Have anything else you want to say today? I think we've said a
I think
lot.
yeah, just looking forward to some of the more varied deck selections and lineups for tomorrow, and yeah, hope to see you all there.
Yeah, in that case, we'll let you all go. See you all tomorrow. Don't miss it. We've got all the loving you tools for you to follow the game along with on Twitch. So we want to see more of you here. Take care.